Aj daj mi jednu.
Nemam?
Nemaš viška?
Ne, tu su dva.
Ujebem.
Treba.
Šta?
Bijela kutija ovo napajanja. Pa tu je negdje. Bijela kutija ona napakljana. Tu.
Ovi tu kablovi ništa. Sve će ovo punjač.
Od GVC-a.
SDI-evi ti ne treba.
Više ne. Ostaje mi tu jedan rezervni da ima.
Komunikacija?
Ne.
GVC ću onda odnijeti da ništa. Daš te to treba?
Da. Ne, imam ga, čekaj, imam ga gore. Ili ga nemam, gdje je tako? Onda je pao. I jebem mu vat.
Jebote, imao sam kameru jedan za sad.
Evo, rekli mi da u ovom
Šta?
trenutku točno sad imaš kameru
A?
2.
Šta treba?
Točno u ovom trenutku da imaš kameru 2.
Šta treba? Ubos tamo. U miksetu. Lega, sam spojio, treba mikset.
Ajde otići ja, ajde da vidim koliko. Da, da vidim. Čujemo? Se čujemo? Čujemo? Se čujemo? Alo? Alo? Je se čujemo? Se čujemo? Se čujemo? Alo? Čujemo? Čujemo li se? Bruno? Bruno? Se čujemo? A? Ja se čujemo, jebote. Ja se čujemo. Jel imaš 2? Ja tebe čujem! Nema kamera. Jebote, svijetli mi video i ovo. Ne čuješ me čuje. Čujemo sad. Čujemo. Čujemo li se? Nema! Jebo majno. Da, onda ne čujem. Sad čujem. Čujem.
se ide tam vidjeti. Aj ljudi vidi. Komentator.
Tamo ima struje, ali kameru ne možemo paliti. Šta treba tu? Mogu pomoći kako?
Ovo ne radi, ne znam zašto.
Ko je naravno? Kamera?
بیکاپ یو بل ته شاته بیکاپ کیپر څوک چې ولاړ دی کیپر شاته کیپر ته چې بالر شاته بیکاپ سيدة تشرف تجي دوري سميت انا كاس دلتا راشي غفيلين ولا دلتا راشي بلند داریم ماته کش دلی بال دا دلته راځي سوکې چې وخت کش نو دا غږ کوم یو بلند دی Good try, good try, Zabi, good try. Good try. Back up. Oh, good catch. Clear for Sadiq. कोस्टिंग 12 के बाउंड्री ने रसमला रसमला तो निजेरा साला काल पोजीशन कोई का करा चले पिलर राशि से गई पिलर राशि तो सड़ी तो सीबान तसान रहा ठीक से कोर्से
ये हाफ नहीं है लेकिन यहाँ से हाफ हो जाएगा ये बीच में हाफ है हो गया मेरे ख्याल हाफ ही है ठीक है
हां बराबर
चल तू है पूरे कि नहीं तेरे पास मेरे पास भी 3-4 है चल जाएगा ले आऊंगा ना ये ठीक है
एक बार उनको पूछो लाइव में कैसा है घटिया सर्किल कैसे दिख रहा है check how does घटिया सर्किल look into the camera
yeah, 28 यार अब ठीक है ना
so that's a baller mark
हाँ उधर भी है बॉल मार्क्स है 9 हो गए पूरे
9 हो गए
हाँ चलो आ फील्ड है
get ready guys 9 o'clock the ball should be bowled batsman अमित आ जाओ यार आ जाओ शतर ते वीडियो पे
या मैदान के उधर मैदान तक
Without wasting too much time, because we're about to get into the first ball, let's just tell you that we are dealing with Afghan Vienna, or Vienna Afghan Cricket Club, playing against Pakistan Cricket Club this morning in the first game, and Vienna Afghan won the toss and have elected to bowl. So with me in the commentary box is far better cricketer than myself, Lakmal. Tell us about the clubs in question, and perhaps after the first ball we'll introduce them.
First of all, senior basketball, young talent, very, very deep bowler who has been all the years, we are about to see some.
That's a bit of history being made there. The first ECN ball being sent down here in Austria, and it's a dot ball, which of course is going to be a precious thing in this format. And there's the very first swing of the morning, and that sets down a good marker for fielding today with a direct hit, but it looks like they're safe. A lesson from that is be careful taking sharp singles to mid-on. I can confirm that Vienna Afghan have been working hard on their fielding. They had a good hour-and-a-half session to 2-hour session on Thursday evening, and really were giving it full beans, so they do take their fielding seriously. Another play in the mist there. And, well, there's not going to be a lot of leaves in this format. It's quite a new format to Austrian cricket, of course. We know T20 very well. This is an accelerated version of that, of course. It's going to make T20 seem like a test match, isn't it? But how do you think the Austrian scene is going to respond to having this format?
I think overall Australia's young talent, and we will see some firecrackers. Oh, what a shot.
These guys know how to clear the ropes, and that has gone miles over the boundary, which of course has been brought in from where it is usually for T20 games even, I'd say at the field's a couple of meters smaller on all sides, but that would have cleared probably another outfield. Beautiful shot, just helping it along its way there. Tell us about the batsman at the crease from Pakistan Cricket Club.
Zishan Arif, young talent, he can also select for the national team. Very good. Strike technique. I believe we are about to see some good cricket from Zishan.
We're about to see how the bowler's going to respond to being hoiked over backward square leg. Umpire not interested as the batsman attempts a similar shot. These are two of the, let's say, especially Pakistan CC, very established cricket club here on the Austrian scene. Pakistan have won the T20 championships on multiple occasions here, actually. Vienna Afghan, who, as we said, have won the toss and bowled and bring a lot of energy to their cricket, have also won the T20 league here, so they know how to give it a good tonk and play really short form white ball cricket. They were actually the champions of T20 in Austria in 2018. Definitely not as old a club as Pakistan CC, so they haven't had as many cracks at winning championships, but what do you know about their game?
They only been around for the last 3 to 4 years in Austria. They have established, also they have some very good cricketers, a couple of players who are playing for national team also.
So that's one over into the books. New bowler at the top of his mark.
دی خواو که لاس ته ورکوي شابه
Power play lasted for 3 overs, so we'll have the restriction of just 2 players out now for the next 2 overs. And we continue to see most of the runs being scored by shot, let's say, top edge and away for 4. They all count, of course, especially in this format. Have a swing, get your runs.
Yeah, see who it just flying for third round and just short format and then strike on top.
Absolutely. That's gone high up in the air. 2 players under it, but no major miscommunication, and there's the first wicket gone down. An Akhtar-esque celebration there, but an understated one, but the arms do go out, ready for takeoff.
That was a very good variation
But the calling was good enough, and in the end it was taken very comfortably. So, new batsman at the crease.
Number 9 just walked in. Still part of the national team setup. Been the captain of the team for about 7 to 8 years. Been successful. Over the years, also been very successful for Austria.
Here we come again off the very long run. It's a cleaner hit, but straight through the hands of mid-off. It would have been a a stretch, but he got fingers to it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good shot, but couldn't clear the field at mid-off.
Yeah, went straight through his hands. Definitely a takeable catch, but we all know what it's like to miss one of those.
Amir on strike. That's another good shot over mid-wicket for 6. Excellent shot from Amir 9.
Clean hit, never in doubt there. No man back there. And the score's ticking along as you would expect it to.
I think he would be hitting all day if you ball him there.
Okay, that is his strength,
That's
as
his
you
strength,
say.
definitely.
Just a little bit too short and too straight. Plenty of runs coming on that side, as we've seen, I think, in other tournaments around the continent. Definitely a favour for the leg side from most batsmen to help themselves to big scores in this.
I think they just purely based on the length that bowlers are bowling. I would rather get Amir to hit down the ground than going cross.
Let's see what the bowler will come up with this time. So we're into the third over and the last one of the mini power play. Nice and full, that one. Second big shot of the day. Second firm no of the day.
Very good length to bowl.
What do we know about this pitch at Seabarn? You've been playing here for a number of years. Tell it to us straight.
It's more batting friendly, to be honest. Is that the run running in? Yeah, it's any score. It's more batting friendly wicket at Seabarn. And compared to the other wickets in Austria, it's really good to score runs.
Speaking of the other wickets in Austria, probably a little bit of a chance for us to talk about the cricket scene here after this next ball, which may get called wide. Indeed it is. So we'll have to bowl that one again, just a little bit too far outside the off stump there. This Seabarn we mentioned is just outside of Vienna, and it is where the majority of cricket happens here in Austria. The ground's actually been around since 1995, and unlike some European grounds, it is a specific cricket ground. Nicely bowled there. And Seabarn actually belongs to Count Wilczek, who lives in a castle that is overlooking the field. So there's a bit of a fun story behind it. It's noble property, let's say, surrounded by farmlands. Actually used to be 2 grounds here, if we go back far enough in history, but down to 1 now. And something that Austrian cricket's very lucky to have. That's gone high up in the sky, but he might just get away with it. 1, 2, 3 bounces, third bounce right on the rope, and it's gone for 4 down to fine leg. So that's made up for the couple of dot balls.
It's a good start from Pakistan Cricket Club. 28 for 1 after 2.3 overs.
And but it is not the only place that cricket is played here in Austria. Obviously, this is the ground that's close to Vienna, where most of the clubs are, where most of the players are. So this is where the hive of activity over the weekends, every Saturday and Sunday in summer. Just outside of city limits, but very reachable. That's a clean hit. Don't think anybody's getting a hand on that. It's not only cleared the rope, but cleared the fence as well at Cow Corner. There was a man out there, but he wasn't in the game whatsoever.
It's another good shot from Zishan, clearing deep mid wicket comfortably.
Like everyone, as we were saying, he knows Seabarn very well. He plays most of his matches here, like everyone on the Austrian scene, but after this ball we'll tell you a little bit more about the other grounds. Oh, that was
an excellent catch.
An excellent, very, very low. Almost looked like he hit it along the ground, but it's been snaffled up at point.
Excellent catch, diving forward.
And he's on his way. I trudge back to the pavilion. You only need, of course, to if you have 11 players or 10 wickets to play with and 10 overs. On average, every batsman only needs to survive 6 balls, and you won't get bowled out. So, if you look at it that way, there's definitely license to take massive risk if you're only expected to survive 6 balls on average.
I mean, T10 cricket is all about taking risk. Almost every ball, trying to score maximum as a team to put pressure on the position batting second. So Pakistan CC, they have a really good start here.
And it's the start of a new over, of course, as well. And the man who was in was therefore on strike, but he's not in anymore.
Amir Ryan, that's the length I was talking about earlier. If you bowl him short, he will hit you all day long. And that's a really good comeback from Zain. And he got the result, what they wanted.
Wickets starting to drop as you will expect, and we also have to think about what is a good score here. Again, we only have T20 to go on so far, but what would you say will be a defendable score? I suppose we've seen even 100 can be defendable in T20, where you can bowl a team out here. It's possible to defend. T10, different story.
I think at 7 it's really hard to say what is a good score. It depends on your bowling attack where you have in your team, and if you have, it's another good shot, too long off. Yeah, coming back to your point, it's really hard to say a good score, but par score at Saban, I would say around 140, 150.
For T20.
For T20, yes.
3 figures, you'll definitely want 3 figures here in T10.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be a easy single in the end, because the field has spread somewhat. Grab every run you can. Of course, the outfield will play a role here. Some of the grounds I can imagine in Cyprus, for example. Not sure, haven't been there, but probably get a lot of hard baking from the sun. And here in Seabarn, it's not the fastest of outfields in the world, and the boundaries are not ridiculously small in any direction. Smaller than usual, as we said, but time will tell what's a good score here today. Right on the margin of being called wide, but not on that occasion. Well bowled.
I think he's bowling really well, Zain, with his slow balls. I have faced him. Sometimes it's really hard to pick his slow.
And already 2 wickets to his name today. Nicely played across that outfield, and was only ever going to be 1. Picked up by the man in the deep.
Again from Zain, really good length, almost Yorker length, and not giving any chances to the batsman to free their arms. So
yeah, just to fill you in on the field, which is out of picture, you've got well, everyone behind the bowler's arm, let's say, is deep on the rope. 3 men out there. 2 on the onside, 1 on the offside. As another over concludes. Just to take you back to the tour of Austria, so 90% of league matches do happen in Vienna, where most of the teams are based, and there's not really a home or away team as such for those games, but we do have teams based also in other parts of the country. We have a few in Salzburg, and they tend to play what we might call their home games all in one weekend against a certain team from Vienna, which will be done at Felden, which is absolutely beautiful ground in Carinthia, a good 4-hour drive away from Vienna, but it's an absolute highlight to go on the kind of mini tour to Felden every year and play against the teams from Salzburg. Actually a very good outfield there as well in Felden, and just makes a complete change from playing in Vienna.
I think from all the grounds in Austria, Felden is the best to play on. Such a good outfield, as you mentioned already, and also nice to be there for a weekend.
This one's gone high in the sky. The man at the mid-off is running in. Actually, the man at deep cover was running in. Didn't quite get there. So they will survive for the moment. But yeah, like Seebahn, Felden is also a purpose-built cricket field, so some countries are having to make do with soccer fields that are being turned into cricket grounds and are perhaps the wrong shape. It's one thing that we're very lucky with in Austria, that although not everything is exactly Lord's, we do have purpose-built cricket grounds. I think the man at square leg on the rope was briefly interested in that, but quickly realized it was just going to get over his head.
Good shot from Aslan. Over. Deep mid wicket for 6. He's another young talent. Austria looking forward to continue with for next couple of years.
Well run single there. Put pressure on the fielder. Slight misfield and no chance to worry the batsman about making it home. Speaking of fields that are for other purposes, then just to mention that there is also a ground in Graz, a couple of hours from Vienna, originally thought of, or primarily thought of, as a baseball field, but has recently been turned also into a cricket field with a pitch, and just add a bit of variety to the local scene, and also a base for a couple of the teams that are based down in the Steiermark region. Another single to the total. And the 50 is up for Pakistan CC in just under half of their innings. So they're on for a 3-figure total, at the very least, you would think.
Yeah, run 100, 110 would be a good score to give a fight. Like I said, it's a batting friendly wicket. There is no movements off the seam or off the wicket. So it'll be really good to see the chase on if you can get 100, 110 runs on the board.
Bowling change here.
Spinner is coming on.
Let's see if,
Right-handed spin.
see if slowing down the bowling is going to slow down the scoring rate at all. Suspect not. Nothing ever does in this 60-ball format. But a captain can always hope. As you know yourself. That's what you do, right?
Yeah, our team is with lots of spinners. So, I mean, it's a good bowling change taking pace off.
Just getting the field set. Breeze, a little breeze picking up here at Seabarn as well now. It will be at the bowler's back, and that goes for every bowler because we're bowling every over from the same end, but particularly worth noting for the spinners. Well, if he'd left that, it would have gone for wide, but why not smash it for 4?
Good shot from Aslan. Just help it's on his way.
Yeah, very nicely done. We've already seen plenty runs scored down in that area, both along the ground, through the air. And, I mean, the outfield is as good as we've seen it, let's say, at Seabarn in recent years. And although there's room for improvement, it is actually getting better all the time. So there's runs to be had along the floor as well, but as always, the quickest way to the rope is going to be through the air. Straight, strong and true. Beautiful hit.
Excellent shot from Aslan. Over long on. Straight bat.
Yeah, one of the cleanest we've seen so far today.
I think that's what he should do more often, rather than going cross.
Ball's on its way back from the surrounding farmland. Easy to find at the moment. There's been a harvesting going on recently, so no prowling around amongst the corn stalks, as does tend to happen a little earlier in the summer. He's getting his share of dot balls in here this over. Captain can't ask for much more.
Richard, I have a question for you. Do you think in T20 and T10 cricket, the singles are undervalued?
That's a very deep question. Let's get into that after this ball.
Slight misfield at short fine leg.
Yeah, despite all that practice we saw from Vienna Afghan during the week, it hasn't all gone perfectly in the field, but it is an outfield that can make you look silly occasionally. To be fair, the bounce is not always as you would expect.
That's a good shot long on.
It's a little closer to the fielder, but not really. It's again just gotten over him. There's a few that haven't cleared fielders by much today, especially down that part of the ground today. But so far the batsmen are getting away with it as far as clearing the ropes is concerned. As that ends the over. Talking about singles in this short format of the game, I think particularly it depends who's on strike, of course. I think the biggest value of singles, I mean, speaking as someone who doesn't clear the ropes very well, I know the massive importance of getting the guy who can clear the ropes onto strike. And if you can't do that, then you could effectively waste an over blocking out dot balls. So it's really about getting the right guy on strike. If both guys are really capable and to the same level, then they're probably going to just keep. I mean, you want to go for the big hits in this format, I would say. But I'm interested to hear your take on it now.
Yeah, coming back to your point, I think singles are playing a big role in. Doesn't matter which format you play. It's not.
Should be another single. We're talking about them.
Yeah, think especially in Austrian cricket, the singles are undervalued, and think plays a huge role once you hit a boundary, taking few singles and then waiting for the bad ball to put it away. So obviously that's the difference scoring.
That's going to be a rare 2. I was never going to get out to the boundary all the way along the ground, outside off stump.
Maybe you connect 2 balls and then playing 4 dot balls. That's the difference of scoring 12 or 16 of the over. So I think singles are still important.
Has he managed to pick out a fielder here? Nope, not at all. This one goes dead straight into the side screen. And 6 more to the total. So we go into the 70s. Of course, you can't always see the position of the fielders here on the broadcast, but it's definitely worth noting when we're sitting here looking at the field that you can have a single anytime you want one. Even if you don't get it off the square, as happened there. And you might even get... They're not going to try and run the overthrow, although it did almost go out to the boundary and was fielded by long off.
Good comeback from Rasmus.
Well, it's a very interesting talking point because, of course, the easiest thing in the world is to get a single when you've got half the fielding side is on the ropes. It's basically everyone in front of. And there we have our first LBW of the day. Given. Batsman not happy. What's new in the world? But the umpire's finger has gone up. And he is going to have to go. So everyone in front of square is on the ropes. So singles, and if you can do the Ben Stokes trick of hitting it just hard enough but not too hard, you might even get 2. But that's a really fine art, especially on our outfield, which isn't as consistent as let's say Headingley. Yeah, it's a very big decision to make. But I think that the general attitude is to try and what we've seen in the series around Europe has been to try and club everything as much as you can. Having said that, I've seen more singles today than some of the broadcasts that we've seen from other countries. But that's just a unscientific impression I'm getting. We'll have to see how the day unfolds on that front. But if I had to guess, I'd say at least 20% of the runs have been singles or not boundaries today, maybe 25%.
We haven't seen many singles so far.
The fielder's not going to make it in off the rope for that one. So there's another single. Now it'll be interesting to see if we can get some real stats on that and how that develops throughout the day. All a big experiment here as T10 cricket hits Austria for the very first time. Straight down the ground, that should be another 1. Never going to be anything else. As we get into the tail end of matters here, into the 8th over, and Pakistan well placed with 80 runs on the board.
Ten over from here will take them up to 110. I think it will be a very competitive score.
Absolutely, and with 6 wickets still in hand, that's a pretty good place to be in with only 18 balls to come.
With Pakistan Cricket Club, that they have a good bowling attack, so I'm looking forward to see a very good competition.
Have we got some national team bowlers in the Pakistan bowling attack?
Zishan Arif, the young leg spinner, as far as I'm concerned.
That's been misfielded down behind the keeper, and they've scampered through for the 1. Free hit coming up. Stand back and hold on to your hats, everybody. Not what you want from a free hit, but the batsman will stay, and the bowler will be very happy with the dot ball there.
I think so far we have seen some variation from the bowlers, which is really good to see, rather than just coming and banging hard on the pitch.
Just a single out there to long off. Just to fill you in a little bit on how these three teams are doing in the T20 league here in Austria that's currently ongoing. The 40 over league that we do normally have in Austria has been cancelled for this year because of the COVID situation, but we are happy that we've managed to salvage a T20 league for this season, which obviously started a bit later than planned. But the great news is that so far so good, and we are playing the fixtures, have been playing the fixtures as planned. And in the local league there's a Division 1 and Division 2. Both of these teams are Division 1 teams, T20 experts. That might just... no, doesn't find the gap between the fielders. Although the throw goes a little bit awry. Very awry, actually. The throw in there landed at the fielder's feet, and that gave the batsmen, who luckily were paying attention, a chance to get through for another second run. So with and I would say about roughly half of the league games having been completed in Division 1, which features 10 teams. Talking about the Austrian domestic T20 league now. The nearest form guide we've got for today. Should be just one more, barring a misfield. Indeed. Both of these teams have got off to a less than optimal start. Pakistan are in 5th place. Let's say haven't played 4 of their games. So
I think that's not wanted at this stage.
Technically the scoreboard is ticking, but it's not ticking at the ideal T10 sort of rate.
I think we need some boundaries now.
That's going to be marginal. No. That is going to clear the ropes quite comfortably. At second glance, 6 runs. Yeah. But as I was saying, Pakistan CC mid-table with 1 win from 4 games, and that is slightly better than Vienna Afghan, who have not won a game yet, but in their defence they've only played 2 games, so a little inconclusive at this stage, but that is the form. As the wickets take a tumble once again, that's 5 down now for Pakistan.
That's excellent bowling from Razmal. I think that's the best length to bowl in T20 or T10, because most of the batsmen are going after you, and that's the ball that he tried to bowl the one before as well. Fortunately, didn't get it right.
Yeah, and when you do get that length exactly right, then super hard to get away for much more than a single. Razmal, one of the star players at Vienna Afghan.
Yeah, definitely. Last year he was the national team captain with the national team when they toured. Good batsman, very good batsman, technically.
That's gone for 4.
Yeah, technically he's very strong. And I have seen him last few years. And he was with Austrian Cricket Club. And this year he has moved to Vienna Afghan. But excellent player.
6 down. It's the scoring rate's definitely not progressed in the last couple of overs since we were saying 3 to go. Easy to make the 3 figures. They will make 3 figures, you would think, with an over left, but they might not get that far past the mark. As wickets have been going, and we've been seeing a lot of singles instead of boundaries. Were you expecting Razmal to come in at the very top of the order for Vienna Afghan?
Yeah, I'm expecting him to open the batting for Vienna Afghan. I think he's the star batsman for them. I wouldn't be surprised if he scores runs in this league.
It's just been helped along. They're thinking about a second. That would have been really never know, they might have made it at this stage of the innings. Definitely time to take some big risks. Just 3 balls to go, I believe. That hasn't gone a long way, but most of the fielders are miles away and plenty of time for a single as the keeper has to run.
When I asked for singles, the value of singles, but I didn't mean at this stage to be scoring.
So, 2 balls left to go. And it'll be even more all-out attack than we've had for the 9.4 overs thus far. See if they can at least make it to the 110 mark.
I think 110 would be good. Good score.
Yeah, very interesting to see how the defense of that will go.
Vienna Afghan, they have some good hitters, good strikers of the ball.
Ooh, there's still 2 balls to go in the innings. We haven't seen a lot of wides today. That's obviously crucial for the bowling team. Hasn't been too bad on that front. That's not gone where he planned. It's juggled several times at short third man in the end, but the wicket is taken. And do we still have another ball to go in the innings?
Yeah, 1 to go. 1 to go.
Seemingly not, because the players are making their way off. That seems to be the final decision. Despite the wide. So there will be a short break now, so there's definitely time for you to go and make yourself a cup of tea or whatever it is you need to make yourself. And we will return with our broadcast from the outskirts of Vienna for the Vienna Afghan chase of 104. Until later. It's time to press the go button on the first match as we see what Vienna Afghan can do about chasing a target of 105 in their match against Pakistan CC. Reminder, this is Lakmal, Austrian national team player. Nearly ready to go here.
Rich, I'm really impressed with the Austrian young talent. Keep coming up, and we have more players over the years. We have, and most of them are like really dedicated to improve their cricket. And bowler who's about to bowl, Iftabar Shah.
Star bowler, right, for Pakistan CC?
PCC, definitely. It's he's go-to man for them.
And he's an example of this young talent, right?
Yes, definitely. And we are about to see his talent.
Oh, that's commentator's curse in action there. Well fielded by first slip. That will have to be bowled again, but you know, it can take a ball or two to find your line and length. I'm sure we'll all be back to normal now. Certainly closer to being there or thereabouts, and goes down as a dot ball.
Good pace there. And he's also
good pace,
taking it away from the left-hander. It's good to see.
Just a little bit straighter would be even better, I guess.
And touch fuller.
It's got the top edge on that, but nobody home. It's gone down to the boundary at backward square leg, fine leg. Touch fuller, we're still waiting for that. But he didn't use the top edge there, but at the moment, power play.
Cab on strike. Great strike from him. That's one of his strong area, going over square leg.
Well, it's game on as far as that shot's concerned right now, because it's quite the vacant area. That's the first ball that's hitting the stumps. It's gone dead straight, and fielder gets a hand on it, and it's not enough to prevent the 6 down at long off. A worthy try, but I think you only got one hand to that, and the umpire's arms have gone up straight. 6 runs.
There was definitely a chance for pieces to grab.
Well, that was well bowled. Nice and full hint of movement. Past the batsman. You've only got the one man out straight this time. At long off, I believe it is. In this early power play. The other man allowed on the boundary is down at third man.
That's really good length.
Yeah.
That's good to see from the youngster coming back after his first ball, and then trying to find his length.
Yeah, it's gotten better and better this over,
Yeah.
as we had hoped for his sake. After that start, it's been ever more impressive. It's another beauty, isn't it?
Moving away from the left-hander and asking the question. Excellent delivery there.
I mean, test match, you could bowl that all day long, and it even works in T10, at least in the first over. And now we will see Razmal on strike for Vienna Afghan CC.
Like I already mentioned, Richard, technically very strong play, and most of the shots being played mid-off, mid-on, that's
They're waiting for that catch if his strength should prove to be his weakness. Wasn't the classic shot down to the. And we'll see how that pans out, but we've got the lefty back on strike again. The field makes another shift. Busy on the offside. Can he bowl to his field? That'll do. First wicket goes down. Swipe across the line. Trying to take it into that, well, less busy leg side. Did the trick. Nice and full.
Across the line. And the ball came back in to the left-hander.
Pakistan CC celebrating. They've got into the wickets.
Amir Naeem, lots of experience from PCC captain. I can see some planning going on. Richard, I think the key gonna be the length that you are going to pull to these batsmen. They're quite strong on their own side. I think the fuller you will succeed more often than not.
That is what we've seen so far today.
And also some pace variation would be nice to see, like we've seen from Vienna Afghan.
Oh, playing a miss there.
That ball should have gone through covers, at least for a single, rather than going across the line. We have seen many players trying to go to the onside, Richard.
No, relatively few actually, and a lot of shots being played straight in the Afghan innings and again here. And there's a dot ball. There isn't what you would call major scoreboard pressure chasing 104. I mean, they should be on track with the run rate as it is, but it's a new experience for these guys, and managing the rate is obviously going to be a challenge. That's gone over the head of the man on the circle, and he's just managed to pull that in, I believe, and save the boundary out there at deep mid-wicket. Yeah, it was a good bit of fielding, actually.
Zishan, like you already mentioned, young talent that we have in Austria. So excellent fielder and pulls leg spin.
That was hooked from quite far outside off stump. If it had been a little straighter, he might have had less trouble clearing the ropes. So.
Excellent effort there, Richard.
Powerful drive through the offside. He's tried to take a single, sent back, makes it back.
Iftabar Shahid extra cover, excellent field in there. Good work. Save a run for the team.
And that's the end of the over.
Amir Naeem, proactive.
New over and new bowler.
Ishtiaq, he has been around for many years for PCC, and
the bowlers are getting older with every over.
Yeah, he has been, like I mentioned, he has been really long time with Pakistan Cricket Club, and was one of the key bowlers back in the days, and still around. Used to be quite sharp back in the days. It's experience.
And now it's all about subtlety and changes of pace, I should imagine.
Exactly. And
Good
you
start
can
there.
see from the word go, just came using all his experience, what he has gained over the years. Razmal lucky there. Should have gone a bit straight.
Wasn't far from off stump either. Got a good club on that. It's going to be fetched by the spectators over behind the fence at Cow Corner. And that showing us the potential of Razmal, as you mentioned.
Yeah, he's very, very good player, like I already mentioned. So we're about to see some good cricket from him. I hope he continues to play straighter rather than going across the line.
Speaking of players who've been around with Pakistan CC a long time, worth noting they're one of the older, more established clubs on the Austrian scene. Just did a quick count here, and they are 8 times the winners of the Open League Championship. That's the 40 over league, which unfortunately is not going to be played this year.
It's another flick over square leg for a boundary. Okay, the margin for error with Razmal is really, really minimum.
What's the best place to bowl to him then?
I think if I would play against him, I would bring on spinners. He's really good against seamers. He likes pace on the ball, but I would definitely bring some spinners early on before he gets settled.
Yeah, he's looking more and more settled against the seamers, like you say. That's another 4 disappeared. Just all timing, really.
Good time in there. That's not where he intended to go. He was rather looking long on Kalkon area.
But still made it work for him. So it'll be interesting to see in the next over if they do take your advice and bring the spinner on. But a couple more balls to go here still.
Was that required, Richard?
That swing.
14 runs already in the over.
Absolutely not. But of course, in
With
cricket it's very easy to be wise afterwards. But it was certainly a difficult one to play on the leg side. We'll have to say that. And that's a strong finish to the over. He's found the gap between the 2 boundary riders there at mid-wicket, and 4 more to Razmal's name. So he is proving to be the danger man. He's got half the runs for Vienna Afghan so far, and they're nicely placed, you'd have to say, after 3 overs. Now the field will spread, and we can expect, judging from the first innings, we can expect 5 to 6 guys now to be on the boundary. And how that's going to play out, we are. So no spin, not this time. As Naveed continues. And the singles begin to flow. Razmal back on strike. Will that remain the case as he
It was
faces
good
up to
from
Ricky?
Ahmed to bring Razmal back on strike.
Exactly what you want. there has been the odd hint of a possible mix-up brewing on the running side. We've seen one scamper back already, and there was nearly a situation there, but they did sort it out. Just something to keep an eye on, the running between the wickets at this stage. But the singles will be again in front of square, unless you manage to pick out the man at cover. You will have a very easy single anywhere in front of square. Now that definitely didn't go where he planned, but 4 more runs.
Runs are coming for Vienna Afghan. 39 for 1 after 3.2 overs, and Razmal continue to find the boundaries, which is keen T20 cricket, of course.
Ball is back in the bowler's hand. Batsman takes traditional guard on centre. Advances down the wicket. Picks up an easy single. No mix up there. 1 all day long. For those of you particularly interested in the next game, Vienna Cricket Club against Bangladesh Cricket Club, I can inform you that Bangladesh have won the toss, and as Vienna Afghan did this morning, elected to field first. It's the next game coming up after this one.
That's really good length from Naveed. Not allowing batsmen to get underneath.
Yep, no chance of that there. Nice and full, just outside off. Razmal now on 24 from 10 balls. So he's the guy you do not want to have on strike if you're the captain of PCC.
The key going to be the length, Richard.
He's able to get under that one, but maybe a little too much. So there's a man under it, and it's juggled 1, 2, 3 times, running in off the boundary at long on. He had to make some ground, but he got in position underneath it, and it was a proper circus act going on there. I don't mean that in a bad way, but there was some good juggling, and eventually the catch sticks.
Amir Raim at long on, taking a good catch. I think now we have a game on.
Yeah, but that's got rid of the danger man.
Danger man.
So all in the length there was a teasing length for the batsman to try and get under it and not quite managing it.
I think the fuller you bowl, you have more chance of either getting a dot ball in this level, because batsmen are not able to get underneath to dispatch it over the boundary fielders. So I think the length going to be the key to defend 104 in 10 overs.
Still sticking with pace here in the attack. Now that the danger man's back in the shed, so to speak.
Amanullah, the new batsman coming in for Vienna Afghan. Good cricketer. Haven't seen him bowl today. Normally he bowls off spin. But he can bat, as far as I'm concerned.
Over the ropes, that's a way to start. The yellow helmet is in business. Very colourful out there at the moment. A yellow helmet, purple helmet. And plenty of green on both sides. That one, quite easy for him to deal with. And as you say, he can bat.
Yes. We have played a few times against him, and he batted well against us.
That one has been called just a little bit too wide by the umpire.
But I'm quite happy with the length. It's really hard to get underneath.
And if they keep doing that, who knows? Maybe this chase could prove tougher than people might have expected. It looks comfortable for now, but that will make life even easier for the batting side. That's his second consecutive wide.
We haven't seen any spinners coming on yet. I'm a big fan of spinners.
You're lying in wait for that decision from Pakistan CC. Who would you be bowling from their spin ranks today?
I think I would go with Zishan, like spinner. That's the wrong lane to bowl. Excellent field in there.
Yeah. Oh, they're coming back for the second. They will make it. They will make it. It was well picked up on the boundary, but not as quickly up and thrown in as might have been ideal. There was a lot of work to just stop it going over the ropes, so there was time for the batsman to get back for that second run.
We haven't seen change in pace yet from PCC, Pakistan Cricket Club, and Vienna Afghan has done quite well in the first half and got few wickets with changing the pace. So I would like to see some point the bowler is thinking about the game, is aware about what's happening and what batsman is trying to do.
He's managed to chip that over the inner ring, and there is something of an inner ring on the offside now. You actually have two guys saving one in the covers. So he's managed to get that one away.
That was excellent shot from Amanullah. Getting underneath, sending it over covers for 4 more runs.
And we haven't seen a lot of runs scored through that region so far today.
Most of the runs came from behind the wicket and more on the own side. But I would like to see more shots being played over extra cover.
Well, apart from the occasional wide, Pakistan are bowling on that side of the wicket. A lot of balls sort of on that 5th, 6th, 7th stump line, let's say. So you would hope the batsmen are going to find a way to score on that side. Otherwise, they're going to be manufacturing something quite marvelous. We haven't seen too many guys doing crazy stuff, running at the bowler or moving their stance as the guy runs in. It's been quite conventional so far. Sure, it won't be long. Maybe a little shimmy here and there, but nothing dramatic as that one. They're gonna push for a second here, and they're gonna get back comfortably. So there are runs to be had in the offside, both on the boundary and even twos when you can get past those couple of fielders there. The interesting battle going on out there now. That brings us to the halfway point in the innings. Just waiting for a score to update here. Are you getting your wish?
Spinners.
See the slow bowler coming into position now. And what style can we expect here? Time will tell. 57 for 2 at the halfway mark. So they are more than halfway there, and 8 wickets in hand. You would expect it to be relatively simple from here. They're thinking about a second.
Good fielding.
Would have been tight, wouldn't it?
Excellent throw. Excellent throw. I mean, taking off, taking the pace of the ball. I think it's a key in this format.
And this time, the pace comes from the bat, and it's out the middle. Over long off.
Sikandar Hayat.
Six runs it is. Very high back lift, primed for smashing it. That's the bowler's going to have to do his own fielding here. Plenty of time for the single, and the score keeps ticking along, just about okay. We'll see if it was too late for the spinner.
I would have brought on power play straight away, just to break the rhythm from the batsman, expecting some pace on the ball.
He's advanced down the wicket there and managed to get it straight enough to get between the two fielders on the boundary. Long on and long off, and a couple of bounces, 4 runs.
That's a great shot, straight down the ground from Naveed.
And this one has got a good chance of going for 4 as well. It's a slog sweep of sorts, but nicely done along the ground, and again finds the gap between the two men on the boundary on the square leg side of the ground. Let's have a look at it again. Yeah, first half of its journey was in the air. Absolutely no danger unless the umpire had been in a position to catch it. Attractive 4. Not in the mood to hang around now. They want to get this chase completed. It's going very well. It's been a good over for Vienna Afghan.
(17 of the over). Big over for Vienna Afghan.
And
32 required in 24 balls.
24 balls. Our 6 times tables are going to be fantastic by the end of today. 4 overs, that's 6 times 4. 24 balls. I'm going to be able to reel them off in my sleep by tomorrow. It is a lot more helpful to think in balls, especially when you get to the second half of an innings. In this format, overs are almost meaningless, apart from the captain picking who's going to bowl them, in terms of calculating what's got to be done, run rate and so on.
It must be really hard for Amir to decide who to go, because everyone hasn't bowled really well as Amir wished. So one good over will bring them back on.
Well, that's just beaten everything and everyone, and it's going to also bring up the free hit, because that's been called. No ball on height, I'd imagine. Ali's lost control of that, and it just yorked the keeper. So not really the way to turn things around. We have seen PCC capable of bowling some good dot balls today, but they haven't quite strung enough together at the right times. And
they haven't done it consistently to build pressure on. And like I said, they have been bowling wrong length to the wrong batsman, so they have been off target.
Yeah, having got rid of the most dangerous batsman, they've just needed a tight over somewhere else, and they haven't been able to actually execute that. So it's now looking like it's going to be a straightforward run home for Vienna Afghan to register the first win of ECN Austria T10. Never say never, of course. But there have been more challenging chases with 4 overs to go. At the moment, things
I
do
think
look
Pakistan
very good.
Cricket Club need good 2 overs to bring them back to the game.
That's going to be another. Will it be hauled in by the fielder? It's just managed to creep over the rope.
Another excellent shot from Amanul over point for a boundary.
Manages to notch up 1 dot ball there. Going to need quite a few more of those to get back into the game. And what do you make of the field PCC have got set, especially behind the wicket at the moment with your captain's hat on?
I think it's the bowler is not bowling according to the field, and makes captain's life harder when you're bowling all over the place, and when a bowler is not bowling according to the field that you set. So I'm just hoping at some point Amir would speak to the youngsters and explain why he got that field on.
Very important. He might just a diving attempt at a catch out there, but no luck. Things just not going Pakistan CC's way at the moment. And Ali's denied a wicket there. We haven't seen a lot of catches sticking out in the deep today yet, and if they have stuck, it's only been with a juggle or two. But it is the first game of the day and the first game of the weekend. 9 more coming after this over the next 2 days. A reminder, Vienna CC will be playing against Bangladesh CC Austria in the next match. That's at 11 o'clock European time. Toss has already been done. Bangladesh will be sending Vienna Cricket Club into bat.
20 needed in 18 balls. Should be easy task for Vienna Afghan, I guess.
Yep. I cannot fault your maths there, and it's pretty much getting to run a bull territory, and with so many singles on offer at the moment, that's really not difficult. But I suspect they'll be looking to get there quicker than that, just by running singles. What do you make of the leg slip? What's the leg slip? If I don't know if that's the right word for it.
I think he meant to be short, fine leg rather than a leg slip.
Yeah.
It's a bit hard to tell from this angle where he really is or where he really meant to be.
Fielder wasn't keen to run in and dive forward for that one. We all know what that reluctance feels like.
I think it was a good decision for Amir not to go for the catch, rather saving boundary down there at this stage. So 1 good over from Pakistan CC.
Well, that's only going one place at the top edge off a quick bowler, a couple of bounces and 4 runs into the agriculture. And it's just a matter of ticking off the remaining runs, I should think, with 8 wickets still standing. But what shot is the short fine leg actually there for, or what is it purely a run saving position, would you see it as?
I think that position is purely based on the fielders they have outside the circle. That's an excellent delivery. Excellent delivery. I think PCC would have been much better off bowling that length more often rather than going short.
Vienna Afghan CC into the 90s now. Skip down the wicket and a bunt for a single.
Good try from Iftabar Shah on his own bowling.
Oh, it's gone.
It's coming on our way.
It's coming on our way. Just you might think we're sitting behind the bowler's arm here, but we're not. We're actually sitting at square leg. So that was not too far away from the commentary table here. And I think that's the most threatened we've been so far today, but I think there's more hailstorms to come where we're sitting.
It's a nice flick of the pad for a big six.
Yeah, and impressive the way these two batsmen have taken control of the chase, actually, since they lost their captain. Not quite such a big hit. One bounce and palmed away goalkeeper style by the man running around from
Zishan, excellent
back
fielder.
at square leg.
Excellent fielder.
Yep, as we saw there, got it in nice and quick. But it's all going to be too little too late, isn't it? Barring something amazing.
3 runs for the team.
Another bowling change here.
Ishtiaq coming back on. Experienced bowler.
The veteran. Can he come up with a miracle at this stage? He's come up with a full toss, and that's going to be a single, so just the 5 required now. 1 ball into the penultimate over. As the 100 gets applauded. Another chip, another easy single, but they're actually thinking 2. Thought about it briefly. Not a lot of reason to take a risk at this stage. And they settle for the 1.
And Afghan just 1 hit away.
And that could be the hit, or will it be caught? It is actually caught. That's the most solid, comfortable catch we've seen out in the deep today. Little consolation for Pakistan there. They've managed to send or get that 3rd wicket.
Good take from Sikandar.
Yeah, that one was never in doubt.
Nice clean catch. We don't see much often being caught cleanly.
Yeah, it's tough out there on the ropes, any level of cricket. He showed how it's done there. Really got the hands firmly around it and kept them there. The fact remains we're 1 hit away, and that is the 1 hit. It's a big one, well over the rope, well over the fence.
It's a huge 6 over, long one, Amanullah.
Which means it's time to shake hands, or bump fists, or do something appropriately socially distant, because the game is over, and Pakistan have unfortunately not managed to defend that total, so we've got a reference point at last. 104 is not an easy score to defend, and Vienna Afghan have won by 7 wickets. Next up we will have Vienna Cricket Club against Bangladesh Cricket Club Austria. That's coming up at 11 o'clock European time, so that's in about 25 minutes from now. We'll see you then.
Ground is looking too nice today. My God, I love it.
Very fast. It was very long. Just need some more water.
This is also good for the bowling if you go for a run up. You don't need too much power, you know.
Hello, mic test. catches.
गिर गया वो यार दे
ना ना
वो गिर गया
नहीं बनी नहीं मत
बोल भी नहीं दिया
अपनी वो
लोग लग गया करने के बाद भाई मेरी उसके ऊपर था ना गिर गया जब वो
यारो पैंट की लड़की तो नहीं है जाने तो मुझे 500 दीदी नहीं करता T20 का ना वो एक्चुअली था यार वो मिले भाई मेरे यहाँ पर लगती तो बहुत मुश्किल है यहाँ लग रही मैं वहीं ले गया गजनी यार बगन कमर पे खड़ा हो गया नाम आपका ही ना
good. And then, yeah, but still long for you.
Look where we got caught against this year. We got caught. I have to say this is further than this year last year.
Let's have some fun. Look at ticking it over, huh? Big D, you need to run those singles, huh? Hey guys, who's Snickers this year, man? Advertise. Guys, anyone Snickers? Wally, Snickers? Zijn? Advertising, let's do an terug in Heimatland, daar is de Snickers. Wally zit nog.
Hello everybody, welcome back. It's time for game number 2 from Seabarn Cricket Ground on the north-eastern outskirts, surrounding countryside of Vienna, the home of Austrian cricket, and game 2 today in the ECN Austria T10. It's Vienna Cricket Club taking on Bangladesh Cricket Club Austria, and Vienna Cricket Club lost the toss. They've been sent into bat, so it's the second time from 2 that we've seen that happening today. And they're going to open up with 2 national team players, Mark Simpson-Parker and the particularly big hitting Daniel Eckstein, who will be starting out at the non-strikers end.
Welcome back, everyone. Game 2. We're about to see some exciting cricket.
Vienna will start as favourites, just judging on current form in the T20 league that's been happening this year. Vienna's actually been in pretty good nick, winning 4 from 5 games so far and sitting second on the log. Bangladesh have won 1 from 5 games, so on that basis Vienna would be expected to start as favourites. Having said that, they are both Division 2 teams, so they're not amongst the top echelon of T20 on current form in the Austrian scene, but there's a good trajectory for Vienna at the moment, looking for promotion if the rest of the season goes well.
Yeah, coming back to VCCM, that's one of my favourite team. Well organised and well disciplined team on the field, also off the field. So I wouldn't be surprised if they compete against good team next year in Division 1. I have some young talent Mark Simpson Parker on strike. Nicely played to short fine leg.
Nicely run single there. Very understated shot to get things going, and that brings Daniel Eckstein on strike. He's more associated with clearing the ropes on a regular basis than Simpson Parker. They both have their strengths, both excellent international level batsmen.
Two different players in technique, also game wise.
Very strong on the leg side is Eckstein, as you can see there. They're scrambling for the second, and they make it back in time. One of the batsmen will prove to be a faster runner between the wickets than the other. I'll let you work out which is which.
What I like about Eckstein, if the ball is not there to hit, he's more than willing to take singles.
That wasn't there to hit, but they'll get the single as it's called wide. And Vienna have 3 from 2 legal deliveries so far, and a steady enough start. Eckstein has been known to club a lot of sixes over cow corner. If it gets into that slot, watch out. This one goes on the offside, and he's managed to pick out the fielder. He just got something of a leading edge to that, and it's looped up for a fairly easy catch to cover, and he's going to be on his way. Bad news for Vienna Cricket Club, as the Daniel Eckstein's returned, actually his first game this season, as a short-lived stay at the crease, and he hasn't been able to do the damage that I think Bangladesh might have been fearing.
See some movement in the air from Rahat. Nice in swinging, and we spoke about earlier as well about the length. The fuller you go, you have more chances of surviving rather than going short, and that was exactly what happened to Eckstein, going fuller and not bowling to his strength.
The batsmen have crossed, so Mark Simpson Parker, very very classical style and setup, takes strike. Yeah, he's quite strong straight down the ground. That will be his key scoring area. At the moment during the power play, mid-off is up. Mid-on is on the rope, and there is a fine leg also as the second man out. Gone down the leg side, missed the keeper. Umpire looks like he's shaping up to spread the wings. Yes, that's called wide. So that brings the number 3 batsman for today, Himanshu Jha, onto strike for Vienna. He can hit a big ball over the ropes, but there is a chance to get him early. And that's exactly what Bangladesh will be hoping. Interesting guard he's got there, actually. You cannot even see the stumps as the bowler. That's a good shot. That was always a good shot with taking your guard there. You are going to be in some trouble if it's going to hit you. And yeah, probably at least clipping. We're not going to have the benefit of a DRS replay, but at the very least,
that looks
getting a bit of leg stump.
Plumb for me. Richard.
Yep.
Caught on the crease and swinging in. And there was always chance of getting LBW there, covering all 3 stumps.
Yep. And just again, you didn't need to have express pace to pick up the wicket there, and that is something we do think of when we think of Bangladesh Cricket Club. They're not always the quickest bowlers. They're more sort of the wily. Some of them very medium pace or more spin than some other teams. We'll see how their bowling line up, how they use it today. But they're certainly not opening with anything express here. Another Austrian national team player now into bat. This is Abdullah, the left-hander. Very stylish cricketer. Got a lot of shots. Good fielder as well. Safe pair of hands. As
Nicely played.
exactly, this is a bit of a mix-up here as Simpson Parker was looking for the second, got caught halfway down the wicket, had to scamper home, but made it with no huge alarms, but he did have to get a hurry on. But that was very nicely timed down. He will find ways to score all the way around the wicket, Abdullah, and not necessarily try to club everything over the rope, which is always nice to see. Of course, he does have those big shots too, so he's definitely a danger man that Bangladesh will want to get rid of. But yeah, 7 for 2. It's not a great start for Vienna. That's the score after 1 over, and these are still potentially this is a threatening partnership. So if they can break this apart, then it's going to be some worries time, some really big worries time for Vienna Cricket Club.
Vienna Cricket Club need a good partnership from here, just to calm things down.
There's
an excellent shot through covers for 4.
Full toss put away, nicely timed. Didn't need to smash it too hard. And the man of few words, Abdullah. He's gonna let the ball and the bat do the talking. You may see him bowl later as well. Kind of cricketer who just gets on with it and usually does so very, very well.
I have played against Abdul, and also I faced him. Very, very consistent bowler. Varies his pace, and not.
There's the big shot now. Gets the arms working and just about clears the rope over it.
That's another excellent shot over extra cover, going for 6 from Abdullah. This is good striking after losing 2 wickets.
Yeah,
for VCC.
That was a good length for him to hit, and executed it just great.
And I'm still happy bowlers are trying to bowl fuller and going extra cover. It's a good shot. It's a good shot rather than bowling short and getting smashed all over the park.
And now 2 men lying in wait for the miscue there, if there should be one, but didn't even need to hit that. Wide ball called. Once again, we've seen the man come up from third man or fine leg in the first over to long on, long off in the power play. That was a feature earlier today as well in the first game that we saw that switch in boundary fielders. He's gone in their direction with that shot, but far enough to.
That is a huge shot from Abdullah for 6. What a strike.
Plenty to admire about that, and Simpson Parker probably happy to stand at the non-striker's end for the moment and watch that.
I would happily do that when someone's striking like that.
VCC not known in general as one of the big slogging teams in the Austrian cricket scene, actually more known for their 40 over prowess, for playing slightly more traditional cricket. But when Abdullah is available to play it, usually... Oh, that was an ugly misfield. That was not supposed to be anything more than a routine pickup and single.
You can see captain is getting frustrated for Bangladesh Cricket Club.
Yeah, especially with such a tight start, they want to turn the screws now, and giving away a soft boundary like that. Comes down the wicket, goes onside, and I think he has...
That's another boundary from Abdullah.
Yep, timed it well enough.
This turned out to be a big over for Vienna CC, and I'm sure if I was the captain, I would hope that Abdullah continues for another 4 or 5 overs.
Absolutely, like yeah. As I was saying, then they're not a team packed with sloggers, but Abdullah, when he's available and gets in, this can make a big difference to their outcome, and especially in T10, T20 formats. Very measured shot there, picks out the man saving one at mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over.
Good comeback from Sharif after going for 25 of the over, and Abdullah turning things around for Vienna CC.
Any change of bowling coming up here? You still want to see a spinner in the power play at some point today?
I'm a big believer in that.
I think you're going to have to wait a little longer. Mr. Lakmal, because we are sticking with pace here, and Simpson Parker's going to get his first real look at the bowling. He's only faced 2 balls so far from the first 2 overs. Plenty of action be going on down at the other end.
That's nicely played through covers.
It won't go for 4. That's probably would have on a carpet of an outfield, but not here. And back for the 2. As we said, as we saw from that shot, he's quite a traditional cricketer in many ways, and he's got those shots in his bag. But equally happy running down the wicket just a little bit and bunting it for a
Nicely
single.
punched to long on fielder.
Bad news for Bangladesh now is that Abdullah's back on strike.
Richard, what would you think? What would be a good score to defend for VCC, knowing that your current team and knowing your strength? What would be a good score to defend against Bangladesh Cricket Club?
That's another 4 for Abdullah. He keeps the momentum going. To answer your question, the NSCC have actually been quite good on defending. That's been the basis of 4 of their wins this year, or 3 of their 4 wins in the T20 league this year. So that's worked quite well for them, and they haven't actually been posting big totals. A lot of 120s, 130s in T20, and they've managed to defend them. So how that's going to translate into T10 is a very good question. I think they're going to want 120, and they should be confident defending 120.
That's nicely flicked.
Yeah.
To deep fine leg.
Turned around the corner there, and they get back for 2. It's not the best of throws.
Another 2 runs for Abdullah.
There's a bit of pace to work with here from Shamim, the bowler. So turning it around the corner is always an option.
It's nicely picked up from Abdullah. Another boundary over mid wicket.
Very similar to the shot we saw at the beginning of the over, but both batsmen coming at the bowlers now.
But this time he came down the track and picked it up over mid wicket for 4.
We're actually seeing more of that kind of fancy pre-ball footwork than we did in the first game this morning, where Vienna Afghan defeated Pakistan CC. That's the first time we've seen it genuinely out of control for Abdullah, but picks up the boundary nonetheless.
Richard, you must be quite happy the way VCC are going.
Well, full disclosure, yes, I am a player at Vienna Cricket Club, should anyone be interested, of no great repute. Happy to sit on the commentary sidelines here today and fill everyone in on my colleagues. Yeah, it's a good comeback. As I say, Abdullah is a dangerous batsman, and well, as long as these 2 stay there, then 120 is definitely makeable. And we do have some batting to come. So, yeah, Bangladesh can't take their foot off the gas. Absolutely not. So
49 for 2 after 3 overs.
Big shot, but no luck. So
Inside edge onto pad. Mark trying to flick it away.
Wanted the single there, but mid-wicket manages to scamper along quickly enough. to make that impossible.
But I like the way Mark thinking right now. Just try to get Abdul on strike and letting him face as many ball as he can.
Yep.
To get to a bigger target than probably they.
And that is ideal. That is ideal for his game at the moment because he totally knows how to work the strike and won't give his wicket away. So at the moment the game plan's working nicely. It's a good recovery for Vienna CC.
Slightly changing the field,
Yep.
getting the mid off, long off fielder rather. Getting another wide. Another run to the total. 50 up for Vienna Cricket Club after 3.3 overs.
That could be in danger again. Of course, we're still waiting for the first individual batsman 50 for today. Could it be that Abdullah will reach that mark?
He just two hits away, I would say. In this format is
Very possible.
That's good cricket overall.
Yeah, good battle going on here
yeah,
between
yeah.
even if there's the odd wide thrown in, the changes of pace as well and changes of length from Zayed Shahid. Very much the kind of Bangladesh bowler I was talking about, or I had in mind when I said it's not all express pace. But if you can wait for that ball. Did the fielder get a hand to that?
He got
a hand to that, but
flicks it over the boundary for 6. Abdullah, like I said, only 2 hits away.
Make that
he's on
one.
45 in 12 balls. Are we going to see one of the fastest 50 in Austria?
Well, he's going to have to hit at least one more scoring shot. And that's the over up. Just to give you a little bit of background, actually, also talking about what can Vienna defend. Just 2 weeks ago on this ground, these two teams played each other in the T20 league, and Vienna posted 126 for 8 in their 20 overs, and they did manage to defend that, winning by a good 17 runs, to be precise. Simpson Parker made 42 on that day, so that makes quite clear what the danger is of him hanging around for too long as far as Bangladesh are concerned. And Zayed Shahid, who bowled the last over, actually was the man to take 3 wickets on that day for Bangladesh, so no wonder we've seen him into the attack relatively early, because Vienna do have some memories of falling to him. So now it looks like we are going to have some spin. Well, that was a real teaser for the batsman. Kind of ball that can make you look silly, right?
It was nicely put it up there. It seems easy to hit, but it's never too easy to hit a slower bowler.
Yeah, patiently dealt with that was, as was this one now from Simpson Parker, who is of course the son of former England under-19 cricketer Andrew Simpson Parker, and who is a very well-known player in his time. You'll know better than I, because he's now retired, but I guess you would have played with or against him. Lakmal?
I think those are the players that I grew up with, watching, playing some excellent cricket over the years.
Been an overthrow here, and they're going to snatch another signal.
That's good running there.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, coming back, yeah, like I said, when I started cricket, it was really young, and I saw great players like Andrew, Simpson Parker, Benji, Marco. Obviously, those names have to be remembered from childhood, watching these guys performing and playing against them. And obviously coming back to Andrew, such a good batsman that Austria, I must say Austria was lucky to have him on the international level as well as domestic level. Such a good batsman. It was never easy to bowl to him, I have to say that. I hope you will be watching and listen to our commentary today. Hi there, Andrew.
If he's not, it's because he's playing golf. But some say that he's the best batsman that's been seen in Austrian cricket. I mean, the fact that he really achieved a very high level in England before he moved here is obviously proof of that. And certainly Mark, growing up within that kind of environment, has inherited from an early age some good batting habits and obviously some talent as well. He'll be on strike now, but Abdullah at the other end is just 2 away from his 50 now. As we've reached the halfway point in the innings, 65 for 2, so Vienna on track for 120 at the very least, unless a flurry of wickets should.
Really good recovery from Vienna Cricket Club after 2 quick wickets in the first over, coming back, and they have changed things around.
First really big shot we've seen from Simpson Parker, but it's all relative and more of a chip to the non-existent ring fielder, so perfectly safe. And it goes for a 1, but it was on the up. So has Iqbal Hossain got anything up his sleeve to prevent Abdullah going to the 50? There's a good chance of a boundary there, but it's well picked up by the fielder because that was coming fast on the bounce. So that'll keep the batsman, although there's a mini overthrow, it'll keep them just to the single there.
Excellent fielding at the boundary.
As ever, we've got long off, long on, cow corner, boundary fielders in front of square.
That's another extra for
a few
given total.
A few given away down leg side by Bangladesh so far on the wides front. Actually, just the four fielders on the. No, they have got 5 fielders on the ropes. Apologies.
Nicely played down the ground to long off for another single.
And that brings the man knocking on the door of the first 50 of the day onto strike.
And he gets there in style. Huge 6 over long on.
Not giving
Well
the fielders
played.
any chance there.
Well played. Well played. Well deserved 50.
So
for
worth remembering that as a reference. So he's the first 50 of the day, and he's reached it in, we would say, 18 balls.
18
balls.
18 balls.
Whether that may already be the fastest in Austrian cricket. I'm not sure what the record is in the local T20 league. Do not have that to hand, but it's got to be
I
up
haven't
there.
scored any quick 50s, Richard. It's nicely played.
Oh, they're going to have to
And
push. They are going to have to push for this one.
And really good running there. Really good running.
Yeah, that ball did come back reasonably quickly, but not quickly enough, and umpire is only going to come in and mend the stumps. While we've got a moment here, I've disclosed that I'm a Vienna Cricket Club member. Just tell me about your membership and activity here on the Austrian scene most other days when you're not sitting here commentating.
Mainly my focus is on the youngsters that we have. Try to...
Oh, they're going to have to push again, but not a good enough throw.
Yeah, I play for Austria Cricket Club Wien, and mainly our focus is on youth development, trying to develop the younger players, and most of the national team players are mainly from our club. That Siva obviously have to remember his good work that he used to do for Austrian cricket, and like I already said, we have lots of players who has come from our club, our background, and yeah, that's our main target: produce more cricketers for Austria. That's nicely played to long on.
That's Simpson Parker's bread and butter shot.
It's easily done. Yeah, our aim is to produce more youngsters and develop them, and try to bring in them to the national team setup.
But not involved in this tournament.
No, it's not our strength. To be honest, we are more like a longer format team who...
That's been fielded by one of his team, actually dropped by one of his teammates beyond the ropes. 6 more.
That's another good shot from Abdullah. At the moment he's unstoppable, Richard. He's connecting well.
Yeah, it's a really good mix of attack and defense. I mean, he doesn't try to smash everything, does he? He picks his ball and usually makes the right call. And these two rotating the strike nicely. Simpson Parker on 12 off 14. Certainly the junior partner, as it were. Thinking about trying to run it down past the keeper for a single there for the second time, but not quite got it away. And there's a bit, he might have, just over the fielder's head. Just over the, of course, if the boundary rope had been just those couple of yards back where it normally was, it would have fallen quite nicely for the fielder. But it's one of the things that encourages you to take a risk, is those shorter boundaries in this format. It always feels a bit wrong to call it T10, because T20 came from 2020, so the T comes from 20, but what's the T stand for in T10? Because it's not 10-10, or is it? This is a philosophical discussion I was having with myself. I'm not sure anyone knows.
I'm out of it.
It has a ring to it, that's the main thing, right? Sounds alright. Sounds good.
I would say 10-10.
Each to his own. Slight hold up here. They're after a new ball, or a new old ball.
Has it gone that far?
I'm surprised if that one was lost or not retrieved, but I haven't actually didn't track it into the car park. It's a bit slightly out of our line of sight here.
Did 94 for 2 after 6.5 overs.
I think it's safe to say we're going to see the biggest team score of the day today.
We're looking at around 140, 150 here.
One would hope so from a Vienna Cricket Club perspective. Simpson Parker looking to accelerate as well now, a little bit more aggression coming into his batting. And even when it doesn't work out, you've got Abdullah back on strike when you get the one. So, yeah, I mean 104, 107 from Vienna Afghan earlier today was the the benchmark so far, but I think that's gonna get hit for 6 in this game, as we're on 95 already.
Even 10 and over, we are looking around 124.
Yeah, with three left to go,
Three,
and they'll be
three
hoping
big
for, if these two stay there, they'll be hoping for more than 10 and over. Oh, it's almost exactly the same shot. That's the one that just went over the fielder's head. This time it did fall into his hands and then fell out of them. So Mark Simpson Parker has gotten a life there, because he really did pick out the man on the forward square leg, mid-wicket boundary, let's call it. But Rahat has let that one drop. So Bangladesh do fail to break this partnership.
So another chance. Going begging.
I think they'll get back
good running
for 2.
There's good running there from Vienna Cricket Club.
Yep, very aware running, very keen running, and of course, if they do break the partnership, I suspect it might be Quinton Norris, the captain and wicketkeeper of Vienna Cricket Club, who's waiting in the wings to come in next, and he can actually do more damage than either of these two if they bowl in his zone in any way, shape or form. So they don't necessarily have a lot to look forward to if they make a breakthrough at this stage, because there's no pressure in the wickets column for Vienna, even if they lose a couple now.
And you still have the captain in the shed.
Oh, this might be trouble, as
Just
that
another
catch
drop
has
catch.
gone to ground. Midon had to make a bit of ground there. He was still on the move as he got under it, but didn't ultimately really even get a hand to it. But Zayed Shahid's proving harder to get away in the second over.
I think it's variation now there. So
It's pace off
for
the
that.
ball, isn't it?
Exactly, and that's exactly what we talked about in the first game as well. Changing the pace and not letting the batsmen to get used to one pace.
Yeah.
And you got to get them thinking all the time, what's the bowler going to do now? What am I going to do? So, and I really like his changing his pace. Quicker, even shorter, and got the punishment for that. Once again, we see lots of short balls being bowled and being scored on the leg side.
Yeah, Abdullah deals with that one okay, and
100 up for Vienna Cricket Club.
see if they can make a stronger finish to this over. They haven't quite got as many as they would have liked. This is going to be just one more, and that's called as a bye. Should be the last ball of the over now. No, that is actually the over up. So actually a relatively good over, just the 4. That's the only boundary I think in that one. And Zayed Shahid was he's gone for 21 I think in his 2 overs, and that's 10 and over in this form. As economy rate, it's doing fairly well. If everyone goes for 10 and over, then the team's made 100.
It's a I mean, you can't tell what is a good run, but in this format I would say 10 and over is acceptable.
Yeah.
If you could go less than that, would be a brilliant over, because end of the day you have to get those runs what you're giving away.
Absolutely. And they'll get a leg bye.
I think last 2 overs has been really good for Bangladesh Cricket Club.
Yeah, another one of these
breaks on Vienna CC.
Yeah, one of these mini fight backs that you need in this form of the game.
I mean that's a difference where you probably be chasing 140 or 120. 2 good overs, you're pulling the game back. because it's really short format, and it's not always easy to score runs. So putting pressure on now. Abdullah obviously hasn't connected many in last 10 balls. He's on 73 somehow. That's an excellent catch at short mid wicket.
That came hard. The field is not up yet. I hope he's just celebrating in the lying position. He's held onto the catch, but he's staying on his back. I can imagine it would have stung one way or another. And he does seem to be in some trouble here.
I think that was hit hard, and that was an excellent catch at short mid wicket. Excellent performance from Abdullah. Gone for 73 of 27 balls, and as we expected, the captain comes in.
Yep, Quinton Norris, who's known for scoring a lot of runs in the quarter of the field between square leg and fine leg, let's say. If you can get one off the hip, it can go a long way.
He's already targeting that leg side, isn't he?
We'll see from his guard probably how he sets up for it. Field is up and running, that's good to see. There's a single into the offside, and of course the injured man is pressed into action, has to hobble. Is he actually limping? That's interesting. So he held onto the catch but somehow done something to his leg. Doesn't quite add up, does it? Anyway,
After something happened to his hands.
yeah, would have made more sense. I mean,
smashed from Abdullah.
must have just quite low to him. As we see another single, they're pushing. They might come. They might, no, they won't come for two. Norris back onto strike. Would you put your money on 130 from here? 9 balls to go, 20 runs.
130. Think bid.
Norris showing some of his offside prowess as well there, but it's only the one. Are we going to see Simpson Parker pull out the big shots? And that was definitely the ball to bowl if you don't want to get hooked away towards fine leg for 6.
I think Mark Simpson Parker has to go now. He has to go for big hits, put some pressure on Bangladesh Cricket Club.
It's
Another single.
Yeah, classic drive into the covers for the one. But they have indeed put the brakes on quite well so far. So they're keeping it within control. That's something they will be able to chase one way or another, unless the last over is a complete disaster. I believe we just have the 6 balls to come now. We are on television. We were, just for a moment. I feel like Michael Holding sitting here. How are you getting on now, sir? I'll stop with that. I wish I had a West Indian accent. You're just cooler before you say anything. But I'm stuck with South African.
Which is not bad.
Which is not bad. Quinton Norris at the non-strikers end, South African. Simpson Parker goes aerial, found the gap very nicely. I think he's going to get 4 for that.
Nicely picked up from Simpson Parker.
I think it might be only his second boundary, possibly third. There was mostly Abdullah doing the boundary hitting today in his innings of 73.
I think in a shorter format you only need one guy to go big and the other batsmen, they're playing around. Shot.
This could be another, yeah, shot. Nobody home there.
Another boundary for Mark Simpson Parker.
Yeah, boundaries starting to rain down from his bat, and without going aerial really, only partially, let's say. So racing them along the carpet with plenty of power.
It's not the length to bowl at this stage. I would be rather targeting that stumps, Yorker length, or even fuller.
That'll just be the one. Yeah, it might be fair to say Bangladesh haven't also taken off pace off the ball as much as they possibly could have with their bowling resources. It will just be fascinating to see how it plays out today, what kind of bowlers have the most success. Both,
And
well, mainly
my
on
money
economy
will be
terms.
on bowlers who are changing the pace
And bowling full.
and fuller. Yeah. And I think that's another thing being undervalued, Richard. Yorkers.
Well, that's going to
looks
be out.
plumb.
There's
That
no
looks
way you
plumb.
can't give that out. Norris trying to go leg side and on that occasion didn't have a prayer of getting away with that one. I think that's hitting middle, halfway up. But yeah, T10 will do that to batsmen.
Sometimes you have to take the risk. I mean, at this stage, 122 for 3 after 9.3. Quinton did not have many options rather than going for a big shot.
No, but I think Bangladesh would have settled for this score with 2 balls to go, given where we were 2 to 3 overs ago.
The way Abdullah was going, I was expecting around 140 mark.
And it's Vali Shenradi now into bat, and he's also very much a go big or go home kind of player. He will target the boundaries certainly with 2 balls to go. When it comes together for him, he can definitely score big and hit big. Right on
As you
cue.
expected.
6,
As you expected,
6
Richard.
over
Excellent.
square leg. He actually made 100 last year down in the ground at Graz that we saw, that we discussed earlier, in one of the league games. I don't think it was a T20.
Such a
I have to
tricky
correct
wicket
on that.
at Graz.
Yeah.
It's
Not
more like for bowlers than what we see at Seban here. For like mainly batsmen are dominating here, but Graz is really a tricky wicket to bat on. I had few matches there, and has been not easy to bat on.
Well, we'll talk about that a little bit more later on, because it's an interesting topic, even though, well, who knows, we might see some European cricket in Graz at some stage in the future, because there's a lot of interesting cricket stuff going on down there. But the action here is in Vienna at the moment, and we're just waiting for the final score to be confirmed from the Vienna Cricket Club. They've gotten 129 on the board, I would say, so target is 130 for Bangladesh, and they'll be back out to bat in a few minutes' time. We'll see you then for the reply. Welcome back to Sivan. Time for the fourth innings of the day as we get into the second half of the second match, and Bangladesh come out and have a look at a target of 130 set for them by Vienna Cricket Club. It's getting a little bit warmer here at Sivan. Weather looks good. Time to strap in for this chase. It's a significantly bigger one than we saw in the first game this morning, where we discovered that 104 is not an easy target to defend. 129 is definitely going to prove.
I think this time around 129, it's a big ask at this point to chase it down. But let's see how Bangladesh Cricket Club goes about their chase.
And as is protocol over at Vienna, Daniel Eckstein will open the bowling as well as the batting. His stay at the crease with the bat was a short-lived one. Let's see what he can come up with the ball. The right arm, medium pace. Bangladesh, of course, looking to get off to a flyer.
Generally, Ekstrand swings it in to right-handers.
Oh, that one really followed the batsman. He did well to get it away, actually.
It's nice pick up from the fielder at short third man. Nice technique. I'm always like to see like proper cricketing style.
It's refreshing, isn't it?
It's a swing and miss.
That one swung too much, didn't it? But he's charging in. Mr. Eckstein. That's well run in the end. As I mentioned earlier, 126 the score that Vienna defended or posted and defended in a 20 over game just 2 weeks ago here on this ground. So 10 overs, they've made 3 more runs.
So what's the secret behind it?
I think it's all fairly random, to be honest. I think if you can play that much risk, they're either going to come off or they're not. 20 overs, you still have to think a little bit about being bowled out. That's the thing. And Vienna have actually defended all kinds of fairly average totals this year by wicket pressure when defending. You have to really get a lot of wickets very quickly to build wicket pressure in this game. But of course, getting the key batsman out will do a lot for containing the scoring rate. Do you think it's even more important than ever in this format to really have specific plans to get rid of the guys who can do big damage as priority?
I think it's a short format, and you have less time to think about your game, but still you still have to do the basics right. And chasing a target like this, obviously now Bangladesh needs to find some boundaries to get there. And Ekstrand bowling really well at this point, bowling it fuller. Has been a bit shorter his first 2 deliveries, but he's trying to bowl that length.
That's gonna go. That's raced across the outfield. Not something we get to say at Sivan all that often, but he used all of the pace there. 4 runs.
I think for most players in Austria, they do not need the outfield because they are clearing the boundary very easily.
Yeah, it's a peaceful life up there in the air. It's the way to get from A to B without being bothered. Any bird will tell you that. And yeah, it does work in cricket as well. So yeah, the opening batting pair for Vienna Cricket Club will prove to be the opening bowling pair as well, as Simpson Parker will come in from the other end. His height does really play a role when he bowls. He does work up quite a good pace, and the bounce will be on the batsman's mind. Let's see if it does catch anybody out here. Interesting to see what line he adopts. Batted against him in training on Thursday, and well, I'll keep my mouth shut for now. But he was working on a few things, it appeared. Certainly worked on me anyway. Let's see how it works on the Bangladesh batsman.
Nicely played over extra cover.
Just a little bit early on it, wasn't he?
It didn't come on really to the batsman as he thought, but it's nicely played over extra cover for 4.
Yep. The main thing is that the boundaries keep on flowing when 13 and over are required.
Vienna Cricket Club 7'2" at this stage.
That's a very good point.
And looking at Abdullah's inning, Richard, he did not try to overhit the ball. He was waiting for his area, and then he just went through his shot.
Well, that's definitely in the area. Not going to be. I don't believe it's going to be a 6.
We are waiting for umpire to signal if
obviously a
it's,
close one. And it's ultimately signalled 4. He got hold of that very nicely. That's the arc you wanted in if you're a strong offside player in this format, isn't it? Good free swing at that one.
It's an ad shot from Bangladesh. Captain Sharif Khan.
Could prove to be another boundary, or the fielders tried to do some fancy footwork there. It hasn't worked out.
Could have stopped the boundary for the team. That's another excellent shot over extra cover, and it seems like Sharif quite strong in that area.
That was definitely fieldable, but it always helps to use the hands, and it's bonus runs for Bangladesh.
Flies over short, third man for another boundary.
Yep.
This is a good start for Bangladesh.
Quite a nice line from Simpson Parker, but perhaps a little too short. Let him even the edge, even if it's a bit edgy, you're probably going to get a 4 for it with the field you've got. Everybody up.
Like I mentioned earlier, it's about the length that you bowl in a shorter format, giving width and the bounce to free batsman's arm. It's not a good sign. It's not a good sign for any team.
It doesn't quite time that one, and they'll settle for the 1.
This is a good start for Bangladesh Cricket Club Austria.
It should take them to 25 after 2 overs, which is just about on target. The maths is really easy in this format. That's one thing I will say for T10. So 13 and over, okay, 13 after over 1, 26 after over 2. It might get harder later on, but for now, it's quite easy to know if they're on track or not. And 0 wickets down is, of course, ideal. X-Teen to continue from the only end that we're playing from, which is the end closer to Vienna, for those of you who aren't from these parts. And he's bowling towards the end that we jokingly call the Czech end, which is he's bowling towards the Czech Republic.
If anyone wondering why we are just bowling from one end, just due to the camera angles, just to be noted.
It is just another thing that makes the game a little more batsman friendly, doesn't it? Because the ends are not exactly created equal here at Seaburn, are they? Or on any cricket ground, really.
Stand.
Oh, that's gone up, but it's gonna be safe. He's got he's got plenty on that, enough on that.
Nicely picked up. Back off the length from X10 on Bangladesh Cricket Club. Opener Iqbal sent it over fine leg for 6. And also wind is also blowing towards us and helping the batsmen to
Helping the guys on the leg side. Was interesting to look at some of the stats from the first innings and the previous game, that it's a kind of 2-to-1 ratio, leg side to offside. In terms of where the runs are being scored, that seems to be the par at the moment. And with the wind blowing leg side direction, that's not going to change, I think, in this innings. Nothing more than a comforting breeze at the moment, but it could pick up. Seaburn is a place that can attract extreme weather.
Yes.
And some extreme cricket. That's another one to clear the fence over Cow Corner. Never in doubt.
That's a big shot over Cow Corner for 6 from Iqbal.
Iqbal's
And
freeing the arms now, catching
the
up
arms.
to his partner.
And Bangladesh Cricket Club, they are moving nicely towards their target. Still not 100 to get. Sorry, just below 100 from Yon.
Yeah, Vienna going to be itching for a breakthrough now. These two are both starting to get into a real rhythm.
That's coming towards us, Richard. That's another 6.
Well, I'm glad it just missed us, because I totally didn't see that in the sky. That is the danger of watching the screen to see the shot and then trying to pick the ball up from real life. You could get hit in the face, but these are the sacrifices we make for.
I'm keeping the eye. Don't worry.
Okay, you're going to catch it if
I will
it
catch
comes
it.
in
I'll
front of my...
get it. I'll try. I'll try to catch it.
And especially if it comes in front of my laptop, that would also be much appreciated. But that's a very expensive
myself.
over.
44 for Nolos after 2.5, Richard. It's a achievable target.
Is looking more and more like one, isn't it? Of course, a couple of quick wickets. I would say in this format more like 3 or 4 quick wickets than a couple can make the difference. But they're going to have to come soon, as we're now through the third over, through the power play, and Bangladesh well ahead of the curve, looking for revenge, as I said, for that defeat in the T20 Austrian League a couple of weeks ago.
Abdullah coming on. I think he should be able to put some brakes on Bangladesh batsmen.
Yeah, he'll be in a good mood after his 73, and he is a bit of a golden arm, to be honest. Things happen when he bowls. Watch out for the caught and bowled. Watch out for... He's going to take pace off the ball, so you're going to like him. I suspect he's not going to offer a lot of loose deliveries. The batsmen are going to have to make
He'll be
the
bowling
scoring.
wicket to wicket, as I've faced him a few times. He's not giving you that room that you're looking for, or the length even. He'll be bowling a bit fuller, not letting batsmen to go cross. Here we go, Abdul. That's a great shot. It's a great shot for 4.
That was nicely done, because he did bowl it full, and instead of playing it straight, he's managed to squirt it out past point where there's no fielder. And that is maximising your opportunities. But crucial over, I was going to say, crucial over this one for the game. If they can see off, let's say, the golden arm and change of pace, then they're going to be really well set.
Well bowled. Is that an edge? Oh.
I think there was a little bit of bat on that, and
Another 2 runs to Bangladesh total.
They are called byes, so the sound must have been something else.
50 up after 3.2 overs for Bangladesh Cricket Club.
The batsmen almost on exactly the same score now. Iqbal was a bit behind, but with a bit more strike, he's caught up to the score. There's going to be a shy here from Norris as he whips off the glove and has a go, but not a serious chance there. Probably ran out.
I think Abdullah's 2 overs going to be the crucial to this game.
Have to agree. Well-timed comment there, Mr. Lackey. And the batsman is crying into his pads, but he's going to have to go. And this is well, that's T10 for you. It's just not the ball to play that shot for, is it? Actually, he could have.
Straight bat.
With the score as it is, not necessary.
Exactly, they were going nicely up till now.
Yeah, very important to see off AB. I mean, using the see off in a kind of relative sort of T10 kind of way, but 1 wicket's not going to be enough, no matter really how good the batsmen to come asked.
Having played domestic T20 league, I think players should be able to know which bowler to target and which bowler not to target. Sometimes you have to, once you have 7 to 8 runs and is knock it off for singles, get up to 10 runs and try to target the other bowlers. It's another good Yorker in.
Not his best ball, but he got away with the dot there, thanks to the fielder in at short fine leg.
Would have been a wide.
And respect there, and Abdullah is an Austrian national team player, not just for his batting.
No, of course, he's, like I already said, his 2 overs going to be the crucial overs in this game. So he's still got another over to bowl. Abdullah. 1 over.
Bangladesh still on track, but they've pulled it back a little bit with that over.
And we expected that from Abdullah to put the brakes on.
And now there's a new batsman, so a lot is going to rest on how quickly he can get going. So Michael Henry, the Australian bowler in the Vienna lineup, also tends to bowl quite a disciplined line. Very much a first-class kind of line and length is you would call his stock ball. We'll see what he produces today. The Otterkring Express, as he likes to be known.
All right, let's see.
That has gone express to
X10.
X10.
Third man.
So far an inexpensive over. That's not going to clear any ropes, and he's picked out the safest pair of hands in the team by finding Abdullah running in off the long off fence.
Abdullah is unstoppable at the moment. Bad ball and on the field taking a good running catch.
And the scary thing is he still has an over to go and another handful of overs in which to take catches, but if we had to pick a man of the match so far, but
it
also
do not have many candidates for that.
If it's an all-round performance you're looking for. So 2 men back in the sheds for Bangladesh Cricket Club. next game up at 1 o'clock European time, Austrian Cricket Tigers against Pakistan CC. So second time we'll see Pakistan CC in action today, and the toss has already been done. As we do between games, the toss for the game after the next one is always done. So I can tell you that Pakistan CC have won the toss, and as the fashion today, elected to bowl. Eyes back on this game, and Michael Henry halfway through his over. Into the wickets now. It's a similar kind of shot, but this time straighter and further.
For 6.
Casual as you like.
Sharif, captain of Bangladesh Cricket Club Austria, sending it over long off for 6. It's another slash. Coming back for 2.
Yep, this over is starting to turn in Bangladesh's favour, but the last scene has not yet been played in it as we approach the halfway point in the innings. Oh, this could be tight. He didn't get his bat down in time, and that is a run out. They came back for the second, and
Richard, you're allowed to guess who the fielder was.
the man who also happens to have quite a good arm. Surprise, surprise. The man who scored 73, the man who got a wicket in the last over, has now effected a run out. Actually, that came from a little misfield, didn't it? That's why they went for the second.
Never run for a misfield.
The old adage rings true on this occasion. Now things are getting interesting. So we're at exactly the halfway point, and 3 are gone. And now Bangladesh are not halfway to the total they need. So things have turned in the last 2 overs with Abdullah and the Otterkring Express, Michael Henry, operating. So it's a question of captaincy now. Do you keep Abdullah for the end? It looks like that's what's happening.
No, I would have bowled Abdullah.
The move
to build some pressure on Bangladesh Cricket Club.
Yeah,
making them think that they need more runs in next few overs rather than keeping it for. Because one big over for Bangladesh could bring them back on the game.
Yeah, there's definitely an argument for that. However, Shiva, who's bowling now, is in good form and does keep the batsman quiet most of the time in T20, or relatively quiet. So could yet prove to be the right call. Having just had a run out there, they were keen for the second there, but perhaps now is not the moment.
Sharif back on strike, 35 of 17 balls. I think he's the key man to this chase.
Oh, just manages to get past Henry at mid-wicket there. It's just going to be a single.
It's a good arm there. Abdullah's quite busy today.
Yeah, very busy. But Siva, who's bowling now, worth noting, economy rate of 4.33 in the T20 league this year.
It's quite hard to put slow bowlers away sometimes if you're not being selective about your shots.
Oh, there's an easy catch for Daniel Eckstein. Didn't have to move. And as is so often the case, Shiva has struck.
That's
So
end of Sharif, gone for 36 of 19 balls.
yeah, the set batsman is gone, and the bowling change has worked. And considering what the captain's still got up his sleeve, the game is turning. How's that feel about it?
As you see, the game is fading away from Bangladesh Cricket Club at this point.
Well-
BCC coming back after a bad start with the ball.
Indeed, they've done exactly, well, the only thing they could do after conceding so many up front, which is strike with a number of wickets. And they've now got deep into the Bangladesh batting lineup. That comes just short of the fielder Suraj Mohammed. It's definitely another positive over for Vienna Cricket Club there. It'll be fascinating to see what Norris does with the bowling lineup now. Does Henry get a second? Doesn't look like it. He's standing hands on hips. And
We see a bowling change here.
Himanshu is into bowl. No, he was in to get his hat. Still waiting to see. This is Wali, is it not? It's Wali. It's Wali getting to the back of his mark. Another one of the quicker bowlers on the Vienna team, Wali Shenrari.
Is he opening bowler, or is he just
He has played in that role at times.
was holding him back for later overs?
In this case, yes. It has worked quite well so far this season with Simpson Parker opening the bowling. Wali's making a good start here. Yeah, he's no stranger to the new ball, but this season at least Vienna do have a number of options, especially today because a number of the players they have quite a strong team available. Daniel Eckstein is not often available to play, and even Abdullah is not often available to play. And when they're both in the team, it's a pleasure for the captain, I think. He's spoiled for choice for bowling. And Wali is finding his line and length pretty well.
In fact, he's keeping it outside the off stump.
At least, especially to a batsman who's not going to move his feet, as on that occasion. He can bowl there all day. But let's see how the batsman responds.
I'm still unhappy about the length.
Not full enough.
That's better.
Little bit straighter.
And bit fuller this time.
Yeah. Batsman making it interesting for the bowler, of course. A bit of a dance.
Are we about to see the first maiden of this competition? 4 dot balls in a row.
Big change of stance here. Closed it off big time, and ended up scoring on the offside.
That's a good shot over covers for boundary, but Bangladesh CC requires a lot more than that.
You almost felt like he was he was setting up for an onside shot, but if that's the case, he adapted very well there to the ball that came out of the bowler's hand. So it's
Another strong shot.
reasonable hit, but straight to the fielder. Direct hit. Umpire says out. Second run out of this innings.
That's excellent
Sharp
work
fielding
from-
has.
From the mid-off fielder, running in, picking it up and throwing it to the keeper's end. That little hesitation cost him the wicket.
And ball
And
watching.
Yeah.
And ball watching. Yeah, should have got his head down and run. He might have made it, but a variety of strategies from Vienna Cricket Club to get the run-outs done today. The misfield worked on the previous one, forced the second, which wasn't on, and now the direct hit. The wheels are coming off just a little bit for Bangladesh CC.
I think the dream start that Bangladesh CC had is fading away slowly.
They'll be kicking themselves a little bit.
That was an excellent start too, compared to the VC's innings when they started their innings. When, of course, good knock from Abdullah changed things around for Vienna Cricket Club.
Oh, would have been quite the catch from Himanshu Jha there, but not on this occasion.
Good effort there.
Can't fault the effort. See if we can.
He's catching up for the misfield he did earlier on at long off.
Yes, with the boots. Definitely catching up. That's not going to bring any more than a single, and they, of course, are going to need a flurry of big hits now if they're going to have any chance to get home. It's the 7 overs are now have been bowled, and we're into the 8th, and still 60 runs required
In 17 balls, 21.7 per over.
I don't see many teams getting that, especially with the lower order batting. There's a diving effort down there on the boundary from Simpson Parker, but unable to save that, so Bangladesh can put a tick in the box for the first ball of that over, and they probably need another one of those pretty much every ball at 21 and over required. Not asking much, is it?
Not at all.
That's a nice clean hit. I don't think
Clears curve corner easily by the batsman Rakib.
no, they're not going to die wondering, Bangladesh. Off 12 now, Rakib, with that big hit. Oh, Eckstein in action again, this time one-handed. Not quite the sitter he was presented with before, but it'll do the job. It's a 6th wicket for Vienna.
Similar catch to Cornwall yesterday, Richard.
There are echoes. There are echoes of what happened at first slip when Roston Chase was bowling yesterday in the Test match in Manchester. Go and check out the YouTube. But hope's getting ever slimmer now for Bangladesh Cricket Club. That being so, it might just be a good chance to ask you, go back to what you were saying about Graz and the pitch down there. Should that ever appear on our stream in the future, you were saying is a bit more
It's
bowler
a
friendly.
tricky wicket, yeah. It's uneven bounce there. I have played a few matches since last year, and as a batsman, you are never there. You are never settled. With just one good ball will be created on the pitch. You get some assistant for the bowlers, and if you hit that area, and it'll be really tricky to score runs on that wicket.
So actually lateral movement, do you mean? Like hitting the
Off
seam?
the pitch, yeah. Because of the even bounce that you get at Graz. We played a friendly match about 4 weeks ago, and we were chasing 120 odd in 30 overs. That made it look a bit difficult, even though we had Arman coming back from UK. Even he found it a bit tough to bat on.
But you got there in the end.
Yes. Another slice to the cover boundary.
Oh, is it? There's a sort of a stroll coming from the non-striker there, and the run a bit of a limp going. He might actually be the same. No.
I think it's the cover fielder who hurt himself.
That was my suspicion.
After
A
taking
little
the
difficult
catch.
to see from here.
That's a nice pickup.
And if you don't fancy running, that's the shot to play. Probably too little too late, but we'll keep an eye on it. Just
Never say never.
Yeah,
Cricket is a funny game, isn't it?
But
One big over, create all the pressure, put him back on Vienna CC.
absolutely,
But they need
yeah.
more of them.
Yeah, you need a lot. Quite a bunch of talented cricketers operating down in Graz at the moment. What's your take on that?
Yes. It's another nicely cut through. Short third man and point for 4.
Over going well for the moment for Bangladesh.
Yeah, coming back to your question, yes, there are young talent in Graz as well. I think overall, Austria, we have more players, and as you see, going back 10 years, we only had about 7 to 8 teams, but we had very competitive cricket, PCCA, loads, VCC, ACC, and all the clubs. But now there are more players in Austria. Wally running in, slow ball.
That's going to clear the ropes.
That's a huge hit over. Long one for another 6. Slower ball from Wally, nicely picked up from the batsman for a huge 6 over long one.
Now, of course, the Graz cricketers never had a home ground for a long time until quite recently. Or did they have one back in the day?
No, as far as I know, they did not have one. And most of the players used to play at Felden.
This time it will be maximum 2, probably just the 1. Yeah, they're pushing for 2. Yeah, and that's done a lot for cricket in the Steiermark region. They've been able to have more teams, practice better, and just good for cricket in Austria in general that it's not all in Vienna.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Austria is a nice country to travel around and play some cricket.
Abdullah in the game again.
I
Caught
mean,
long
why
off.
are we even talking about it? But it was there to be hit.
Well, it was a full toss, but that was a question of placement, and quite hard to get enough power on that shot when it's a full toss coming at you in that direction. And then you've got a guy like that, say pair of hands like that on the rope. Man
in action. No.
Big ask.
Okay.
So it's business time.
Interesting move from
Yeah,
Mr. Norris.
Henry will take the last over, so he's not going to use Abdullah, the man of the moment, who could have bowled a second, I believe. And the challenge is now 29 runs off 1 over. Vienna will be strong favourites. Beg your pardon?
Is captain trying to give everyone a chance?
Well, no. This is this will be definitely a move that he thinks is best, because
In the air.
this is a bowler that will deliver a consistent line and length, and that will pick up wickets when there's pressure, as we've just seen. Sir Philip Hartman,
The Otakering Express.
Otterkring Express strikes. Been a long day already. And the catch is fairly comfortable in the covers for the man moving across, who was moving across from point on that occasion. So now just 2 wickets left to play with, and if Vienna were strong favourites before, even S. Now you really want a bowler who isn't going to bowl no balls or wides when there's 29 to play with on the last over, and Vienna have been very good on that front, I have to say. On the no balls and wides situation, this bowling innings, not much to point fingers at. That's gonna suit Vienna just fine. If 4 balls left to go, they haven't actually managed to get even one of the 29 that they needed at the start of the over, so we are now getting into the realms of definitely needing no balls and wides to give Bangladesh any chance whatsoever. That is neither. So it looks like it is just going to be a case of letting the last 3 balls drip out unless something truly memorable takes place. Did he make that catch look easy or what?
It's too easy at the moment for Vienna Cricket Club, and Bangladesh falling apart.
Well, there's
last over, still 4 balls remaining, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, there's no, I think that's a little bit behind. I think we might be at least 3 or 2 left. There is a chance, therefore, that they won't bat out their overs. 1 wicket should be. Four runs, but at this stage of the game,
It's a little too late for Bangladesh.
it has
Club.
officially slipped away. Yeah, there we go. There's confirmation. It's 9 wickets down, as I thought. And we'll just complete the formalities of a Vienna Cricket Club victory here.
And that's the end of game 2.
And you'd have to say the most convincing performance we've seen of the 4 teams so far. Although Vienna Afghan didn't have much that they had to do chasing the PCC total earlier, so we don't really know their full potential with the bat. But new benchmarks have been set, and that was a comprehensive win for Vienna Cricket Club by a number of runs, which I can't work out in my head at the moment under intense mathematical pressure, but about 25 would be the margin of victory. So that's 2 games into the book today. Vienna Cricket Club 1 from 1, Vienna Afghan 1 from 1, and Pakistan Cricket Club will now be in action. This is the first time we've seen a second game for a team And they'll be in action after a short break when they take on Austrian Cricket Tigers, playing in their first game. So we'll see you just a little bit later. Bye for now.
Hello, my check. Zishan Arif Instagram. Instagram Zishan MMA. Facebook Zishan Arif. Please follow me on TikTok.
इमरान भाई, how is the Josh? फिर डुमल दो क्या ना? तुमने खेला है आखिरी?
मेरा बैट से खेला है।
बैट
मेरे पास बैट, तेरा बैट ना बोलो।
क्या बैट?
आगा दसी वो पिंक कलर वाला बैट। मां सर ने कहा आखिर की ताऊ क्या बैटिंग के पास
इसने इतवार ने बैट
नो रखी ना।
ना उस वाले का
माने सावाने। मेरे से तूने
मेरे बैट से मैंने खेला है।
कार में जाए बाहर में। mir vor Kamera vorbeigehen, Aki. Da lege ich. Das ist kein Radar, das ist Kamera. Das ist Radar. Das ist Mikrofon. Das ist Kamera. Das Mikrofon, da hört man alles. That's the camera, man. That's not a radar. Sie. Oha, vor einer Stunde sind sie. Ja, ist nicht verschickt.
بال بتاعته درسي کلار څه ور سره ځه دا خپل ځان ریلیکس درغې دي پورې سره بال دې پورې سره تیږي کوم بال دې سره او سره ته هغه زما دې
नया को क्या करना है, वो पुराना ले लो।
Nice to have you with us back at Seabarn. A slightly chillier Seabarn, a slightly clouded over Seabarn. We've moved ourselves under cover. There's a tiny hint of weather coming from somewhere, but absolutely dry out there. And for the moment, great for cricket. Little breeze going across the field, which will now see Austrian Cricket Tigers, known locally as ACT, taking on Pakistan CC. It's the first game of the day for Austrian Cricket Tigers and the second game of the day for Pakistan CC. These are both Division 1 teams in the Austrian T20 league, so we're back to the clash of the Division 1 giants of the game on the local scene. And Pakistan won the toss, and as they did this morning, electing to bowl first.
Imran straight away off the mark. Beautifully played. ACT, very strong team in the competition. Local T20 plus in this T10 format. They have two openers, both of them are national team players. Of course, Imran was the last ICC tournament captain. Done a great job with the youngsters, and excellent batsman, top of the order. And Shabazz on the other end. He's on strike, facing his first ball. Ex-under-19 Pakistani player.
Wow, that's some impressive credentials, and there's a cheeky single there. Quite a lot of traffic going on in the middle of the pitch at that point in time, but every run counts, and they snatched one.
Beautiful stance from Shabazz. Good ball there.
It's the good old left-right hand combination at the top of the order.
Definitely. Always giving something to think for the bowler. Good ball there. Excellent ball.
Ooh. Yes, and so will the batsman running down the crease at him. That'll be something to think about as well. Interesting setup.
Moved away from Imran. I think that's one of the area where most of the balls will be targeting. Just fourth stump, fifth stump, around that area to reach him out for the ball.
Caught at slip, was it not?
Caught at slip. Slip, good catch. And like I just mentioned, just outside the off stump, and done the trick for.
Naveed's been online, hasn't he, from the get-go, and
he's playing away from his body.
Mr. Candy does the rest in the pit, in the pits. Wrong sport. In the slips. So that's looks like he's done his back in taking that catch.
That's a big loss for ACT right in the first over, losing Imran for a single.
Yeah, for
1, and now it'll be really interesting how they gonna go about the game. Richard Lucas's grip, interesting.
Nicely timed, although straight to the fielder there. Hit the middle of the bat.
You don't see much of wrong-handed grip there from the batsman.
Yeah, well picked up. Let's have a look at this again. Extraordinary. You haven't seen this before?
I haven't.
On the local scene?
No, not the local league. But of course, people are playing like that with the tape ball.
Mm-hmm. Is that quite a common thing in tape ball cricket?
From what I heard, he's quite capable of clearing the boundary, even though he got a different grip. Still, he's able to hit big sixes.
And this is Balwinder Singh with the tricky grip.
Imran Naim about to is Amir's brother.
That was a disciplined first over. A positive start from the Pakistan CC side. Got the early breakthrough. Big wicket, Imran. Are we about to see... that shouldn't be a boundary. It should not be a boundary and isn't. 2 runs.
Well fielded at the end.
Well fielded in the end. Two men in the deep this time are at mid-wicket and long off. And he's got it through the various fielders behind the wicket there. And there'll be another comfy 2. A lot of 2s early on in this innings for ACT. The Austrian cricket Tigers, who currently sit second on the Division 1 table in the T20 league for the season. 3 from 5 wins. And Pakistan, as we mentioned earlier, 1 from their 4 so far this year.
Yes, ACT, very strong team in the competition. They have young talent in the middle order and experienced players like Imran Shabazz, who's on strike right now.
Yeah, while you're on the topic of Shabazz, second in the batting averages of the Division 1 league. Striking at 172. That's T20, reminder.
That's really impressive.
He's... oh, it's a second catch for slip. And
Shabazz walking back.
Won't be making 100 today. I was just about to say, he's got himself... He actually had 107 not out already in the league this season. Really impressive, even with another 10 overs to play with. But it's going to be a low score for him today. This is a dream start for Pakistan Cricket Club. They've got 2 wickets, and not just any 2 wickets, but they're the 2 biggest they could have. Talk us through.
Yes, wasn't quite there to play the shot. Yes, it's a short format. Still, you have to bat through your 10 overs when you know you're relying on your senior players to score runs top of the order. So, see, next man in, Akib Iqbal, one of the ACC ex-player, plus current national team player, nicely guided to show 3rd man for a single. Yeah, very exciting young talent.
Interesting, we're starting actually in the previous innings with Vienna bowling, and now here we are starting to see catches in, let's say, the slip region for the first time today.
It's a good captaincy, keeping, even though it's a short format, you're still attacking the batsman. So I think it's a good move from Amir, and it's paying off.
Yeah, really a batting error there that led to the edge, but you've got to have the fielder there to take it. So full marks to Amir. Oh, that's a
excellent shot over extra cover, and we have seen quite a few shots going over extra cover.
Yeah, it's definitely been a busy enough region. Of course, more runs coming on the offside generally today, by about a ratio of 2 to 1, let's say, so far. But again, do you think he wanted to play it that straight, or did it come on a little slower than he expected?
I think he picked the length up very quick and sent it over extra cover. It was a great shot. Now Akib coming back. He has been with the national team for last few years, and he's still in the phase of developing his cricket, finding the right rhythm.
Stylish little dab there, but does not bring a run.
To the fielder, Munirat, backward point. You can see a few changes in the Pakistani Cricket Club for this game. 2 players coming in.
Well, the man might... Oh, it's just fallen in no man's land, that one. The man off the rope couldn't get there in time. Ali out there on the square leg boundary.
I keep trying to go aerial, not quite timing as he would like to. It's good effort from the keeper. First stopping the ball and then trying to get a run out of it. It's good effort. And that's what we need to see, Richard. Standard of cricket. Not just about hitting sixes or boundaries. It's about also good field, putting pressure on batsmen.
And I think the standard, it feels like it has improved even in the 2 or 3 years that I've been playing here since coming from England. In fielding generally across the league, I think everyone's taking it more seriously, and it's gotten noticeably better from most clubs.
Yes, the fact for that is we're getting more youngsters to the game, and of course they are much fitter and they are willing to compete and try to get selected in the national team also. So I think it's a positive thing for Austrian cricket. Generally, when you look at that's another good shot from Akib, lifting over the infield for cover boundary.
Well, that'll just be the one, and it's really been spot-on stuff from Naveed. If you look at his figures, that's 1 for 9 in 2 overs. That's what you want from your bowler up front during the power play.
Even in the previous game, Naveed bowled well compared to some of the other guys who has been bowling short, wide, outside the off-stump or leg. So people will have to try to hit straighter this time, getting them forward to hit down the ground.
Do I see the captain fielding all the way out there on the boundary?
Yes, that's Amir, right.
Unusual
Long
position
on.
To be guiding things from.
Probably he's feeling safe down there, taking catches.
Oh, he might be in business. You've got spin in the 4th over. This is the man who's already taken 2 catches at slip. Looking to keep things tight.
I think Amir needs to show a bit more faith in his slow bowlers rather than just turning to all the medium paces. That's a good start. .21 for 2 after 3.1 overs. ACT is trying to find the rhythm here.
But the wicketkeeper's also doing his fair share of fielding changes.
I think he has a better view than captain at long on. That looks close. And given.
And there's the slow death. Well, Candy's having a day to himself. He might have a limp on, but he's got 2 catches and a wicket already.
Are we going to see another performance like Abdullah's here?
Well, he's already rivaling it, but he's going to have to get some runs. That quite high.
Bit too high, I would say. But
Wouldn't mind another look at that.
Yeah.
So the question is he gonna? I suppose will finish this over, but he looks uncomfortable. Ever since he took the first slip catch, actually, he's been doing the old stretching. Oh, this looks difficult even for a spinner. If he can barely walk. He's gonna have to bowl Cornwall style.
Just stand and bowl, kind of thing.
So Candy will be the nickname for Sikandar. Have I got that right?
If that it is, it's really interesting.
It's Candy on the shirt and it's Sikandar Hayat in the official scorebook. So you can see where the candy comes from. It's just making me think about sweets.
I think that's the reason he put it as a candy.
Oh, also a very nice place in Sri Lanka to play cricket, if you spell it with a K.
I wouldn't mind going there.
Ooh,
That's an excellent shot.
tell you what.
Slog sweep for 6 from Umer. Good strike. And ACT badly needed that boundary to
Yeah.
get things going.
Yeah, this innings has been a bit short on those, but that was a confidence boosting strike. Good old fashioned slog sweep blow out the park. There's a well run single. Just while we complete this over, there's a bit of previous we can go back to between these two teams as well in the Austrian T20 League. At the beginning of July, 3 weeks ago now, in the T20 League here, 119 all out in 19.1 overs is what the Tigers made, batting first. But they did defend that and won by 10 runs.
Munir Ahmed coming to bowl. I think he's an excellent T20 bowler. He doesn't give much room for batsmen to free their arms.
As we saw there.
Yeah, he's really, really accurate. And he's really hard to get away bowler. He was part of the national team. And there we go. Another wicket for PCC.
Struck right away, and this is going to be the first real test of the day of batting depth. I mean, there's a major collapse possible here if your tail doesn't bring it home. It'll be really interesting to see how this plays out. But you were calling for more of the slow bowlers to get a go, and that's what we're seeing from PCC in this game.
I think that was a good move from Amir. Probably he learned from his mistakes what happened in the first game, giving much pace on the ball, and bowlers are going for runs. So this time he's doing, and the bowlers are delivering too.
Absolutely, yeah. Very good bowling performance so far from everyone. They've all contributed, and he's getting a tricky little bit of turn across the right-hander.
Like coming back to the point I was talking about, Richard. That's another single for ACT total. Yeah, Munir was part of the national team set up in 2014-15, and he has contributed a lot with the ball, keeping things very tight.
And so far, just going for singles at most in this over.
And he's not a easy bowler to smash unless you have the right technique and coming down a little bit for him. There you go. Just another whip.
Oh, this is going to be a run out all day long, and really a lot from the pressure that the bowler was putting on, that they were trying to force that second. It's a wicket every over at the moment. We're in the 5th over, 5 down.
Austrian cricket Tigers are collapsing at this point. It wasn't necessary for taking risk after losing 4 overs in 4 wickets in 4 overs. So I think it was desperation, I would call it, at this point, trying to score some runs.
Yeah, Tigers are certainly not roaring at the moment. What do you know about their lower order batting depth? They got much to come.
They have few good hitters in the lower order. It's pressure what does it to you sometimes.
Yeah, and pressure on the new batsman there, as can't get one even away for the single. He's a bowler that makes you take risks, or kind of forces you to take a bit of even more risk than some.
Candy back on. 1 over.
Not completely incapacitated. He's going to limp his way through another one. So all spin attack at the moment. At the halfway point in the innings, 35 for 5. Not what you want if you're ACT.
I think if they can get up to 80, 90, that would be
unlikely. Unlikely. No,
good drive.
Very good effort out there on the mid-wicket boundary, but no luck.
Good try from Zishan. I think if ACT can get up to around 80 to 90 mark, I think that would be a
from here would be
fighting score for ACT because of their bowling attack.
Yeah, if Munir's going to be bowling out well at the other end, the plan will be going after Candy now. It's sort of critical in this over if they want to rescue this innings.
It's another easy single for ACT.
ACT is a cricket a club with a proud tradition here in the Austrian scene. They're still chasing their first win in the T20 league here. Looking down the list, I don't spot their names in the roll of honour, but they have won the Open League, the 40 over competition, a couple of times. Actually, 2017 is so quite recently they won the Open League Championship. That's been the highlight for the Tigers so far in their time. We need to continue.
Yes. I like his pace actually, his bowling. It's not letting anyone guess what he's going to be doing next. Just coming around arm, a bit slower, a bit quicker.
Well fielded again there. Good arm. Very good arm.
Position.
Not the fielder to take on.
Definitely not. I wouldn't.
And he might be in the game again, Zishan. He's under the catch. Well, we talked him up. And the inevitable happened.
Commentators, curse.
Yeah. Goes with the territory. Because he had plenty of time under that. He was in position. Can happen, even to good fielders.
He was a bit worried about the boundary there.
He actually had plenty of space. But it's hard to know sometimes when things are behind you.
Sometimes when you're fielding at the boundary, you need to calculate the wind as well.
Yeah.
So it was taking away from him. He ran too much.
Yeah, it can be a tricky corner of the ground, or any of the boundaries here. The wind, it's a very flat and exposed property, as I suppose many cricket grounds are, but particularly at Seabarn. One run there.
Another single for Akib.
Yeah, at Seabarn, when the wind blows, the wind blows. It can really have an effect, even when it's not feeling that strong.
Another miss hit.
A big hit for a trickle to mid on and a single. But as I was saying, when it rains, it can really rain, usually sideways. And when the sun shines, boy, can it get hot here. Hotter than you could almost imagine Europe could ever be. And that's extreme conditions, one way or another, are not uncommon in Seabarn, because it is quite an open area. It's not in a valley or anything. Austria is not all mountains and ski slopes. The area around Vienna is flatter than a lot of people realize, and Seabarn is an example of that. There's nothing more than low hills around here.
It can get really hot in Austria. I know we are very famous for skiing, but in summer it can be really boiling hot.
And the slow bowling continues. Now the captain.
It's interesting to see him pulling little off spinners. What effort.
Well, that's Stefan making up for that mistake earlier on.
Saving definitely 4 runs for the team.
I think he might even have saved 6 there.
He definitely saved a 6.
Good to see that again. That was high-class goalkeeping, and I'm not surprised to see him shaking his hand now. Oh, yeah, clear 6 saved. And he's back in business again. Always happens, doesn't it, when you're stinging?
I think that's why Amir set him that position, because most of the balls are going to go there the way batsmen are approaching.
Oh, stumping miss there. Little fumble. But nonetheless, Pakistan are keeping the reins on the scoring, no doubt about that. That was always going to go. I don't know if he's clearing the ropes here. And the fielders well in from the boundary, taking that catch. 6 down now. They're only just past the 50 mark.
We still have Akib at the crease, hoping that they could get to 80 to 90 mark to give a fight to Pakistan Cricket Club.
Yeah, you do get the feeling it could turn into still a really interesting game, even if it's not a big total.
Because both teams are equally good.
Yeah, there's something in this game. There's something in the air. That'll just be the one.
Another single for Akib. Pushing it down to long off.
And that completes the
Good
8th
over.
over.
And I like it.
It's funny how the end of the innings sneaks up on you in these 10 over games. And suddenly you look down and there's only 2 overs left to play. 12 balls left and 52 on the board.
We have seen some dramatic change in the second game for PCC. 2 new players coming in, and most of the balls being bowled by slow bowlers.
Yeah, Zeshan, that slow bowler number 4, and they try to take him. Yeah. Oh, this just got home in time. Yeah, it was a good stop on the boundary, and Zeshan deserves that because he's been stopping it from other people, as we just saw. Yeah, totally different approach.
Googly there to start off with. Zeshan Arif.
Pakistan quite blessed to have pace that they can call on, and also apparently quite a number of slow bowlers to call on, whatever the situation is that they need. But you've been captaining around this field and on this pitch for a long time, and you say slow bowlers are the way to go. It's proving correct so far.
Yes, definitely. I mean, we have 4 spinners in the team, so therefore analysing the batsman's strength
In your club,
in
Austria
my
Cricket,
club, Austria
yeah,
Cricket Club. Looking at batsmen, I think that's the way to go. They just love to.
That's clearing the ropes.
That's a good shot from Akib.
That's
really
gone.
good shot.
Yeah.
So most of the batsmen, they like pace on the ball. So as long as you're not giving what batsman is asking for, so you make them think twice. Especially in short format, you have to make the batsman think. That's a quick one.
That one
from
came a lot
Sharif.
quicker through.
That's a quick one from Zeshan.
Oh, it's going to be marginal.
That's a
Not
6.
even.
That's another 6 from Akib.
No, he's really putting the foot down now. They'll be into the 30s, I believe.
Richard, as I said, I called it already. If they can get up to 80 to 90 mark, it will be a very, very good match to watch, because both teams are equally good, and ACT, they have some good bowlers who can maintain. So the time will tell us about this.
And also, as you say, if slow bowlers are the way to go, and that's how you're doing it at your club, we must listen, because they are sitting on top of a Division 1 T20 table.
Thank you very much.
Although
Thank
not
you.
playing in this on this weekend.
Yes. Yes.
T20 is evidently is your game, but T10 is not your game. You're
think,
saying
T20 is not even our game, but we have been playing some good cricket.
top of the log.
We have been playing some good cricket.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. There's a heave and a hoe, a big swipe. None of that works out. Everything missed except the stumps.
And also this year we have strengthened our lineup with Arman coming in, and that's thanks to COVID-19. Bring him back. Obviously Arman, who learned cricket from ACC and got selected for national team in 2013.
Yeah.
And then to improve his game, he went to UK, played some quality cricket there, some county second 11 games. Also, he was part of the MC's Young Cricketers this year. Sadly, COVID-19 did not allow him to take part in that, and also he got so much overseas experience going to New Zealand, Australia, playing with some quality players, some current international players from Australia and New Zealand. So, to be honest, I'm quite happy to have him, and
You would be
quite blessed.
Well, I
this
mean,
year.
as you are on top of the table, he's on top of the batting averages,
Yes.
averaging 70.
70.
Will
Two
make
good innings.
difference to your fortunes for sure.
Definitely. He scored 2 half centuries.
I think this will clear the fielder as well. He gets a hand to it.
I keep turning things around here. Crucial runs.
Yeah, absolutely. Giving them a glimmer of a chance.
And coming back to Arman, yes, played 4 matches, 2 not outs, 2 half centuries, 141 runs in 4 games.
So he never fails to score runs then.
If he fails, he fails. If he does score, then it will be big.
Okay. That's going to be another boundary. No, it's fielded. They're going to come back for the second. I think they should make that comfortably enough.
Rich, I think we have a game on hand.
Yep. It's going to be a fascinating afternoon. So we're just about to reach the halfway point in the day. Another one down
Excellent
towards.
shot over.
Yeah,
Long off for 6.
it's raining 6s at the end here.
This is really good striking from Akib.
Look forward to summing up his statistics for you when you finish the onslaught in a ball or two's time. It was all. I think it will be 1 to go. It's another one. Well, I've lost count of all the 6s in the last over and a half. But this has turned the game at least into a
This really
fighting
competitive
chance.
score. Really competitive score with ACT bowling attack. I think they will be really, really good score
Yeah,
to defend.
in general, you would say it's a low score, but you're saying the ACT attack is that good that they can defend a low score.
Looking at the strength, yes, definitely this is a fighting score.
Yeah.
And that's 91 in 10 overs still.
Out.
Almost 10 and over, Richard.
Yeah, that's
Couple of
really could have been a lot worse, and
Yes.
they'll go into the next innings with some confidence that they'll go the spring in their steps, so to speak. Except perhaps, let's see.
Akib, what innings? 52.
Yeah, actually, he
26
second
balls.
50 of the day, and he's just that came from nowhere at the end. But we should get used to that, shouldn't we? It's amazing how much quickly runs stack up when you count in 6s. He showed how it's done there. That's definitely the biggest flurry of 6s we've seen so far today. And all Austrian cricket tigers have to do is make sure that Pakistan CC don't do the same in reply. And we'll bring that to you in another few minutes. Until then, cheerio. Hello, dear viewers of the cricket-loving world. We are back with you again, as things are cooking up nicely at Seabahn, just outside Vienna, in the ECN Austria T10, by which we mean that Pakistan Cricket Club have to go and chase the interesting little total of 92, or the interesting little target of 92. Lucky, you reckon it's by no means straightforward due to Aqib's batting and the bowling attack ACT have got?
Yes, I liked his approach. He came in, and obviously the point we mentioned in the first game, that singles are undervalued, and that's exactly what he did. First 10 balls, just try to knock it down for singles, and then when it was required, obviously when you play against good teams, what you need to do, taking your time, taking singles, watching what the bowlers are doing, and then go when it's in your area. And I really liked his approach, taking singles and then afterwards clearing the boundary easily. Like I said, he's part of the national team, and we are hoping to see some good cricket from him in the near future.
Yeah, just to sum up the statistics there, that was he got 52 off 26 balls, so exactly 2 runs a ball there, if my maths is good, and I think it is. Exactly 2 runs a ball. And while we're on maths, obviously just over 9 and over required by Pakistan CC. And here we go.
And Aqib with the ball.
Also an accurate start. Just be the one. It would be an impressive story if Cricket Tigers can manage to actually defend this total. But they do have Aqib as one of the most prolific bowlers actually in the league so far this year. He's in the top 10 in the economy. Is at 3.78 for the T20 league, and that's pretty good going. And he's also got
and he's bowling at good pace.
It's a lively pace, isn't it? It's one of the quicker bowlers we've seen today. Just drops the bat onto that and picks up a single.
See, from the fielding set, you can already see that ACT, they have knowledge about their opposition. Straight away taking long on and cover corner.
Exactly where the ball's going right now. Long on's in the game.
What a
not.
What a try.
Oh. Well, even if that had stuck in his hand, well, he did give it up voluntarily, I think, but he was going over the rope with it for sure.
And good effort there. Good effort.
Yeah. It would have been nice if he could at least have kept
Saved
it in
the
the field and saved the boundary, but you can't fault the effort. But as you're saying, they've got the fielders in the right places. The 2 men out. Cow corner and long on for this early power play.
He will be interested to see when Shabazz is going to come with his left arm spin. Excellent left arm spinner.
He's going to have to bowl that again, and there's going to be a couple more runs against his name. I thought they would have had time for 2 there, but taking it easy, the batsman, no risks. And they are chasing a low total after all, so run-outs definitely unnecessary at this stage.
Definitely. And they're off to a good start.
You mentioned Mohammad Shabazz be also bowling left arm slow, which proved a good bowling strategy when PCC were bowling. And as you say, yeah, he's going to definitely have a big influence on this bowling innings because he's in form, has already got 6 wickets this year in 3 games from the T20 league, and that's actually puts him 3rd on the list. And economy rate 4.8, I should say, in the Austrian T20 league for the Tigers. Let's see who's going to get the ball.
You still have Imran in the team who can bowl medium pace, wicket to wicket. Doesn't give much room to the batsmen to free their arms. So it'll be interesting to see when their strike bowlers are going to come on.
An interesting guard there, right in front of the stumps. Do not get hit on the pads.
Zishan going across the line. I think that's his strength. That's his strength, going, giving everything what he has. Yes.
Yep. Got enough on that. 4 runs. And Pakistan CC accelerating gently as we get into this second over, and that is all they need. It's not likely that Tigers are going to restrict them purely on run rate. There's going to have to be a lot of wicket strikes.
They need 1 or 2 quick wickets to break Pakistan.
Yeah, and then they will have to test Pakistan's batting depth. And when we say Pakistan, just to be clear, we don't mean the Pakistan national team.
Club.
Pakistan Cricket Club.
In Austria. That's in the air. That's in the air.
High in the air. Plenty of time. As long as... I think the
another
fielders
drop.
got in each other's way a little bit there. Perhaps the calling could have been better. We can't say for sure. We weren't that close, but...
Catches winning matches, Richard.
the boundary wasn't really an issue. Possibly having a teammate so close in front of you is an issue when you're trying to catch it. So how costly is that going to prove? Oh, I think that might go all the way. It's going to be just over the rope, yeah.
Just another 6 from Zishan, using the pace and guiding it to fine leg boundary.
Yeah, absolutely not the start that Austrian Cricket Tigers were looking for, and they're going to have to think about a quick change of bowling strategy perhaps to strike.
Just a wrong end.
That would possibly have been a wide,
Saqib
and
there.
instead he's gotten caught.
Safe hands, Saqib.
So you might call that an unnecessary wicket, because I think that was definitely flirting with the wide line, and hitting it aerial when it's that wide and full is also quite tricky to really get hold of.
I think when you're chasing down a target like 97, always seems not too many runs on the board, but still, once you have 1 or 2 boundaries, I'm gonna keep repeating myself. Take singles, guys. Take singles.
I hear you.
Take singles. You don't need to throw your wicket away just like that.
Not when it's going so well, that's for sure.
25 after 1.4 and throwing your wicket away.
Yeah, well ahead
Just
of the
building
required run
pressure
rate.
on your team.
That was nicely up there to be driven. They'll get a single for that, and no overthrows. Well backed up. And that concludes the over. So we're 2 in, and 26 already on the board. But they do have that breakthrough now, the ACT boys, so something to build on. Back to the express pace.
Keep running in. So very good length.
Yeah, running in like the wind, you have to say. It's, he's not got many years on him, has he?
He must be in his early 20s.
Absolutely, a lot of talent, judging from what we've seen so far today.
So another dot ball.
Yeah, will this be the over to really turn things around?
Two good couple of overs.
Yeah, struggling to get the score moving at the moment. They can almost afford a quiet over chasing this. They can, and they have to keep that in mind. It can be a question of patience, even in this very short form of the game.
Singles at this point.
Nope.
Still in the power play. 2 balls to go.
Just starting to warm up again in Seabarn. We had a little cold spell around the middle of the day, but seems like we might be safe with the weather to get all the games in this afternoon.
It's excellent work from Akib.
Yeah, nice tight stuff. Nice tight. Good over.
Good over.
Really good over.
Pulling things back slowly for ECT.
Almost all of it right up there lengthwise in that over.
Wanting to hit those deliveries, you need MS Dhoni to do some helicopter shots.
And he's just not around today. Yeah, so Akib's bowled 2 overs for 13 runs, hasn't got a wicket yet, but good economy. 6.5 and over, that's some going in the power play. It's just doing your job.
Shabazz coming on.
Right, so things are going to slow down, at least as far as the bowling is concerned. He didn't make much with the bat, so now's his chance to contribute. Just the 1 run there.
You can see pressure's building on batsmen. No boundaries been hit for last 7-8 balls.
Can you feel it?
And that's Akib there. It's
there
safe
you
hands.
go.
Safe hands.
It seems like the guys fielding down there are the ones who are making runs, who are taking catches, and who are
run outs.
bowling well, run outs. If you want to be in the game, field it long on.
Aslan coming in. He made an impact in the first game with few boundaries and taking Pakistan CC to 101.
And the first game they made 104.
104
for the last 8.
So Aslan, informed batsman for Pakistan CC.
Gone for the big hit, and I think he's pulled it off. Not miles over the rope, but enough, with the fielders both converging from either side. And if there was any pressure, I think that's, at least from a run rate perspective, definitely taken some of it off. One or two more hits like that 6 we just saw, and they will be halfway there to the 92 they require.
Good effort from Imran at the boundary, cow corner. Aslan on strike.
Not hanging around.
Some serious hit. For the first ball he faced,
First ball goes for 6.
and almost showing no respect to the bowler there.
Yep.
If you put it up, I'm gonna whack you over long on for 6.
Not making Shabaz's day any better. I think this will just be the 1. As there's the man out there at cow corner.
It's not the start that Shabazz wanted to have.
No, went for a few in that over, so perhaps it's not his day, but he could still have another over to come and turn things around.
42 for 2 after 4 overs. Imran Nasif coming onto ball.
Okay.
This will be a interesting over, Richard.
What do we expect from him?
I'm expecting him to go full length, wicket to wicket. And he's thinking cricketer too.
Okay. Not necessarily express pace then?
No.
Well, you've got to love a thinking cricketer, don't you?
It's always good to have cricketers who are thinking.
I admire them greatly. A wayward start, you'd have to say. That's going to be a bye and a wide.
Richard, I think for the rest of the day I'm not going to talk about the plays.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's your hat trick of commentator's curse. But I would say that wasn't massively embarrassing one, not like the previous 2. They'll scamper through for 1 there. Look, you're set up to fail with this commentator's curse things. No one remembers the time you say something good and there wasn't a disaster afterwards, right? They only remember the times when there was curse. So you're probably most of the time not cursing.
Shot. Excellent shot. Just a nice little flick over square leg for a 6 from Aslan. He's in prime form. Excellent cricket.
Just a reminder that those of you who would like to have a second screen experience and participate in things online can get involved on social media with some very simple usernames and handles, as they call them.
It's really wayward from.
Continues to be a little bit wild. At European Cricket is what you're looking for. At European Cricket, if you want to get involved in the conversation on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram, that's your username. Not sure whether you'll be watching us directly on the ECN website or not. The broadcast is going out on ecn.cricket, as you may very well know if that's where you're watching it, but it's also going out directly on YouTube, where the username is ECN-European Cricket Network. You can just Google that in YouTube and you'll get to it easily, and that's where you can actually join the live chat. and even send us a question or a comment. We're attempting to bring up the dialogue box for that at the moment and see what you guys are saying. As the halfway point in the innings has now been reached, I believe.
Adil just been bowled by Imran, and that was the length I was talking about earlier that Imran can use to a great effect.
So 54 for 3 on the 5-over mark. They are definitely halfway there in terms of runs, and if they play sensibly from here, it should still be alright for Pakistan. But a couple more wickets and they'll be jitters.
Quick wickets, just to see a interesting game. But I wouldn't be surprised if Amir Naim on strike, captain of Pakistan Cricket Club, very senior player in Austrian cricket, great striker of the ball.
Just taking a leg stump guard now. Arsalan practicing his big hits at the other end. Not sure he needs to. He seems to have them waxed.
That's nicely played.
Yeah, nice high elbow, attractive off drive there. They'll get the one. It should bring Arsalan back on strike.
Should I have a feeling Arsalan gonna give his wicket away?
The predictions are coming thick and fast now. Do you mean next ball or in the near future? He's batting miles out of his crease. Look, he's about 2 meters down the track. And he's got the attention of the fielder at square leg, but he doesn't quite manage to get there in time. Falls just short. And he gets down the other end, which probably wasn't very difficult considering it was already halfway down the wicket when he hit the ball.
It's a nice length to ball. Keep the batsman quiet, not letting them get underneath the ball. I think Aslam would like to finish the game quick as possible.
Yeah, I've had that impression from the moment he got out into the middle. Wild swing at that, but in the end, nothing really happens. It's a dot ball. Oh, that was a beauty, wasn't it?
Such a nice delivery. We haven't seen that all day long, Richard. Someone just lifting the ball up from good length area.
Yeah, very tough to deal with that. A batsman only looked up at the very last minute, actually.
And he quietly bowled a steady over for ACT.
Yeah, bowler knows he did a good job, especially that ball there, last ball there. Lift like that. Wow. Good to see. So 4 overs to go, 58 for 3 the score.
34 in 24 balls.
Should be very doable in this day and age, and you can make that 28 and 23 balls.
Good shot from Amir Ryan, going straight over long on fielder for a 6.
Getting into the act. That's going to make life a whole lot easier for this pair and any to come.
That's racing away for boundary. Thick inside edge from Namir.
And this could be the over that kills ACT's hopes, I think. I'm going to have to come up with something special here. Pace off the ball there. Nicely bowled.
We've got already 11 of 3 in this over.
Oh, it's a good example of how when you've had a couple of boundaries, you can respect the ball that comes along like that, particularly in this match situation. I think he might.
Just another pickup from Aslan. He's middling the ball nicely.
That was
today.
beautifully timed. He hardly even
Beautifully
hit that.
He just lifted up from outside off stump to leg. Beautifully played.
It just looks so easy, doesn't it? And yet we know it's not.
Imran being really expensive today.
Unusual for him.
Very unusual. 1 for 27 in 1.4 was.
His good balls are good. You have to say that.
The damage has already been done in this over.
But he's totally beaten the batsman there. I mean, he actually tried to play it really straight and properly.
I think that nipped back in.
Oh yeah, no, I think that was
Other
a
than him,
well
it's a
bowled,
straight ball.
well earned wicket. As you say, there's been too many loose deliveries in between those, but he has bowled some good ones. Just a reminder, we are on the YouTube chat. Not going to be typing any answers, but anything you write we could address verbally if it takes our interest.
Definitely, we are more than happy to do that.
So we're referring to the YouTube channel entitled ECN-European Cricket Network. Cricket Network, that should be. End of the over, and with 3 to go and 16 to get, we're not expecting too much drama.
Unless batsmen want to make it a bit complicated.
There was enough time to lose wickets still. That's really the only hope for ACT at this point. But it hasn't quite bubbled up into the cracker of a game that we'd hoped for with one of those low-scoring pieces of theatre. May come later in the day. They've all been 3 very different games, haven't they? With different kinds of totals. Still another 2 to come today. Vienna Afghan play their second game, and they'll be taking on Vienna Cricket Club, who will be playing their second game. And both of those already have a win to their account. So when that next game happens, someone unfortunately is going to have to learn what it feels like to be a loser on this Saturday afternoon. And remember, if it's really close, we're going to have the golden ball situation. If the scores do end tied, then it'll be down to the team currently batting to try and score 2. As the PCC batsmen are going to do here. But when it's a golden ball to decide the match, if the scores are level, the team currently batting second, will simply have to nominate any batsman that hasn't been dismissed to face one ball and score 2 runs. If they score 2 runs, they win the game. If they don't, they lose the game.
Oh.
Definitely.
By Amir. Good effort by the field at short, fine leg.
Yeah, all change in the world of cricket. The matches are getting shorter and shorter and shorter, and coming up with new things as the game is taken to a whole bunch of new audiences here across the European continent in the European Cricket Series. He's going to help himself to another 4 there.
Slash hard, as we just seen by Amir.
Yep.
Slashing it hard.
Not out the middle, but
Effective.
absolutely no fielder had to think about moving there, except to go and fetch the ball from the long grass. Yeah, I think the wind has definitely gone out of ACT's sails now. I think they know the game's gone.
And Amir finishing it off
With a 6. And the cheers on the boundary are getting louder and louder and louder as PCC's day is on the verge of officially turning around after losing their first game.
So do you think there will be any team unbeaten in this series till the final?
It'll be interesting to have a look at that. If we haven't seen all the teams yet, the last game today. Could there be a catch here? Could there be? No, it's going to drop short of the fielder. They'll just carry on accumulating. The last game today is Puck Riders CC against Cricketers CC, so that's 2 we have not seen today and at all. And there'll be more in action tomorrow, and there'll be other new teams tomorrow. So it's, I would say, to answer your question, a little early to say until we've seen everyone play. And remember that this is a second round of games. All the further fixtures will only be played in August. So everyone will get, I believe, roughly 5 games. I have to do a count on that. Yeah, I believe it'll be 4 games. It's definitely possible if you've got 4 games. It's within the realms of possibility, but everything's got to go right for you, hasn't it? Because you can have just one bad over in this format, and you've lost a game.
Just one bad over and things will change around.
Which is why captaincy is going to be really important. You've got to sense which of your players has got it in them for that day, or maybe even sense who isn't quite on song, and who knows, possibly even ignore them when they're shouting to go up the order or bowl. That can be part of the art of captaincy too. Solid hit there.
Summarise the game for Pakistan. CC beating ACT in their first game, and Pakistan coming back strongly and trying to stay alive in this series.
That has sealed the victory quite comfortably by 6 wickets there with a whopping, well, almost 2 full overs to go. So, as we've seen, even with a good attack, 91, difficult score to defend. Not impossible, but you'll have to get those early wickets, that is for sure. We're learning as we go along here. We're seeing what's worth making, and of course the most fascinating game of the day so far, considering it features 2 teams that did win their opening games, is coming up for you in a few minutes' time at 3 o'clock, about half an hour's time actually, because we've had a slightly early finish to this game, which is Vienna Afghan CC against Vienna CC, green against yellow. That's at 3 o'clock European time. So Lucky and I will be back with you at 3 o'clock European time to talk you through that one. Until then, so long.
इस बाना लगे थे ले
एक ਹੁੰਦੀ ਨਾ ਸ਼ਾਟ ਇੱਕ ਛੱਗਾ ਵੀ ਉਹਨੇ ਦੂਸਰਾ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਵੀ ਪੈਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੈਰ ਤੇ ਬਾਲ ਜਾਣਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇੰਜ ਕਰਦਾ ਵੇ ਪੈਰ ਜਾਣਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਟੱਪੀ शायद और हर बंदे ने उन्हें आके छिका मारे आप वही अगर 60 से मत ओ राग में दर्दी
हेलो 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 हेलो
वो छल्ला मेरा जी ही डोला
Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to have you back with us. Us being myself, Richard Asher, and my colleague Lakmal, one South African, one Sri Lankan, both residing in Austria and playing most weekends in the Austrian cricket scene, but commentating for this weekend on the ECN Austria T10. We're now into game 4 of the day. It has turned sunny. Our outdoor commentary box is now a place for hats and sunscreen, and there's nothing wrong with that as Vienna Afghan get ready to take on Vienna CC.
Yeah, we are ready for action once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Both unbeaten teams in the opening day. Eckstein is about to deliver the first ball for Vienna Cricket Club.
Absolutely, as was the case earlier on today, he'll be opening the bowling. Vienna Afghan did actually win the toss here and elected to bat first. First team to do so today. Interesting to note that 2 of the teams that elected to chase have won out of 3 so far in 3 very different games. It's going to be very interesting to see now 2 teams into their second game. Here we go. I think that might not go all the way down to the fence. Shiva's after it, and it's just a couple there to open the account for Vienna Afghan.
Yeah, good start from Kaba. Left-hand bat. Good strike off the ball. Eckstein, he's just getting into his rhythm. It must be really hard, Richard, playing one game and then you have a break, and then coming back on, find the rhythm again.
Wide is called. Yeah, having a break. I wouldn't know what that's really like as one of the commentators ploughing on through the whole day. Wouldn't mind one, but yeah, no, seriously, from a cricketing point of view, it's you've got to it's important to switch off, right, and then take your lessons and apply them. That's a good one that kind of followed the batsman in a way from outside leg stump from Eckstein there. Good lift.
Eckstein taking away from the left-hander.
Oh, Eckstein, I should say, as we are in Austria. I'm giving the old South African pronunciation, which is completely wrong in this part of the world. Here he is again. How much of that has the batsman got? Not a lot either. That's going to be just the one. So it's fielded there at deep mid-wicket.
I feel that Eckstein has to be a bit more straight to the left-hander to give the opportunity to nick off.
Straight to the left-hander, but still from over the wicket.
Yeah. Rasmo flicking it to long on area.
Yeah, I just managed to find a few gaps in this early part of the innings for Vienna Afghan. No major scares yet. No big shots yet either.
That's a good strike from Rasmo for long on.
There indeed is the first big shot.
Yes, and I think he's a bit too straight, Eckstein, bowling to Rasmo, because it's moving in the air. Should be a bit just outside the off stump, trying to target the stumps from there, rather than starting delivery straighter.
We're still waiting for a big innings from Rasmo after this morning. Didn't produce as many as he might have liked.
It's well bowled.
Yeah, it was nicely done. Targeted the stumps and brings the over to an end. Just to remind you what happened earlier, because it can be hard to keep track. That's why I write it all down. And it is the second game, as I mentioned, for both of these teams today. So earlier on, Vienna Cricket Club did get themselves a win by posting the highest score of the day so far, the 129, against Bangladesh Cricket Club Austrian. They defended that quite comfortably. And that was after Vienna Afghan in the very first game of the day chased down 107, which had been posted by 104, which had been posted by Pakistan CC. So the jury's out on their batting because they didn't actually have that difficult a target earlier on today. but nonetheless, both of these teams have a win. And worth noting that in the Austrian cricket hierarchy, Vienna Afghan is higher up. They're a first division team, and Vienna Cricket Club is a second division team. And on that basis, you would say, generally speaking, Afghan should be favourites, but it's not that simple.
Yes, I mean, they have a very competitive side with the bat and ball. So we're expecting to see some good score on the board. And VCC, on the other hand, doesn't look like a very strong team who would smash sixes. Yes, there are a couple of players who are really able to clear the boundary. But I like VCC because they're simply well disciplined and keeping it very simple with the bat and ball.
Indeed, it's true that VCC doesn't have boundary clearers all the way down the order like perhaps some teams do. But as we've seen, if one of those guys that can do it gets going, then watch out, because they do still have the highest score of the day, thanks to Abdullah's 73 off 28 this morning, which is a magnificent knock. He cleared the boundary plenty, but it's true they maybe don't have the depth in that department as some teams. That is a top edge. I'm not sure anyone's getting to it. It's fallen between Norris and Eckstein, and nobody quite wanted it or knew who was going for it, and unfortunately
I think it was a tough catch for the keeper, running back.
it was a tough catch for the keeper.
To take it.
One of those awkward ones. Just fell in an awkward place, but could have been taken one way or another. Simpson Parker will be looking to send someone back to the pavilion.
Heave to the leg side.
And it's a similar result really. The topish edge, this time far away from any fielders, and 4 runs to the total. Vienna Cricket Club, as we said earlier, they might be a Division 2 team, but are having a good season down there, and currently lie second on the table in the Austrian T20 league. So who knows? They might even be a Division 1 team next year. Time will tell when the rest of the league plays out between now and mid-September.
I'm looking forward to play against you, Richard.
Well, it does make you want to get out there, doesn't it? All this watching. But what an experience to talk about it as well. And take a step back. See how the best in the business are doing it. Because I think it's fair to say most of the teams have managed to get close to their strongest sides out for this occasion.
Just another swing and miss from Kaiba. I think I like the line that Mark Simpson Parker is bowling, just keeping it just outside the off stump, and Cav is trying to drag it to the own side. Good thinking from Mark.
It's keeping the scoring rate in check at the moment. Right on off stump, and it's gone miles in the sky. Is that juggled and taken, or
taken? Juggled
and taken. Not
good catch.
Yeah, not the first bit of theatrics we've seen today. And it was Himanshu who took the catch there.
It's never easy, isn't it? White ball, white sky.
How quickly the game of cricket can turn around. I think it was off Simpson Parker's bowling this morning when there was an inelegant moment down at the boundary, let's say, involving the same fielder, and a ball went for 4 that should have been 1. And he's made up for it now with taking that catch.
And also that direct hit that he made.
And the direct hit, so he's bounced back strongly in the field. With bells, whistles and juggles on. So Daniel Eckstein is back for a second over.
From your experience, knowing your team well, Richard, what would be a good score to chase in 10 overs for you?
BCC has done a lot more defending than chasing this season, I would say. Well, it's difficult to say. There's not a lot to go on. There's not a lot of stats to go on for that at the moment. Possibly the most disappointing match of the year was actually chasing a low total in Felden in the T20 game, chasing just not much more than 100, I think, actually, and falling short against one of the teams in from Salzburg. So if there is a question mark, it might be over chasing, but we're dealing with a small sample here, so I'll call that a maybe, and certainly VCC are capable of chasing 120 plus. There may be a question mark. We're going to have to see. More than 100.
I think anything below 100, VCC would be quite happy to chase it down.
Yeah, there's a lot of stability at the top, particularly with this lineup, and I think chasing a low total would be perhaps a little less jittery than it might be on some other days. Slight misfield there. It doesn't allow enough time for another run.
Surajat mid-on, the fieldsman.
Really starting to warm up here at Seban. Gone for the big shot there. He's going to get around the field. Himanshu is after it. And it's going to pull up short of the boundary anyway. They've got a couple.
Rosman trying to go downtown against Einstein. Not connecting well.
But it's added runs to the board and a fairly safe shot in the power play with the field as it is. 6, there you go.
And that's a flat 6 from Rosman. Well connected.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to get your body in the way of that one. fielding on the circle. Just trying to spot where the other fielder on the boundary is. Ah, yes, we have two on the onside, cow corner and square leg. Yeah, 2 boundary fielders. He's elected to go straight, and indeed there is no one home. That's going to be a couple of bounces, 4 runs. Starting to get into an ominous groove here.
Asmal raising to 20 off 6 balls. It's good striking there from Rasmo.
Do you think fatigue will play much of a part today? Both of these teams having batted and bowled. Of course, 10 overs is not very much. Could it play a part? Bowlers having had a run out earlier, can they deliver at this level exactly what they delivered before? After a break, I mean, you mentioned having a break, tightening up and all that. It's tricky having a lengthy break like they've had. And it will be the same for Afghan Vienna when they come out to bowl.
I think that's one of the reasons that they choose to bat. So like kind of get warmed up again and get themselves going, rather than just, probably not. Obviously when you bowl and then you have to wait around for another 2 hours to play your next game, obviously your body gets tired.
As the field spreads now and Abdullah comes into the attack, and pretty much everything he's touched has turned to gold today. And he starts off with a very useful dot ball.
That's really well bowled. This one much quicker than the previous one, trying to attack the stumps.
Yeah, we saw him bowl a very influential over mid-innings in the previous match when Bangladesh had actually got off to a very good start, and it really helped to turn the game. Wasn't single-handed, but played a big role in it.
And these 2 overs will be very crucial for VCC to keep Vienna Afghan steady, I would say.
Yeah,
So
that was a miscue from the bowler there.
he's not giving much pace.
Even the
on
full
the ball.
toss is a little bit tricky to get away, it seems.
Yeah, because they are
Yeah.
dipping on you.
He's
So
got
it's
he's
quite
the
hard to get away.
dramatic dip, hasn't he?
Yes.
And when you first see that ball come out of the hand, even watching on TV, you think, oh, full toss, and turns out not
It's
to be by
really
the
hard.
time it gets to the batsman. So sneaky bowler, and he gets through his overs quickly as well. Doesn't give you much time to think about it all. There's that dip again. Simpson Parker's after it, and
Well fielded there.
yeah, kept down to 1 run. Definitely easier to apply your lessons from earlier in the day as a batsman, because fatigue probably doesn't play so much of a role. And this is probably going to beat the fielder. And did it get over the rope? Not
That's
quite.
One
just
bounce
short.
for to deep mid-wicket region.
Whereas on the other hand, if you're a bowler and you've got lots of great ideas, but the legs don't want to do it, now it's getting hot. It's probably going to be a couple there. Just the one. That could be a little more of a challenge for anyone who's maybe not in optimal condition. But if they are in optimal condition, this really shouldn't be that testing a day, to be honest, should it? Looks like
Otakring Express coming up.
absolutely. Michael Henry, the Australian from Victoria, from Melbourne, got the ball in hand now. Naveed will be facing up to him. He's been the quieter of the two batsmen in this partnership.
This is a good time for VCs to get some dot balls in, build pressure.
Middle overs, as it
Middle
were.
overs.
46 for 1. Into the 5th over. That's gone straight up. Who wants it? Shiva looks to be under it. And, oh, there's a juggle this time. The juggle is unsuccessful. We've seen them eventually stick today, but that one did go to ground and has to go down as a drop. He did have time and space, but no wicket there. Henry again.
So the extra to the total from Henry. I'm quite happy. I mean, there has been beat offline, but you're making the batsman to drag it to the.
It was a good go at that, but didn't get a lot on it, didn't really time it. To the point where it didn't reach the fielders.
So from the previous ball, you can see he's making batsman to drag it from outside the off stump towards the leg side.
That is the modus operandi of Otterkring Express. They could also play it through the offside, but it depends on the batsman's modus operandi, I suppose. They're going to get a couple of bonus runs. Or here, just the one.
I'm sure we see they don't mind Vienna Afghan taking singles at this point. Almost halfway through the overs. 49 for 1. Rasmo on strike. This time he connects. Again, just falling just short of the fielder.
Yeah, he wasn't interested in a single there, but got one anyway. It's funny how often that happens. Crazy game of risk and reward, this cricket, isn't it?
Otakring Express.
Chugging in.
Another dot ball.
Yeah, victory for the bowler there. Been a useful over apart from the wide.
I mean, in this format, it's excellent over, I would call. Still 1 ball to go. Like we say, commentator, because
yeah, that's gone a long way out of the field. There's going to have to be a search for that one. It wasn't a bad ball, to be fair.
no, not
It
at
wasn't a
all.
bad ball.
We made him drag it from offside to the leg side.
Got away with it there, but there are some safe hands out there on the boundary, so always a risk involved.
Always. But this time he connected really well.
Of course, the closer
Over
you
deep
get,
mid-wicket.
the closer you get to the end. Now 57 for 1. They're halfway through the innings. That's the foundation that you want.
Hey guys, check out.
So Shiva into the attack for Vienna Cricket Club. Also was part of that extreme pressure on Bangladesh earlier on in the day, as Vienna tightened the screws. Has a habit of picking up a wicket in his first over. So let's see what he's going to come up with here. Taking it from outside off stump again. Very similar result to the last ball of the last over. It's another one to go and fetch. There's a few hands on hips out in the Vienna field. It's Seabon's showing its hot side now. We've probably seen all 4 seasons today, I would say. Showing its hot side now, and this is where you really have to, as a fielding side, make sure the heads don't drop. It hasn't exactly been a flurry of boundaries, but a couple can be enough in these conditions.
Yes, a couple of wickets will change the scenario.
Oh.
So another.
He's taking the batsman wider.
Yes.
And that was wide enough that it was really difficult to go over Cow. did stop the boundary.
Not providing any pace to the batsman.
No chance of a catch there. Some cries of catch it, but he's got clean hold of that one, and they're sticking with the strategy of dragging it from outside off. You can't say that Vienna have been bowling on their legs of late.
Probably a bit fuller would be good. Not to allow batsmen to get underneath.
To revert to the point we've made many times today.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Push it up there. Make them show us that cover drive.
Yeah, that's better.
That's a
Changing
good
the
reply.
pace too.
Yep. One thing you probably won't see from Vienna, and I'm sorry to disappoint you, is out and out spin today. I suspect with this lineup. It's an unlikely thing, which, as the sixes continue to fly into very much the same region of the park, could be a slight disadvantage. It's always nice to have the spinner, or 2 or 3 or 4, as we saw for Pakistan CC.
I think the batsman is targeting the comb box.
Yeah,
I've seen so many sixes flying over deep mid wicket today. So high up. And it's another 6. It's a huge 6.
Yeah, that was a less good ball, but the same result. It's hit the full toss a long way into a very familiar region, and the batsmen are both accumulating substantial scores here. Razmal into the 30s.
Of 12 balls. And Naveed, it's 37 of 15. Vienna Afghan 82 for 1 after 6.
And no batsman from Vienna Afghan got a 50 this morning. Didn't really need to. They were chasing quite a low total. So there's that up for grabs.
Amanullah played a very important innings in the first game, scoring 30-yard not out.
And here comes Johnny from Krems. Picked up by Abdullah. Interesting throwing style, but it's effective.
I haven't seen Wali on the field yet.
Possibly not playing in this game. I know there has been a substitution. Johnny, who's bowling now, didn't play in the previous game, so there is a full squad available. More than 11 players available today for Vienna Cricket Club. So
some good bowling from Johnny. The length that I have been talking about the whole day.
Yeah, he can be very effective when he gets the length right. And he will probably bowl quite straight.
It's a really good shot from Rasman. He hit 6 over. Long on, between long on and cow corner.
Takes Rasmal to 38. Vienna Cricket Club haven't found a way to stop this onslaught of basically the same shot to the same place for most of the afternoon. What would you be doing if you were captain?
I would have bowled my strike bowler, at least break this partnership. That's a
Daniel Eckstein under that, not quite under that. It reaches him on the bounce.
We haven't seen Abdullah bowling 2 overs in a row.
That's 1 point. He's got one up his sleeve. And the question is, when do you use it? There's a rare dot ball. Vienna Afghan, if they carry on like they're doing, they really should do better than the 129 highest score that we've seen so far today. Should.
From this position, I think they should get to 140 plus.
And that is going to be a tough chase.
Yeah, it is. With their batting lineup, they're likely to get there.
Right, there is something we haven't seen for a long, long time. There's a shot gone to the offside and to the boundary.
Excellent shot from Naveed.
Mate,
Through extra cover.
really makes a nice change.
It's good to see.
Well, I'm getting a bit stiff in the neck looking over there towards cow corner. End of the over.
95 for 1 after 7.
And you wanted Abdullah back into the attack. Here we go.
Here we go.
This
Need
is
to break the rhythm.
the last chance to probably put the brakes on a substantial score. Probably be this over now.
And if there is someone to break this partnership, I believe it's have to be Abdullah with his variations.
Fascinating to see how he can outfox the batsman. Or if he can outfox the batsman. Both of them in their 40s.
It's another boundary.
No, even he's succumbed to being spanked around the park this second over. Let's see if he's got an answer. And when I say both batsmen are in their 40s, I don't mean they're of a certain age. I only mean their runs scored. And they're going to be racing their way to the half-century mark now.
Good to see Rasman playing a few shots through offside too.
Yeah, he's 1 strike away now from 50. He's on 44. That won't be the boundary. Possibly an unnecessary single there, as it just eludes the man at saving 1 at mid-wicket.
Good work from Ali at deep mid-wicket.
So we've had a 4, we've had a single. How does the rest of this over play out?
Full toss. It is straight to the fielder.
It has been quite a mixed bag this over. Was there any danger of a caught and bowled there? Difficult to see from side on. We'll never know.
It's really well bowled.
Oh, and a misfield. A misfield from a ball that was barely moving, I would say. And that's another run to the total.
100 up for Afghan after 7.3.
Now that's gone high and handsome. Yet another 6.
And that's 50 up for Rosmal in quick time. Well played.
Very good knock. Hasn't really given much of a chance. As we said, he was due after, well, not getting much this morning. Couple of valuable dot balls, but the leakage continues.
It's unbelievable, the ability to hit boundaries. So far we have seen some great hitting from almost every team, and that's why like T10, T20 make it much more interesting to the viewers.
Yeah, if you don't get bored of watching sixes to cow corner all day, call me an old stick in the mud, but a bit of variety is also nice.
I do get bored.
Moving swiftly on. But actually, bringing the ropes in hasn't made any difference. I mean, 9 times out of 10, those sixes have cleared.
Well cleared.
Cleared the normal ropes by plenty.
Down to deep cover.
The Arctic Ring Express back into the attack for a second over. Oh, you could just hear that came out the middle.
Huge 6.
The sound of that ball off that bat, well, you had to be there.
And he's keeping his shape while he's hitting. That's a key. Hitting the long ball, Richard.
Yeah.
Not losing his shape, and he's steady while he's hitting it. That's another chance. Gone begging.
Is another chance gone begging, and a fumble after it's gone to ground as well, and that allows for an easy 2. It's you get the feeling it's not Vienna Cricket Club's day in the field. They're gonna have to have quite the day with the bat. It's 116 for 118 for 8.3 overs, so still 9 balls to go. That will help.
It's a good dot ball at this time.
And one supposes that the captain Norris will have Simpson Parker in mind for the last over. Or will there be another option? It's gone for the wide. Daniel left.
I think Mark will be the go-to man for the last over. Try to give minimum runs to stay alive in this game.
Asmal's got hold of another one. Guess where it's gone?
It's
A little bit
side
straighter.
screen
Yeah,
this time.
definitely a little bit straighter than the average one, but 6 more. And he's just standing there saying, "Come on, bowl me another." That'll just be the one.
Osmal moved to 68 of 25 balls.
And he'll keep the strike with that for the last over, I believe. 15 or 16 required from the last over, 14 required from the last over if they want to reach 140. Very doable with the man they're gonna.
The way they're going, I think it's very doable. Even have a chance of getting almost close to 150.
It will be Simpson Parker to take the last over. And the set man, Razmal, to take it. He's on 68 now. So he is threatening Abdullah's top score of the day, 73. He should back himself to get past that from here, the way he's been
Just
striking
one
it.
hit away.
And of course Naveed at the other end might fancy getting on strike, because if he can hit himself a 6 or a couple of 4s, then he'll notch up a 50. But it's been a great knock from both of them.
And it's over 100 partnership with these two. And Naveed has equally contributed to the partnership as Razmal.
And again, Abdullah has to watch that sail over his head. Just having a look at the replay on this one.
Look at he's keeping that shape. On this replay you can see he's just falling towards the offside
That
a little bit.
Yeah.
But obviously you're generating much pace on it. So, but overall his hitting has been really composed.
And that was quite a full delivery.
delivery.
You wouldn't say it was crying out to be hit over the ropes. Much shorter that time. Almost a surprise ball, actually. And should be just the one.
Hamid also has a chance to get to his first half century this tournament. Well bowled, Mark.
Well, he's gonna find himself down at the other end and only one closer to the 50. He moves to 45. I believe 4 balls left.
That's in the air.
This could well be caught. Ali's under it and takes another very low hand position. That makes it look very easy. Second time we've seen that in that position. But good knock comes to an end. Really good knock comes to an end, and that is the top score of the day.
Great innings from Razmal. 75 of 27 balls. What a knock.
So that shifts the record. It does show, though, considering how he's been, the way he's been hitting from the start. 100 is going to be a big ask if he can hit like that, and like 75 is a really good score, and 100 will be like quite miraculous. But we're going to see it sooner or later. Of course we will.
We'll find out. There was some great cricket to come up.
Oh, that's gone straight up.
Another
Quinton Norris was under it with the gloves on. Unsurprisingly, no mistake there.
So far has been a good over.
Razmal, if my numbers are correct here, 75 off 28 balls. So 75 off 27 balls, and Abdullah earlier 73 off 28 balls. So that is a very clear win on both metrics. Time for the last ball now.
Sadran on strike, and Mark is on a hat trick. My money on Mark.
Commentator's money is never safe. And that's the job done, or the job completed by Vienna Cricket Club.
Nevertheless, team hat trick.
Team hat trick, yes. Very cool. But the spirit out there is probably a little low after conceding 134. I think it will be 134 total in the 10 overs. So it's the highest score of the day. We've seen the highest individual score. Now we've seen the highest team score, and we have seen beyond any doubt that Vienna Afghan can bat and bat well. Reminder that they did win the T20 league just a couple of years ago here in Austria. So this is a team with some serious credentials, and they are going to put Vienna Cricket Club to the test in the afternoon as they go out and chase 135. So join us, please, in a few minutes and see how it unfolds. Well, it's time for Vienna Cricket Club to reply to the 135 for 4 posted by Vienna Afghans EC. No doubt that's going to be tough here as we roast at the square leg boundary here in Seban, just outside Vienna at the ECN Austria T10. Getting towards the latter stretch of the day. One game to go after this one. Cricket Club incidentally have won the toss for that and elected to bat against Pack Riders, so that last game of the day after this one will feature 2 teams that we haven't seen yet in the tournament. But this is, as we've mentioned, the clash between 2 teams that have already won a game today. We talked about how Vienna Afghan were probably the favourites on paper going into this one, and so far after the first innings you'd say that hasn't changed. But
yeah,
it's
a tough ask looking at the Vienna CC batting lineup, but cricket is a funny game. Just need one or two players to hit few shots and you're almost halfway there. Mark on strike.
Oh, edge on that one, wasn't far wide of slip. He's going to get away with that. So Sahel bowling. And Daniel Eckstein due some runs after this morning. We know he can clear the ropes, just in exactly the same area where we've seen a lot of balls already go in this match today, and he's going to need to. I
think he has to go from ball 1. It's not much time left in the game. It's nicely played.
A very understated shot, but he's off the mark and run a ball.
I think they're going to target bowlers. I think they have some.
Is this a bowler to target, do you think?
Oh, I think he's a good bowler, Zadran, with good pace, and he does swing it in the air. So would just knock him off and then take the other bowlers on for boundaries. So white ball.
Actually, the umpire's got his arm out for no ball, has he not? Which means, good news for Vienna Cricket Club, free hit. And they got the right man on strike for it. If Eckstein has got his eye in.
I think it's going to be a bouncer.
You're putting your neck on the line with that call. Let's see. Sahel Zadran.
It's going to be a short ball.
Definitely not a bouncer.
Nicely connected too, but straight to the field at Kalkona.
Good result for any fielding team on a free hit. Good result, just a single. So that brings Mark Simpson-Parker back on strike. Played a very measured innings earlier in the day, just made sure that Abdullah kept getting the strike and doing the damage, which he did with 73 off 28 balls. And that ball turns into a non-event. So the bowler loses his run, I think.
Better. So the run running in.
Simpson-Parker comes at him but can't really get it off the square this time.
Ouch.
Has he taken?
I think it's a good one to wake him up. Shake him off a little bit.
Yeah, that's got a sting. Bowler's at the top of his mark saying, come on, what are you waiting for?
It's really good length. Another
But
no ball.
It's a no ball. It's a no ball. That's two in opening over. 2 free hits, yep. Well, Vienna cannot complain that they haven't had a few gifts early on. Really interested to see how this one goes. Bouncer again, what do you think?
I think just going to be a Yorker length. this time.
I'll wait for the bouncer then. Yeah, close enough. Close enough. Call it a good length. And it's a top ball. Again, an even better result for a fielding team on a free hit. So Vienna not off to the flyer they need at 13.5 and over. But it's early days, it's not too late to catch things up.
No, it's just one, 2 good overs. You're back in the game. Nicely played. 2 covers.
But no run. Reminder, Vienna Afghan, one of the top division teams here in the Austrian cricket scene, and have already won the T20 league here in Austria, 2018 champions. How long have they been around to your memory, roughly speaking?
Vienna Afghan, about 3 to 4 years.
And that is the average sort of age of a lot of the Afghan teams around Austria, roughly. They're not going back a long way like some of the others.
You mean the players, you mean?
No, in terms of how long the clubs have been established.
I think CCC has been there for a while now. Also, most of the players are Afghanis, and Vienna Afghan team has been around for 3 to 4 years. And Zain.
Scamper one there.
That's another run. Ooh.
This time Daniel Eckstein takes a cricket ball on the body. Wasn't coming nearly as fast though. Is he?
Nice in swinger from Zain. Eckstein waiting for some width. As you see his stance, just waiting the bowler to give some width for him.
Zain Mohammed, the bowler.
Running away.
It was a nice shot. It actually deserved some runs. Maybe not expected when the field is there, but 4 he gets.
That was a similar shot that I would play against Seamus.
Being a not slogger by your own admission. Know the feeling.
Yeah, it's not easy to slog for everyone, isn't it? Nicely played.
Yeah, that should be an easy one. Although there's a vast number of people who make it look very easy, the majority, seemingly the majority, hanging around the Austrian cricket scene at least. Just to complete the thoughts on the Afghan team, so Cricketer CC, who will see into action next year, saying they are predominantly Afghan players.
Yeah, wouldn't be a surprise to see these guys are coming to the game and performing.
Sorry, that's an overthrow and a free single. Just a little bit of napping in the field there on the backing up.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, we have so many younger players coming through to the competitive cricket in Austria, so it wouldn't be surprising for years that we see more young talent and good players. Excellent fielding down there by Zadran.
Indeed, and the fielders are picking out the batsmen as they have a go at the stumps at the moment. So Simpson Parker gets hit by another one.
It's more like Andrew Simpson Parker kind of a shot.
But excellent work in the covers there. Clever line. Just out of reach. But not a wide.
Not a wide.
From around the wicket. And that's the second over bowled.
14 for none.
Yeah, so they'll have
After
to
two.
double that rate of scoring. The good news is no wickets down yet.
So I think one of these batsmen has to take some risk now.
Are we having a change of wicket keeper going on down there? Looks like some pad adjustment or pad changes going on. I would use my binoculars, but they don't work when you're wearing sunglasses. It gives the batsman a chance to have a breather in the middle.
And probably plan about for next couple of overs how they're going to go about the games. Now is the time to take a risk, otherwise the target just getting almost unachievable.
Now is for sure the time to start thinking about risks. There's one more over of power play left as well. Simpson Parker to come on strike. And Sahil to bowl a second over.
It's nicely flicked away.
I mean, that's a shot we've almost haven't seen today, and it just goes to show that, I mean, that's a real
Beautifully
Test
timed.
cricketer's shot, isn't it? All timing. And the outfield is just quick enough that this goes.
Beautifully played by Mark.
And a much needed boundary.
Definitely. I think Vienna CC requires a lot more of them to get towards the target.
Yeah, they'll be needing plenty more where that came from.
They won't keep it low.
Yeah, it was quite short, but didn't behave like a short ball should, did it? Can happen. You can get the occasional one doing that at that end. Luckily it wasn't on the stumps, otherwise it could have been
Lucky.
very interesting. Because the other end is known for being a little bit bouncier, the end that
Bouncy.
everyone's bowling from. Right. So that's a shot he learned from his time in the field this afternoon,
This afternoon.
taking it from outside off stump.
Going to the most favorite area of
But
the tournament so far.
yeah, it was just a single on that occasion. And there are two men out there, of course. This is usually the case around this time of the game. Daniel Eckstein, nicely played.
Effective.
Very
And
effective.
much needed boundary for Vienna CC at this stage.
Playing the uppercut like that, fairly safe, even if you don't middle it, so to speak. No one back there on the boundary to catch you. So a better over for Vienna, shaping up now. A couple of boundaries already.
They're still in the power play, so batsmen are able to take some risk.
That would have been a wide, I think, if he'd just stayed on his crease, but it was. Wicket keeper is. Well, there's going to be more. Keeper is down. Not looking too happy with life.
Getting a little massage there.
I'm not a doctor, but I'd say it's knee. Hopefully nothing serious. Oof. Well, he's able to walk off, mostly unaided. That's a good sign. Compared to how bad it can be, having been carried off this field with a broken meniscus, which means you can't walk
that's,
at all. But
It's a big blow to Vienna Afghan team, and he was batting well at the same time. So
Yeah, hopefully it'll be okay in the morning, whatever it is. There's still one ball left in the over, and you get the feeling it's a really important ball just to head into the second third of the innings.
I think VCC need another boundary in this over.
And get back for 2. There's a short, quick one. Quite nicely played on the jump by Daniel Eckstein.
He was targeting that extra cover boundary.
He goes into double figures. He's on 10 off 8 deliveries now. Simpson Parker 13 from 12. And there's a foundation, but for sure, if there's going to be a chance, they're going to have to go big starting with the next over.
They have to go for it now.
Now
still 100. 11 required in 7 overs.
Third man on the boundary. Not something we've seen all day today, but it's what Vienna Afghan are going for at the moment, field setting wise.
Excellent effort there. Certainly stopped a boundary at point.
Terrific stuff. You can't often fault the commitment of Vienna Afghan in the field.
No. I mean, in competitive cricket, that's what you want to see. Fielders are supporting the bowlers. This time no chance.
It should be gone.
And it's racing away to the back foot point boundary.
I started off quite square and seemed to take a right-hand turn halfway along. I don't know if it hit a bump or something.
Like just because he slashed the ball.
Put some spin on it.
Spin on it, yeah.
Coming in off a long run. We have a question on YouTube. Is Daniel Eckstein South African? I believe there is no connection with South Africa. And I'm sorry for people thinking that it is. It's probably my fault for pronouncing his name that way. And that's my fault for being South African.
It's Daniel Eckstein.
Indeed. Gets hold of one in front of the wicket and picks up the single. It's settling into quite a sort of accumulative rhythm at the moment, which would be great in another form of the game. And chasing this at the moment is unfortunately just not going to be enough. Disregarding that wide that just went down, which obviously wasn't a very good ball, do you think we should be crediting the bowling team primarily with the fact that VCC haven't really been able to get away in this chase?
I think yes, there have been some bad deliveries, but
That
I
wasn't
was
too bad a
just about to say
delivery.
the bowlers have been on target more often than not.
Yeah.
So, yes, when you're bowling according to a plan, you may miss out once or twice in regards to what you want to do. So now we see the star of VCC in the first game.
Yep.
Walking in. Are you
Yeah,
quite
that's-
happy to see him coming in?
Well, he's entertaining to watch, that's for sure. I think Vienna Afghan might not be too happy, but they'll also know that if they can send him back quickly, it should be a long way towards game over. But it isn't over yet if Abdullah can reproduce the fireworks that he showed this morning. But already good that they've, for Vienna Afghan, that they've managed to send Daniel Eckstein back to the sheds around the wicket by Zain Mohammed. Did the trick.
I think he's coming at the right time. I have a gut feeling. Because now Vienna Afghan skipper has to find 3 more bowlers because their strike bowlers are finished, with both of them bowling 2 overs each. So now most probably the spinner might come on, might help the VCC to cash in.
Let's see how it plays out. There's a wide, so nice friendly delivery to greet the new batsman.
Such a long run up.
It's a very long run up. And the sun feels particularly hot as we wait for him to get back to the top of it. That was asking to be helped on its way, the angle he bowled that from. And
yes, we just expected Abdullah to come in for some entertainment, and there we go.
could be an ominous sign if there is such a thing in this position for Vienna Afghan, because slightly offline there, and Abdullah knew what to do with it to get maximum return for that mistake. And now we have the partnership that really built VCC's winning total earlier in the day. We know they'll be comfortable batting together, and this is the one, and it's.
I hope it's going to be some action replay from Mark giving the strike to Abdullah to continue playing his shots.
I think maybe this could be the slow burning close finish. I don't want to put the mockers on it, but maybe this is the game we've been waiting for, where you're watching every ball, the run rate, because I'm just seeing Vienna now are on 10 and over. They were looking for 13 and over. That's close enough. They can catch that up with 1 wicket down.
Just one good over for Vienna CC. They are back in the game. And to do that, I think you need to bring on Abdullah on strike.
You could go absolutely either way at the moment. One thing we've been missing is a little bit of a close finish and some tension today in the last minutes. But that's 2 dot balls, and that catch-up job is going to really have to start soon. That big over
has to come anytime soon.
It doesn't look like being this one unless the next 4 go for 6.
It's another dot ball.
Flirting with the wide line, but just inside the margins, and then you get a dot ball.
Mark already feeling the pressure. 3 dot balls in a row, and he's desperate to score some runs here.
That might be the start of something. He's got a hold of that.
And I think the key to this shot was he was waiting rather than going down the track, and played on the offside.
A similar line to the previous couple, but just shorter, and it sat up for a good batsman with no one back.
Plus the
Should be runs.
shot selection was up to the mark.
Oh, looked good off the bat, but actually
Didn't connect properly.
No, it didn't go anywhere, and it'll just be a single. It's the man on the cover boundary coming to tidy up. Looked really good off the bat on TV. Wasn't out the middle at all. So Abdullah has got a helmet on. You don't see this very often. It's that the run-ups seem to be getting longer and longer and longer, and obviously getting some pace into it if Abdullah feels the need to reach for a helmet.
Good over. Good over for Vienna Afghan. Just 6 of the over. Last 5 overs. Almost 18 and over. Which
Big ask. Big ask. But no sign of a slow bowler. It's not been the way for Vienna Afghan so far. And what they're doing is working reasonably well at the moment. That's just going to be a single. There's a man out there on the square leg boundary. Bring Simpson Parker back onto strike.
is, I think, Mark will play some shots now, and there is no other options left. They still have 9 wickets in hand. Bowled. Excellent bowling.
Yeah, not much you could do with that. Don't forget, if you're into the social media side of things, your handle for Twitter, Facebook or Instagram is @EuropeanCricket. Not just to follow this ECN Austria T10, but tournaments going on all around the continent, including in Estonia at this very moment. The most unlikely places you would expect to find cricket. That's what this summer is all about with the European Cricket Series.
Excellent. This is what I like to see. The length and the change of pace.
Was waiting for that. The change of pace. Yeah.
Okay.
That's less textbook.
So once again, commentated because
it's just not happening for Vienna at the moment.
it's another free hit. We have seen 3 in this innings.
Well, that managed to be pretty much a wide and a no ball. The previous free hits, unfortunately, Vienna weren't able to cash in on them whatsoever. I think they're totaling 1 from the free hits so far today in their innings. So what can they make of the third one? It looks more promising. but still only the single. And now we're getting a free hit again. Another
But
over.
this time, right man on strike, I guess.
Another over.
To put it away. What do you reckon?
Wide outside off stump.
I think this one is going.
Not all
It's
that
going to
wide.
Long on for a single.
Yep, it's another single from. So we've had five free hits and 3 singles, I think, in total. Possibly 4. And this time the chip just goes to the mid-off fence.
Slower ball. Overall, not a bad over, even though.
Considering the potential for damage in that over, absolutely. And you feel it's starting to slip away now. Six overs down, and it's 55 for 1.
20 and over.
It's easy.
Gettable. Just 3 sixes every over. Simply
We-
said,
we've seen it done very, very recently, but I grew up in a world where that was difficult, so one learns never to say never in this world of this changing world of cricket. Simpson Parker has hit that up and straight into the ground, wasn't it?
Richard, if you were chasing this target, would you have done something different to your batting lineup?
From what I know of the players, I think it's as wise a decision as we can make with the batting lineup.
Can't see the skipper standing up, itching to get out there.
He's going to have to get out. He's going to have to get out very soon if he
Very
wants a
soon.
chance to make a difference to proceedings. Simpson Parker scrambles down the wicket, but it's still another single. It just keeps going to the fielders down there, and it really shows it's got to be 6 or a single almost. I mean, getting it down there along the ground and finding the rope is unlikely with an umbrella of 3. Oh, it should be a simple catch. Not this time.
The drop catch.
Abdullah gets a life. Even for him, it's not flowing as it was earlier.
But he was playing for Rasmal early on.
Oh yeah. Bit of role
Great
reversal
innings.
in this game. Maybe it can't be your day all day. Let's put it that way. Maybe it can be your morning and then it can be someone else's afternoon.
Afternoon. Rightly said.
Still think the run-ups are getting longer and longer and longer
Just
here.
getting longer.
Now Simpson Parker's skied one towards, and this time, despite 2 fielders converging on each other and nearly knocking heads, the catch is taken out on the mid-wicket fence.
Must be a big relief for Mark. Wasn't connecting really well this innings.
Well, you're almost on a hiding to nothing now, staying out there for these last 3 overs. It would be very exciting for all concerned if I'm wrong saying that. But in comes Quinton Norris. LBW first innings.
Yeah.
Also in
I
a...
wasn't quite happy the way he played that shot, Richard.
Well, we're never happy when we get out, are we? But like Eckstein, I would say he's due. You know, the problem is there was probably only South Africans will remember this. There was a spinner called Clive Eckstein back in the early 90s. Yeah. I think he did get international caps, but not a lot. And it just comes out with his pronunciation every time. Norris off the mark straight away.
Nice little flick from the middle stump.
Yeah, so Clive Eckstein, who played for what was then Transvaal and did a little bit of off spin and was very much South African, and then Daniel Eckstein, German pronunciation, playing cricket
Correctly so.
in Austria and previously for Austria. Two very different people.
Two different players.
This is turning into death by 1,000 cuts, isn't it? Oh, that's finally a bit more of what we saw this morning from Abdullah.
Excellent shot over, long on. This time he came down the track and picking it up from just outside the off stump for a 6.
But that's just going to be a single. There is protection out there on that side.
I like the way Vienna Afghan playing as a team. Every time ball comes to bowlers in or keepers in, there are at least 2 or 3 people are backing up. And quite happy to see the commitment in the field.
And although it's frustrating or can be dangerous when you have 2 players converging on a catch like we saw there, you would still rather have that than nobody wanting the ball.
But that's when we have to apply the basics of cricket. Calling. It's mine, it's yours.
Oh. That would have been in a big mix-up. Is that no ball called and free hit called?
Free hit.
And Abdullah is free of the helmet, free to swing the arms. Can we finally see a free hit go the distance? I think we might.
Finally.
Umpire's arms go skyward. 6 runs. Do we reckon there's some life in this game yet? 72 for 2 overs left. It's still a bit much, isn't it?
It's a big ask.
It's been
big ask from these 2 batsmen to score 30 and over. Oh, just about 30.
Was certainly a better over. Things turned in a better direction for Vienna Cricket Club, but a little bit too late. Well, there's
fast off spinner. Mainly is bowling.
That's a big hit from Norris. There's not going to trouble the fielders.
Still not coming our way. Richard.
You really want us to get hit in the face, don't you? I'm quite happy for it to drop 10 meters short.
I would like to catch one. Just to see if I still can catch.
It's easy for you to say because you haven't got your laptop sitting in the front of this table. I'm not worried
Don't worry,
about
I will save it.
If you promise, okay. Think. It's run out time. They ran after the drop. Didn't work out.
Never on to a misfill, as we spoke
As
earlier.
we've seen earlier. But at this stage, it's not worth really overanalyzing what's going on because ridiculous risks are having to be taken. And that is just the nature of the beast we're dealing with in 10 over cricket. So Ali G. Rahimi out into the middle, one of our younger players at Vienna Cricket Club, with, well, a pretty hopeless task, although he can clear the ropes. It's the one that's slightly short and comes onto his hip. That's the one he can flick around the corner. Will it be a second LBW in the day? No, not this time. And they get through for a single.
Quinton once again crossed the line. I think this time he got... Yes.
Big nick on that.
Hitting outside the off. That saved him this time. Another full toss actually. Couldn't quite strong on the leg side.
He got a hold of that. It's just inside the ropes, so 4 runs, but did split the fielders rather nicely. As Vienna should be able to hopefully at least make 3 figures. But I'm afraid
they get in there.
They're going down. Just wasn't Vienna's afternoon, I would say. Well, that has beaten the fielder.
Another boundary for Quinton.
Another 4. The 100 is looking promising.
And to the favourite area of the day.
Absolutely. But I think 80% of the big shots out there were from the winning team. That's why they're winning. It was a simple strategy, but very effective. Particularly from Razmal earlier on in the batting innings. That'll be just another single. And it looks more and more like Vienna Afghan Cricket Club are going to be the first team to have. They'll go for 2 here, probably get him. They would have. But first team to claim 2 victories, I think it's fairly safe to say now. And now it finally makes sense to talk about the log. Now that people are starting to play multiple games, I guess we could say they are top of the log. And this might have picked out the fielder. Not quite. It has gone over the rope for 6. Come nice and close. Got your attention, didn't it? Not in the air though, sorry.
For a bit, but it didn't come our way. Yeah, it's they have a very strong team in this competition, so you're expecting them to be on the top as the tournament progress.
Yeah, so it's a good start for them. They'll be hoping to stay there. Of course, the tournament continues tomorrow, ECN Austria T10 that is, with another 5 matches tomorrow, and then again in August, on the weekend of the 22nd and 23rd of August. And it is essentially a round-robin format being played over all those days. That's 6 to Quentin Norris.
Two sixes in the over. But a little too late.
And I
In
believe
this
we
one
are
chase.
into the last over now.
Yeah, this is the last over.
Yeah, so the 100 is definitely on. And if nothing else, the batsman should be able to have some fun.
And that's the end of our fourth game.
That is the end of the fourth game. Either they've agreed to simply shake hands, or our scoreboard's very out of date. Yeah, it is. It's just starting to catch up now. We thought there was another over to go. But Vienna Cricket Club end on exactly 100, which is exactly 35 runs behind Vienna Afghans total from earlier today. So that proved to be a very good and effective total. Well done to Vienna Afghans EC. They moved to the top of the table, and we'll be joining you in a short while at 5 o'clock European time for the final game of the day, which is Puck Riders Cricket Club against Cricketer Cricket Club. Don't miss it.
Pegara واخله هغه بوتل لګره واخله بیت امان دي دبي ما تقدر درکړو
ਇੱਕ ਪਲੇਅਰ ਹੈ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸ਼ਖਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਕਾਬੂ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ
रूल आपकी पजामा की तरह लोड
ਪਜਾਮੇ ਤੇ ਹੈ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਾ ਨਵੇਂ ਪਲੇਅਰ ਨੇ
ਮੇਰਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਉਮਰ ਸਨੀ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਨਾ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰਵਾ ਲੈ
ਯਾਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਆਖਿਆ ਤੇ ਹੈ
ਉਹਨੂੰ
ਦੇ ਦੇਣਾ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ
ਯਾਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਪੈਸੇ
ਆਬਜੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਕਰ ਦੇਣਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਦੇਖੀ
ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਮਿਲੀ ਸਿੰਗਲ ਸਲਾਹ ਹੈ
ਜਿਹੜੀ ਭੈਣ ਤੋਂ ਬੈਠ ਹੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਨਾ ਅੱਜ ਸਾਰੇ ਇਕੱਠੇ
उससे भी सिर्फ 2 मैन प्लेयर है बस
ਯਾਰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ
हम सारे और बिलाल है वकार भी नहीं है ना वकार नहीं है सिर्फ शाहजान और बिलाल
ਬਾਵਾ ਤਾਰਾਂ ਧਿਆਨ ਨਾਲ ਨੰਗੀ ਆ ਮੇਲੇ ਸਾਵਨ ਯਾਰ
Welcome everybody back to Seebahn, just outside of Vienna, the home of Austrian cricket, for the final time today. We are on the verge of match 5 out of 5, and in your company, as we have been all day, Lakmal and Richard at the commentary table. How are you getting on?
Oh, getting there. The sun is burning me down now, yeah?
It is cooking us a little bit. But we are fighters, we are marathon runners, and we'll make it through into this evening session. It's cooling down a little bit and threatens to turn into a genuinely pleasant evening at Seebahn as two new teams take to the field that we haven't seen at all today. So it's Puck Riders CC against Cricketer CC, who won the toss and have elected to bat, because now the fashion is apparently to bat first. In the morning it was the opposite. What do you know about these teams?
Yeah, there are a few players who has played for national team. This is going to be a very good contest. Batsman on strike. Shadnan. No, Shadnan is on non-strikers end. As we know, Shadnan has been with national team
Very prolific.
and he also performed in international level for Austria. Scored 100 against Sweden in 50 over format. So definitely I'll be looking forward to see some fireworks from him this afternoon. And also for Cricketers Cricket Club, they also have Bilal in the team. He's on strike. National team opening batsman. So we'll see some good cricket.
So Bilal with the 007 on his back by the looks of it. My eyes don't deceive me. And Shadnan with the 32 on his back. And powerful opening pair there for Cricketer Cricket Club, which is a Vienna team, right?
It's also a Vienna-based cricket team.
As our Puck Riders, as far as you know?
They have few good batsmen in the top order. The first ball.
a leave. What a rare sight.
A rare thing to do in T10, even in T20. But that's...
It's allowed on the very first ball of the match. I think it's the only time it's allowed.
I'm a big believer if it's in the area, it should go.
You would have smashed that through the...
Most probably, because there is not much time to get on with it. Yes, on Puck Riders' side, a couple of good batsmen, and also they have Mirza, who scored the second fastest T20 50 in an international level. He's behind Yuvraj Singh.
Okay, that's
Yes,
not a bad place to be.
Not bad.
You can be okay with that.
It's a proud moment for Austrian cricket. But we definitely going to see a good game here. Both teams very strong, good hitters, and as you see, Shadnan on strike now.
Yeah, let's see how this plays out now. We've seen a scoring shot into the onside. They've actually just brought a fielder, I think, into that spot where the last one went through in the ring.
I think they have a different plan
batsman.
to Shadnan. He got long on and deep cover for him, which is a good set for him.
Good
early
set
on.
for him, but
Yeah.
unusual strategy in the power play to see it at deep cover as one of the two fielders out there. And the ball's gone straight to him. You know your stuff.
Yes, he's not a slugger. You probably won't see many boundaries being hit by Shaddan or cow corner. Bilal is more leg-sided player than Shaddan, so the captain has done their homework.
Start again.
Shaddan.
So you expect Bilal to have the fastest scoring rate and Shadnan to
I
rotate
mean,
the strike.
both
If it-
players are capable of scoring quick runs.
Oh,
Just like I
that
said,
is-
isn't it?
That is quick runs. Bilal's got hold of. Well, didn't need to get hold of much of that, but it's helped on its way up the middle. Went exactly where he wanted it to. Nice to watch.
And
the
don't be surprised if few balls are coming our way when Bilal is batting.
I'll keep my eyes open.
Steady over there. 6 of first ball over.
Very steady first over. Both of these teams in the first division of the Austrian T20 league that's ongoing. As we mentioned earlier today, the only national league that we're expecting to run this year due to the corona situation. Normally there is a 40 over league known as the Open League, but on the domestic front this year it is just T20. And again,
We had 2 games last Sunday, back to back against both of these teams. We were lucky enough to win both of them.
I really think you could be alright in the T10 format over at Austria Wien.
Thanks, Richard, for showing some faith in us.
I'm just going on the statistics on paper in front of me. Straightforwards. But yeah, as I said, both in the top flight, so to speak, but currently at the bottom of the table of the top flight. But plenty of games in hand, so that's slightly misleading. They haven't played each other yet this year.
Yes, well, some of the teams, the weather wasn't in their favour this year. We had lots of rain.
That's gone very high. It's not going. It's only going to get as far as
That's a good catch.
outer reaches of the circle, and nicely taken. Have mid on.
And no fumbles.
No fumbles whatsoever.
Clean take.
That's the end of
Sure.
007.
That's end of 007, correctly said.
We did have some trouble getting into exactly the right position under it, and it is something about Seapon that people do struggle to pick up exactly where the ball's coming down, even when you have ages to think about it and watch it in the air. Not as windy as it was earlier, so I don't think that's too much of a factor.
No,
but
but
still,
I think
a little
because-
breeze can throw you.
I think because of it's an open ground, as you mentioned.
Very.
Already. So sometimes it's really hard to pick the ball up. So, but this occasion, perfectly.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Pack Riders have had a game abandoned this year due to weather. Cricketer not yet. So although they're at the bottom of the table, with they have only played 2 games, where the teams at the top have played 5. So time will tell. They are a better team than bottom of the table, it would appear. But they are 1 down. I'll see Mijas now.
Nicely played.
Going to be at least 2 there. So it's gone all the way. That went all the way. Nice cover drive.
Shadnan. I'm surprised this over they have changed the field for Shadnan. I think it would have been better off having long off and the covers, because he's not someone who go cross the line and try to whack it over deep mid wicket.
So you'd have the man out on the boundary and the covers like in the last over.
Definitely.
Yeah, he does. If it appears if you bowl on the offside, he'll play it on the offside in the more traditional fashion. But
For him to play cross the line, it has to be short of length kind of a delivery. Other than that, I haven't seen him much going cross the line and try to whack it over cow corner.
Okay. Oh, well, we wait with interest. This is an interesting field. We'll try and describe it to you after this ball. Oh, that would have been a ripper of a catch. And instead, it's gone for 4. Genuine edge there, right?
Genuine edge. I think a slip would have been in perfect position to take that. But it's what of wicket keeper as we see the replay. Oh, not far off from the keeper.
I think he did a better job than Shane Dowrich would have done.
Yeah, it's not easy to keep in UK with the weather conditions.
That's going to fall safe.
That's another good shot.
Yeah.
Just lifting over extra cover.
No question of a boundary rider there for the left-hander, for the new batsman. And that's the end of the second over. So steady start from both sides.
20 for 1.
And going along at exactly 10 and over. Cricketers EC, as we were saying, they are a team with pedigree, and probably we wouldn't expect them to hang around the bottom of the log. Just looking at the roll of honour here in the Austrian T20 League, they were champions in 2015 and 2017. So 2 of the last 5 editions have gone to Cricketers EC. They know their way around T20 cricket, and there's a good chance they're probably going to be successful in this format too.
Yes, they haven't had the ideal start that they expected to have. Of course, there were slight issues from the club, but that's nicely picked up.
4 runs, great shot, well timed.
From CCC, but they are coming back into the tournament. And in Division 1, there are no teams that you really say weak, and everyone is have both department, bat and bowl. So I don't think they're gonna be bottom of the table for too long.
Very unlikely. That just goes for the 1. Out through extra cover. Both of these teams, as we mentioned, playing their first match of this ECN Austria T10, so looking to get off to a positive start.
So Richard, have you figured out what would be a good score to defend? You have seen 4 games so far.
I think what we've seen is that was an unnecessary misfield, but a bit casual in the field there, you have to say, and that turned a 1 into a 2 from the man backward square leg running into field that. It would seem that 120 is very defendable. No one has chased anything like that today. The highest successful. That's going to go maybe not all the way. a bit of fancy footwork down on the rope, and I think it's been kept in field. But the highest successful chase we've seen today is actually 107 for 3.
100%. That's the highest successful chase.
Highest successful chase. Two of the targets have been quite low, but I think that's going to clear the ring and not do much more than that. And they're staying safely in their ground after the one. To put it in a more understandable way, the two totals that have not been successfully chased down today, 129 and 135. So, and then we've had nothing between 100 and sort of 100, the 100 region, and 129. So the big question is, what if you get 115, 120? That's probably the marginal zone.
I think
that's where it's going to get close.
120 is a really, really good score. And here.
And someone gets 120, we can say we should be game on for a close match that could go either way.
Definitely.
Seeing what we've seen so far, if you're dealing with 130, 135, tough chase. Might drag on a bit in the chase. But of course someone is going to chase that score at some point, but it's going to take an effort worth talking about.
So chasing 120, obviously you will need one guy to bat through the 10 hours and everyone else bat around him, and hoping the guy who bats long get a big score, 50 plus, and you're definitely in the game. Now a T20 match against the team who are bowling right now. You scored 183, was the highest score for this season.
That's what your club made.
Yes,
against them.
Yes.
So that is a very good T20 score on this ground.
Yes.
Particularly on this ground.
And we bowled them out for 96. So obviously the target was a bit too big to be chased.
Much too big, and that's gone miles into the sky. I'm not sure I've seen a ball go higher today, and it's come down with ice on it, and not entirely surprised to see it.
That's a drop from
Dropped.
Kamran Naim at deep mid wicket.
He looked in very good. He looked in
Yes.
very good position under that ball. That'll just be one unless there's any kind of misfield. Arslan gets taken around the corner.
Shadlan on strike.
You say that with a certain amount of relish in your voice. You just love watching the traditional batsmen. You should watch me sometime.
Definitely.
Do you like watching people
let
block?
me know. Let me know whenever you're playing. I'll come down and
wait for the footy over stuff to start again. Oh,
that should be a no.
That's going to be surely that's first of all, he's taken that full toss for 4 runs. Second of all, I'll be surprised if it's not called
no ball.
No ball, but did he get away with it? I didn't see a signal from the umpire.
Let's see the. Oof.
Well,
tough call. I think it's a good decision from the umpires. That's a
what
nice
an
pickup.
enormous
And the cars.
Ooh. We didn't see where that ball landed up, but
that was huge.
Someone got lucky because I didn't hear the thud of metal or the shatter of glass. So I'm going to go from that to say that it fell between the cars.
That was such a nice pickup from Shadnan, and it's a huge 6.
That may be the most missile-like shot we've seen today. In terms of pure ball speed to the boundary, and trajectory. It was scary. Quite something that shot was.
I hope he doesn't get too excited. Nicely played. And that's exactly what you're expecting from a player like Shadnan. Get a boundary and knock it off for single and wait for that loose ball to be hit.
Yeah, exemplary stuff all round, and there's a impressive acceleration about this innings. There's no panic to it. They've lost a wicket, but it's just building.
Just simply because you just see proper cricket shots being played, and rather than just trying to slog. I think
your timing is impeccable.
Yeah, I am not gonna talk about the batsman anymore.
That's the end of the over. It does. Is it my eyes, or do they both have 32 on their backs?
I think you're right. Both of them got 32 on their back.
But the renowned Shadnan is the right-handed batsman at the other end.
Yeah.
Got hold of that quite well, and it's foxed the fielder. Four runs.
Nicely flicked away to the own side. Wasn't a bad ball, to be honest.
Not terrible. You need some kind of timing to.
And I'm a big fan of that length, to be honest. That's good.
That's really
That's a
full.
good shot. Yes. It's an excellent shot through covers.
Did well to get enough bat on that and earn himself
he
another
milled
4.
it.
Yeah, we're seeing two batsmen playing mostly quite proper cricket shots at the moment.
Here and there you'll see odd slog.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
never
the
say
format,
never.
isn't it?
Quite a festival atmosphere going on here at Seabarn with all these teams playing today. It's definitely a lot more going on than your average league day.
I think tomorrow we should have more people coming to watch and support their teams.
Yeah, the benches around the ground are actually full. You're not going to get a seat. We should start charging.
Nicely played.
It's 4 runs straight down the wicket. A little bit agricultural, but
Powerfully
appropriate
hit.
enough when you're hitting it into a turnip field.
Powerfully hit by Othman Zai.
Yeah, he's actually surpassed or equaled Shadnan's score now.
9 balls.
Bit of width on offer there. Probably wasn't meaning to have it go behind square, but a couple of bounces and 4 runs. He is. That really is the one to go hard at if you're going to go hard. I think that expression was possibly made for that ball, isn't it? As you showed there, edge that, you probably might still get 6. Now he's gone hard at this, and it's gone high into the Austrian sky. And the wicket keeper's made a meal of it. That is hard to excuse. That went straight up. And all the wicketkeeper can do is go back to his position and keep his mouth shut.
Oh, this time is not commentator's curse. Richard?
No, we haven't said much good or bad about wicketkeepers today, except the West Indian Test wicketkeeper, who just had a bad day in Manchester yesterday. He might not be the best in the world, but he had a particularly bad day yesterday. Yeah, just talking of the atmosphere here at the ground, you may ask, what does a normal league day here at Seabarn look like? As we mentioned earlier, Seabarn is host to nearly all of the league matches in Austrian cricket, purely because most clubs are in Vienna and this is the only ground in the Vienna area, and it is used exclusively for cricket, so available throughout all weekends. So normally you will have back-to-back games on Saturdays and Sundays. This year we've even had occasions of 3 games, I think, of T20 because of the late start to the league. On a more normal summer without coronavirus, we will have one 40-over game in the morning, followed by a T20 game in the afternoon, or occasionally flipped around. And it tends to be a little bit quieter because you'll have a maximum of 4 teams around. That's that big shot coming in there, and it's going to go all the way. Yeah, so Utman's is really cashing in now, turning himself into the senior batsman as far as scoring rate's concerned.
Only if I was Shadnan, I would be happy watching from the other end.
Rotate away.
I think he's not going to stop. Just going to go every ball.
That would not surprise me.
But this is an interesting bowling change from the captain, Clare, the opening batsman. I haven't seen him bowling much in the league. And that's exactly what's happening. He's getting smashed all over the park.
He's really varying his pace, and he's tried it a couple of different ways, and unfortunately been hit both times. And as we say, it's been building steadily. We're now into the second half of the innings, and it's just going to clear the rope again. And that was
one more 6 to the total. Cricketers Cricket Club putting some fight out.
Is that already the 50 up for Utman's?
Not yet, I believe.
Oh, he's having a swing at everything now. Forget what we said about proper cricket shots, at least from the left-hander. But it's proving very effective what he's doing at the moment, and he's grown in confidence, that's for sure. 45 off. No, that was his 50. 51 off 16. Very impressive. That's a quick knock.
We have seen quite a few 50s today.
Are we going to see a 10-ball 50 in this event?
I think we have the second fastest 50 who scored in international level.
How many balls? We'll have to look that one up.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not quite sure, but I think it's about 13, 14.
I can see something in that region happening this weekend. Of course, this isn't international level as such.
The guy who scored the second fastest 50 is about to bowl. Captain of the team, Mirza. That's another top edge. Going towards third man boundary.
Won't get there. A very tall bowler, isn't he?
He used to be a seamer.
I thought you were going to say he used to be a pole vaulter. Uthman Zai pressing on regardless. He's in a very good position here to earn top score of the day. There's best part of 4 overs left. And the score is ticking along very comfortably.
Shadman on strike. Oh, I was expecting that shot. I was.
Didn't quite threaten the cars.
I was about to say to you, be ready, it's coming on our way.
But if you had said it, something completely different would have happened.
Definitely. So probably would have hit it straight to the fielder.
Yeah, nothing not to like if you're a fan of cricketer CC at the moment, the way this is going.
I still believe at some point of this tournament someone's going to score 150 plus in 10 overs.
Absolutely possible. There we go. Could it be cricketer today? Maybe a big ask. 150 plus from here.
The way it's going right now.
Closing in on the 100.
2 more big overs. You're almost there.
Be interested to see where they are with three overs to go. No, now we're in trouble.
It's coming on.
Go and fetch that.
Not quite.
It looked
quite.
It was,
I was interested
it was
in that.
threatening enough to get you out of your chair, but I must warn you, you are plugged in with headphones.
I was about to throw it down.
And the comedy moment will be on camera.
Why not? We need that too.
I think we need to employ somebody to protect us here with a baseball bat. Probably another good reason to have an umbrella tomorrow.
Just to protect your laptop.
That as well.
It's cleverly played. Good ball, just nicely flicked it to onside for a single for Shadman. And he's moving. He's closing into his first 50 of this tournament.
And they've passed the 100 mark now.
3
So I
overs to
think
go.
that's 103 for 1 with 3 overs to go. So if they go at 15 and over, if they go at 15 and over, they'll be... Oh, it's 103 for 1. Okay. Well on their way to 15 for the first over. Tell you what, 15 and over would take them to 147.
147.
If my
147.
this gig is good for your mental math.
Okay, what score are they gonna get, Richard? Let's have a little competition between you and me.
Well, since I've named it, I'll put my money on 104. I'll play it a little safer. I'll put my money on 144.
44.
144. And after this ball, which of course gives you a slight advantage, because you've seen that it's only going to be 2. You can tell me what you think.
I think they're going to cross 150.
Wee, you're going higher. You're going higher, and that would be, well, that would be a good 15.
151.
Better than anyone's got today.
Yeah. 151 will go.
The current benchmark is the 135 as they add another 2 to the total. 135 in the last game when Vienna Afghan kind of demolished the Vienna Cricket Club bowling just a little bit. But we know there is more in this pitch, outfield and format as far as total score is concerned.
Back riders, they need 1 good over to pull it back. I think anything...
Well, this is turning into an okay over because there's only been the 1 boundary at the start of it so far. A lot of 2s since then. So that's
50 for Shadman in 22 balls. Good knock, Richard.
very, very nice to watch, as you say. Very,
Proper
very,
cricket
very, very measured. You almost don't notice him getting the runs, do you? especially when someone's smashing it at the other end. But there you go. That's
That's
4
simply
more,
because
and I think they've stayed on the 15 and over rate for that one, haven't they?
it's closing in.
So they started the over on 103. We're just waiting for the score to update itself. This looks like another big hit. I can't see the ball, lost it in the sky, but none of the fielders are moving, and that's never a good sign.
It's one of the huge 6
Absolutely
that we have seen
massive.
so far.
Absolutely massive. They've gone from 103 to 125 in this over, so I think I might be leaning towards your prediction with 2 overs left, 12 balls.
I'm going with 151, which is
They need only 26 off 12 balls to get there, and I think I've gone too low because 144 is not looking too far away. At this point, I'm not sure it matters who's on strike.
because they're both going to go for it.
They're both so
Last 2
settled.
overs.
Absolutely
Nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Plenty of wickets in hand. Manzai on strike.
For once he misses it. That was not missing off stump by very much. The plot thickens. Is Asim going to turn this into a comeback over, a pull back, apply the brake lever kind of over?
I think that's what back riders need. At
No
this
question
stage.
of that. No question of that.
This is going over.
Yeah, no,
Deep mid wicket.
no emergency brake being yanked there. That's classic cow corner, isn't it?
And it's good to see some 6s are going to the other side too.
Yeah, it's almost the first one we've seen there from a left-hander today,
Left-hander.
interestingly enough.
No, we've seen few from Abdullah.
That is true. He's a little straighter in
skewed.
general. Was that picked up? Taken?
That's taken. indeed.
Taken. Very low. Very casually. Job done. Now both number 32s are walking off towards the pavilion, confusingly enough. But that was what Manzai dismissed, and I think the batsman crossed. If I'm not mistaken, shut down on strike.
Nice bit of
A
work.
wild throw. They're interested in the overthrow. Not quite wild enough for that.
Probably are getting closer to your target.
Yeah, they're pulling it back, aren't they? So that was a score of 61 for Manzai. So off 22 balls, that's some going. Not the highest score today, but striking at 277. Oh, messy fielding, very messy fielding. The wicket keeper's landed up at backward point. The ball's nearly gone overthrows to the boundary.
Some unnecessary throwing to the bowler's end.
Yeah, possibly not one of the better fielding efforts we've seen today from Puck Riders out of the teams we've viewed.
Good observation, Richard. Throughout the day we have seen some very good standard of fielding. But this is not the best fielding that we have seen so far. What a flick.
Not-
Just a flick of wrist.
No fielder could have made a
Oh.
difference there. That was going
That's
over
gone for
anybody's head.
6. And Shadnan moving on nicely. He's on 67
Yeah.
of 25 balls.
And that's the end of the over. So we won 142 for 2. So I'm pretty sure I've gone too low with my call of 144. If anyone has a chance, it's you. But what if it lands exactly in the middle? Unlikely, I know.
I think they're gonna go 160
No, that's
because
4
of the,
already.
because of the bowler who's bowling. I think Shadnan will
Yeah.
go after him this over. That's 146. Is over your target. Rich.
Over my target, and I don't have much hope that I'm going to be closer than you with your 151. It really is smashing the record from earlier today, whatever it's going to end up. It's a long way past.
That's another.
Missed everything, everyone.
No, it's not.
And has it
Going
gone?
to
Has
the
it gone? Nope.
boundary? No.
I think they've left a run on the table there, if that didn't go. But you might argue they have enough. I'd be pretty confident of the score. 147 for 2 now.
Still have 4 runs to play with, but it's definitely closing 160. And this is coming our way. Richard.
Coming our way,
Finally.
but it's not long enough.
Oh, it's not long enough.
It's
It's
been
dropped by Zishan.
It's dropped by the
Spectator.
Now you cursed him earlier when he was actually involved in a game and made him drop one, right? And now he's even dropping them when he's on the boundary watching. Suffice to say that was a 6. 3 balls left. 153 now the score. This is going to
That's
be
another 6.
quite probably another 6 straight through the fielder's hands, I think, for 6. 159. Oh, umpire's actually signalling for. Make that 157. I think I think everyone wants a replay on that one.
Would love to see that. I think just bounce front of the boundary.
Straight into the fields. Puff of dust as it lands. And you can add 6 more to 157, which gives us 163. Last ball still to come.
Shadnan.
Oh, I think we were both quite far off, but I was further off. I'll give you that.
Shot.
And is it a boundary to close? Yes, it is. I believe that's the last ball. They are walking off. And I make that 167. Would we call that a defendable total?
Never know. Cricket is a funny game, Rich.
I'm going to say
I'm not going to write puck riders off.
Never.
Yet.
Not yet, but we might be safe to do so after 1 or 2 overs if they don't go along at quite some rate. We will see how that pans out after a short break. We'll see you for the chase in just a few minutes' time.
हम भी वेट कर रहे थे क्या है मां
Welcome back to Seabarn with Richard and Lakmal for the final time today. It's been a pleasure being with you, and we look forward to taking you through what's going to be an interesting chase, one way or another, as there's been a massive score posted by Cricket Club on the back of some big runs by Shadman and Utmanzai, 88 and 61 respectively. They have smashed the record for what constitutes a good score today in this fairly new format for Austrian cricket at Seabarn. Before their innings, 135 was the best score we'd seen. Oh, you can now make that 167, and they were only 2 down at the end of that. So, Puck Riders have got a challenge on their hands.
Big task. And it's down to the big man who scored the fastest, 50 for Austria, and the second fastest in international cricket. So he's on strike. I'm not surprised to see him in the batting.
From what you're telling me, it's the right decision.
Definitely.
I mean, the only better man to have on strike would be Yuvraj Singh, right?
Yeah. I'm sure he would love to have him on the other end.
Might be getting a bit old now. Just kidding. He could probably still cut it in the Austrian League.
Yeah, definitely. Without a doubt. Basia starting for CCC with the new ball.
Absolutely no contact on that one. Basia looks like another youngish bowler.
Yes, he was part of the national team setup. And straight to the extra cover. Mirza immediately trying to make an impact.
It doesn't come at the batsman quite as quick as you expect from the way he charges in, does it?
It's slower than you expect.
But as you say, that can be a very good thing for the bowling team,
Definitely.
taking
Gain
the
the
pace off.
And you are not allowed to bowl these guys short.
Okay, worst place to bowl to Mirza then?
I would say wicket to wicket. Keep it nice and full. Make him make a mistake and wait for it. But he will definitely give a chance.
Similar delivery and very effective. So that's 3 dot balls to start.
It's not the ideal start when you're chasing 167.
Well, it might also be a record. I don't know if we've seen 3 dot balls in a row today without any
We
of them
had
being
earlier. We had earlier.
4 have we seen? Have we seen 4 in a row? Without a wide or a no ball being one of them?
Yep, I have.
Oh, that's going to be a run anyway. But just the one. Takes Mirza down to the other end.
Claire. He's powerful strike of the ball. I have witnessed last year we lost purely just because of brilliance. He scored about 90 odd in a 40-over competition, just taking the game away from us.
That's going to be runs. A little streaky perhaps, but 2 go in the book.
I think if these guys can survive the new ball for a couple of overs, I think they will make an impact on the game.
And when you're chasing 167, that could even just mean a respectable chase. I mean, they could fall well short and still be the second highest score of the weekend.
Nicely picked up.
Yeah.
It's the first boundary.
Super timing.
For Puck Riders, and it comes from Claire.
Not too much power hitting involved in that one, but Very sweet placement and timing.
Claire is someone who likes to play in the V. Most of his runs he's getting over towards long off, long on. So we will see very soon his talent.
Yeah, I see that for both batsmen they do have the man out on the boundary at cover, as we saw for Shadnan earlier on when he was batting. Oh, it's just coming in now.
Just coming in, I think it's the right field set.
And now we have
If I was,
third man going back.
I would like to see a field at cow corner for Mirza.
Well, the nearest you're going to get is one at square leg, who's now dropping back. It's all changed. All changed. Square leg and third man are the guys on the boundary in this power play.
Full toss. Mirza missing out. Scoring opportunity for Park Riders.
Yep.
Bit of a harsh call there.
Yeah, the batsman turns around and looks quizzically. Gets nothing.
It's a clever move.
Helmet going off. That has been signalled wide.
Abdul Rahman, another young talent coming through.
Very
He's
useful
part of-
opening pair, the ball here.
He's part of under 19 setup in Austria. It's a no ball and free hit.
Discussion going on with the bowler here. What to bowl on a free hit
I'm expecting a slower ball.
and full. Not exactly. Is that a go? Gotten away with it fine. Wouldn't have been out anyway. They've gotten back for two as that ball went backward of square into no man's land.
Abdul Rahman, he's quite lucky to get away with those short deliveries to Mirza, which is his strength on the leg side.
Perhaps Miz is still finding his top gear.
I think he needs to middle a couple of balls just to get a feel. Let's see how it goes.
Wide ball called. Mears has actually faced 8 deliveries for 3 runs, so very sluggish by today's standards.
Today he's not going to score fastest 50.
No, I think we can
Do you
safely,
think?
safely say that. You'd have to be halfway there at least already. Oh, it's gone up, up, up. Who wants it? It's gone to point. He's under it. It's bounced, but he's rescued it. And the tall man is on his way. Didn't light up Seaborn with the bat on this occasion.
Yes, wasn't in the right form to do that today. So, but as his tournament progress, you're expecting him to score some runs.
Yeah, the good quality players, they don't stay quiet for long, do they? They're always going to surface
They
off
always come
2
back.
or 3 matches at the most, as we've already seen today. The most famous individuals on the scene haven't often failed to produce twice in a row. They're still busy working the second over. There have been a few extra deliveries. Very nicely gotten a hold of. And just hoists the ball using its own momentum off to the boundary. Not a drama.
1 ball to go in this over. Claire finding much needed boundary this over.
Still looking for his opportunity to play in the V.
I think bowlers are not allowing him to do that.
Yeah, that ball won't allow him to do much at all either, but he'll get to face it again. Wide called.
Seems like a very long over.
It is a very, very long over.
The required rate is going 18.61.
That's a more effective delivery. Couldn't get bat on that, and that leaves the score at 16 for 1 after 17 for 1. Completion of the second over. So only 150 to go in 8 overs.
Never say never.
As I said a little earlier, I think it might not take more than a couple of overs to be able to write off chances. I'm halfway there. Chasing a score like that without a rocket of a start is just about impossible.
PRCC need a big over here. But Basir, he's thinking cricketer, Richard.
Basir.
Yes, he doesn't just come and do because he has to do. He's always thinking about the game, about the length that he wants to bowl. So I won't be surprised if he's going nice and full.
There's more than full, and there's the soft dismissal. The full toss has just looped up to the man at cover, and no batsman enjoys getting out like that at all. It was very close to no ball height.
Was a lower full toss, he can put it away.
Reckon that was part of a plan from the bowler? He could claim it.
You can clearly see his plan. He's just trying to go full length or Yorker length, so that batsman can't get underneath. So obviously, sometimes you do miss your target and ended up bowling a low full toss.
No, he won't mind that if it gets him a wicket.
No, Richard, sometimes you bowl brilliant deliveries, you don't get wickets. Now you probably bowled baddest one, and you deserve sometimes those wickets. So
yeah, that is the madness of cricket. But you do just have to trust and hope that these things even out over time. But great figures for Basir so far.
1.1 overs, 1 for 7.
Make that 2 for 7. He has destroyed the stumps. Arslan lasted precisely 1 ball.
Nice
and it's looking nasty, quite frankly, for pack riders at this stage. 17 for 3.
we're talking about scoreboard pressure, and sometimes as a batsman you come and do things which you don't like to do, and this is exactly what's happening right now with Puck Riders. See, cricket club putting up huge score, so Puck Riders feeling the pressure.
Yeah, that is not surprising at all. And if anyone's riding high right now,
Hat-trick
it's
ball.
CCC. Not to be, but he's got the dot, and he's working on some very nice figures there.
Another swing and miss. We were into third over. Oh, nice little out swinger there. Batsman nowhere close to the ball.
And the dots keep coming.
Which I'm really, really glad to see Bazaria bowling. The reason he's succeeding, just keeping it nice and full. And hope the teams who are watching here, there's another good delivery.
They just can't get him away.
Excellent over. And he finishes with...
Let you know in just a second. Sorry, I've taken over the screen here. Trying to understand some of the graphs and statistics, but I think I need more practice with that. Go back to the standard scorecard.
Is that a maiden wicket?
Well, it was 1 for 7 at the start of the over, I believe. So, could it be? Well, he's 2 for 7 now after 2 overs. Have we just witnessed? Have we just witnessed the maiden?
I think we just did. Oh, we'll find out.
Well done,
With the
Lucky, because
scorers.
you talked this bowler up, and he's producing.
Bilal into the attack. Off spinner. He does open bowling for national team as well. Very effective bowler with the new ball.
Bit on the short side, that one.
Sometimes it's hard to pick his length because he bowls really flat, and as a batsman, it's a bit hard to guess is it short or if it's short enough to pull or not, you know. And he's bowling good pace as well.
Well, that was wide enough to be called, at any rate. It's gone straight up into the sun. On its way to the boundary and beyond.
First 6 for Puck Riders. It comes from Asim Ijaz. Good strike there, but Puck Riders need a lot more than that.
Oh yeah. It's challenging for everyone's mental maths now to start talking about required run rates. But I think it's of pretty academic interest at this stage, whatever it would be. 25 for 3. Apparently, according to one of the YouTube comments, CCC they only had 30 runs after 3 overs, but they were just 1 down, and they went from there. But we did notice that very steady acceleration, which was kind of built on not losing many wickets up front, not taking many risks, and just going stronger and harder from there. That's difficult when you're already 3 down. And you know that you absolutely do need a big score.
It's not easy chasing down 167.
To put it mildly.
10 in 10 overs. It's a quick game, but you need your big hitters to
That's just
produce some big shots early on.
Yeah, that's just another single down the ground. So that's the end of four overs now, and thanks to mainly to some very tight bowling from Basir, who I guess has a future in the senior national team, you would say. Do you think, when time comes?
Yeah.
If he has economy rates like that.
Definitely, I think everyone deserves a chance. Of course, this is the place that we make cricketers. So, if he's putting up performances like that, I don't think there is an issue to be selected and be part of the national team.
2 for 7, certainly some of the most impressive bowling figures I think we've seen today in 2 overs. And it's made it all but impossible for Pack Riders to really even dream at this stage. 6 overs to go and they're still 100 and plenty away. This will help. That is going to clear the fence.
Shadnan just running in gently, and Asim was rocking back, sending it over long on for 6.
Yep, cow corner, go fetch. Where have we seen that before?
Shadnan, the star batsman for CCC. Great innings from him. Seen hitting boundaries same time. Good running between the wicket, taking singles. That's excellent innings.
Now he's finding out what it's like to get hit around the park. That's a good reply from the bowler. Very good reply, actually, only narrowly missed off stump.
That was a slow off-cutter from Shadman. Clear, exposing stumps.
And how? Although crawling across at the moment of delivery. Batsman hoping, I think, for a call from the umpire there.
I would like to see a side angle from that delivery. I think it was way over shoulder height.
Yeah, he's not the tallest of batsmen either. Ooh.
This is good bowling.
No, when he's taking the pace off the ball like that.
Swung away from the right-hander. Clay on strike. Usually he doesn't like to hang around. Claire.
No, he didn't hang around. He's got straight up the non-striker's end. just a single there as the Shadnan delivers the quicker variety of ball, short and wide, and on another day might have gone for a few more. And he ducks under one that doesn't really get up. And this is the thing with varying the pace, isn't it? The timing goes even when it's not the slower one. You don't quite know what to expect.
And you need, as a bowler, especially in shorter formats, you need variations all the time. Can't just let batsmen settle down, and especially this standard of cricket, they're just waiting pace on the ball. So it's good to mix up, and we already seen few wickets going down today, and due to variations.
Yeah, and that's always been a very successful way of keeping a check on the scoring as well. As we've now reached the halfway point in the innings, 34 for 3, and I remind you all that Puck Riders are chasing 167 for 2, so 134 required from here to win in 5 overs. We've heard some ridiculous numbers associated with T10 cricket, but that's going too far, surely. Especially starting now with the dot ball.
I'll continue.
Yep. The opening batsman for CCC now bowling in tandem.
Taking pace of the ball this time. Claire cutting it away for 2. And that is
straight down the ground, straight over middle stump.
And over umpire's head.
Yep. You have to get out of the way quick smart for that one. That will test your reflexes. The moment you can't get out of the way of that, you know it's time to retire from umpiring. But fortunately, no problem there for the match official.
He's not only umpiring, he's still playing.
Of course, yeah.
So he should have some good reflexes.
We do have a number of players that are doubling up as umpires and players here in the Austrian cricket scene, which says a lot about their dedication to just being involved on every kind of way they can. Could have hit that pretty much anywhere he wanted, and helped himself to single out there to deep mid-wicket.
It's another scoring opportunity going down for Puck Riders. Nice juicy full toss. Couldn't connect it.
Oh, I think that has been connected all the way. All the way.
Excellent shot.
Yeah.
Over cover for 6.
Got the full meat of the bat onto that one, and seeing one go almost square over point is quite refreshing as well. Not one of the easiest shots to play, is it?
No, no.
Front foot over point, drive.
And lifting it over a cover boundary. Shadnan coming back for his second over.
Yeah, impressive stuff.
The required run rate is 30.24 per over.
You work that out.
We need Yuvraj Singh probably to do that.
The fielder has about 5 stabs at getting a hold of that, and in the end,
almost another run out on Miss
almost
Will.
lands up effecting a run out. Oh, it was quite a lot of fun down on the boundary. The main thing is he stopped going over the rope.
Good effort there. I think we have about 3 players who's wearing number 32.
Yeah, and a couple of players with no numbers on at all.
I think the keeper is number 32. The mid-wicket field is number 32. And Shadnan, who's bowling right now, is number 32.
Who do you think was 32 first? Are they all trying to copy Shadnan? And
It says Ali at the back, so must be.
but hey, maybe it's a lucky number that brings you lots of runs. And that could well be caught. Simple catch in the end. That's how you do it. No juggle, no nonsense, no
Clean
dancing
take.
around. Yeah, very clean take. And it's been a popular spot for catches today. It's the miscued cow slog that lands up in a conventional mid-on. And yeah, we've seen plenty of chances there today. They haven't all stayed to hand, let's say, but fair few have gone that way.
Sorry, beg your pardon. Keeper does not have number 32. He's
Oh.
number 9.
We have falsely accused him, but that's okay.
Beg your pardon.
It's not a crime to be number 32.
Yes.
Just
Probably all these guys are
just
32 years old.
maybe that's
Could
it.
be a lucky number.
Just trying to confuse us, but we can handle it. And it's gone to exactly the same place. Exactly the same place. This time,
But this time, a bit higher.
hung a bit longer in the air. And there's a different result.
Penalty.
Five-run penalty against the batting team. Can you figure what that would be for?
I think distracting the fielder by saying something, as from what I saw.
Very interesting. Never heard of a penalty for that before.
Park Riders, they does not have enough runs to.
Yeah, and we've had that
To
confirmed. It
have-
was indeed
was, right?
the batsman
Yes,
distracting
yes.
the fielder.
I mean, I know all these players, Richard. It's very easy to guess.
Which one was having a word?
And when you look at the table, no wonder why we're sitting right at the top. And that happened to us, actually.
Yes?
Same umpire. The bowler delivered the ball, and he made a noise, and umpire said, "You are distracting the batsman." And we got penalty 5 runs.
Really?
Yes, I think in a crucial game, it would be really a shame to get those kind of penalties.
Look, it's always safest to keep your mouth shut in cricket.
Definitely,
Uh.
definitely.
Let the bats and balls do the talking. Especially here where whatever you may choose to say is not going to change the result now. I'm waiting for the big moment when they get within 100. They've got 3 overs yet to do that and avoid a triple figure defeat.
I think it's
It's a day for
even
records.
to get to 100 is a tough ask from this position. No batsman get going.
Well, I'm only talking about getting to within 100, so if they get to 67, then they'll be within 100 of their
Alright,
target.
yeah.
And even that is they probably will, but I wouldn't bet my house on it.
Nice action from the bowler. Would like to know what he's. Leg spin.
Yeah, nearly spun out of reach for the batsman. Got enough on it to pick up a single.
He's getting ball to turn. Haven't seen much today from the bowlers, but
Just the occasional spinner has managed to get some purchase.
so far so good for the leggy.
So
Well
far,
controlled.
absolutely. And it's looking like we're fairly safe to talk about a 100% start to the day for cricket club. It's always a bit of a tongue twister. Go with CCC.
Cricket Club.
We are all, in a sense, cricketers.
Cricketers.
But
in different clubs.
in different clubs. And there are only some cricketers that can be in Cricket Club.
You can send your application and see for next year if you'd like to be there.
Well, they're going to have to get in line, you know. That's gone for 6. Of course, it's far too little, far too late, but hey, every batsman likes to hit a 6. So. Syed on the 6 hitting act, I believe. And it was a ball that probably deserved the treatment.
And again, commentators goes, just been said his bowling well controlled and delivered a ball toss. What are we going to do, Richie?
Get a good night's sleep.
Come with a different tongue tomorrow.
Talk even less in the morning. Speaking of which, while this game is, let's be honest, drifting, and we wait for the inevitable, let's just look ahead to tomorrow. We have once again 5 games, and the schedule is exactly the same. Starting at 9, another one at 11, another at 1, another at 3, another at 5. Of course, all of that is Central European time. And it's basically a continuation of things as we've done today. We're just playing further fixtures in the league. And I'll just take you through what those will be in the morning. And kicks off with another club that we haven't seen, another 2 clubs that we haven't seen at all so far today. That's Indian Cricket Club Vienna and Bulls Cricket Club. They'll be clashing first up in the morning. Then we get into some of the clubs that we have seen today at 11 o'clock. That's Austrian Cricket Tigers, ACT, and they're of course going to be looking to bounce back from a pretty sorry display earlier on when they were only managed to rack up 97, the lowest score of the day. They'll have their chance against Bangladesh, a second division team, and they'll certainly be hoping for a better result there and to get their campaign back on track here. Then at 1 o'clock, Bulls, who we will meet first thing in the morning, will be out in the second game, and Pack Riders, who are about to lose their first game, will be their opponents. That's the 1 o'clock game. Game 3 tomorrow here at Seabarn. If you are in the area, anywhere near Vienna, you're welcome to come on down. Tickets are free, and so is parking.
I already got the VIP ticket.
And the VIP parking. We'll be in first, doing our homework, setting things up. Your car's probably safer parking near the check end than on the cow corner end. You'll figure it out when you get here, what that means. But hey, even if you live in the Czech Republic, why not come down? Even Brno is not that far away. It's a good day's cricket action, and you can walk all the way around the ground and take in different viewpoints over the course of 5 games, number 4 of which at 3 o'clock tomorrow will be Bangladesh in action, which will be their 3rd game of the league, and they'll be taking on Pakistan also in their 3rd game. It's always an interesting rivalry, Bangladesh-Pakistan there. That's the penultimate game tomorrow. And then at 5 o'clock tomorrow, and 24 hours time from now, we will be sitting here, weather permitting of course, watching Cricket Club in action again as they just compound the misery with a demolition of the wickets there.
Just a quick observation which I had. Claire, coming back to Claire, he's on 18 of 34 of 18 balls. It's a different approach that I have seen him over last 2 years, and compare those 2 years and coming back to our game, and he had a similar approach. He's quite happy
to take his time. Usually, when the chase is on, he's going from ball one, and he has been very attacking, and he has been successful over the last few years, and he was one of the leading run getter.
That's a catch that went awry.
Yeah, coming back to that point, he's quite happy to stay in the wicket without scoring aggressively. I think his key was to come and attack, and he scored lots of runs for his team. But I would like to meet up and ask him why the game has changed. Obviously, if you're successful of doing one thing, I think you should continue doing that.
Well, maybe that's a bit of homework. We can chat to him afterwards and see what he thinks about it and report back in the morning.
Yeah.
Nothing like a journalistic assignment. We'll catch up with him on that.
I mean, you like to be in that field.
That's my thing.
Yeah.
That's my thing. So the last game tomorrow will be, just to wrap up on the fixtures, will be Cricketer against Bulls Cricket Club, and of course remains to be seen how their form is tomorrow. Time will tell on that one, and then we'll of course have a break until the weekend of 22nd and 23rd of August, when we continue and finish up the league with another handful of games. We're into the last over of the day now. Any impressions to wrap up with as we're facing a not especially close finish?
I think we have witnessed some good cricket, but of course last game, which we didn't expect a team to score beyond 150.
Massive, wasn't it? Just massive.
Huge score. And of course, class of Shadnan, you're expecting any time to go for big scores. But tomorrow is another day, and I'm sure we will see some other players from other teams gonna go big, and we will get close to that score tomorrow, Rich. I have a feeling.
Well, that is the trajectory. I mean, the best scores come in the last game of the day. The second best score in the second last game of the day. The scores have just been going up and up and up. So it'll be interesting to see what a night's sleep does for everybody. But people are figuring it out, and probably also figuring out what their best lineups are as well. Batting order can make quite a big difference, and only 2 or 3 people might even have a chance to bat. Even more so than in T20.
4 balls to go. And that's the clear that I knew.
That's a clean hit. One of the longest we've seen straight today. Familiar sight for you then.
He's very strong in that area. Straight down the ground.
Yeah, looked like he enjoyed that. That one is not quite going to make it to the fence. Well, they're going to lose by less than 100. Yeah.
It's a huge margin, though.
Of course, the Cricketer Cricket Club score from earlier has been adjusted to 172 for 2 because of the penalty, the 5-run penalty.
Yeah.
So if we look at it that way, it's an even higher score, but I don't think that I'm going to really count that for the records. I'll say 167 off the bat, the best total in 10 overs. He might be ending the day with a catch if all goes well. Nope, spilled.
Another drop. Another drop.
And that brings the curtain down on the first day of ECN Austria T10 from Seebahn outside Vienna today. It has been a pleasure commentating for all you guys. Thanks for tuning in on the various channels. Hope you've enjoyed it, Lakmal.
Yes, the first time was nice experience, and we have seen some quality cricket throughout the day. And tomorrow, I'm sure we will come back with some more exciting cricket. And thanks to everyone who joined us today, and thanks for your support. And come back tomorrow, join us, and me and Richie will be entertaining you.
And thanks also to all the players from all the teams who put on such a great show and actually showed, I'd say, Austrian cricket to be of a very, very good quality, at least as good compared to the various other countries we've seen around Europe. Totally respectable, able to hold their heads up high. So a positive day for Austrian cricket, and of course, as with any ECN event, a positive day for European cricket. So we're just going to pick up where we left off at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, European time, Vienna time, Austrian time, whatever you'd like to call it. And look forward to seeing you then. For now, we'll just leave you with the thought that Vienna Afghan CC are on top of what is still a very young standings table, but they are the one team with a 100% record with 2 wins from 2. So Vienna Afghan will be happiest going to sleep tonight. And let's see what the new morning brings. Signing off from Seebahn.
German or English? For tomorrow's game, we have to have all starting 11 have to wear this shirt.
Oh yeah, but the book.
Wrong. You will write it down. And you will have to wear it. Now we need to have everybody in the same jersey. Otherwise, you won't be able to.
You're not. I will just ask something. I already informed Quentin about it. That 3 of our guys they are not with us but with police because they didn't have the documents and they had to be in the processing center. Unfortunately, this is very sad thing. But and the uniform and everything is with them. Yeah? So that's why we are shocked. One of our guys, he was playing under 19. The coach didn't allow him to come here. He has the uniform. So 4 now, and we will accept the charge 4.
Okay, Bilal. You basically just need 3.
Do you have 3 more for tomorrow?
Yeah, we have.
Bilal.
Okay. That's it. Then that's it. Bring 3 tomorrow.
There is no,
and then
there
it's
is
fine.
no excuse tomorrow.
Guys that coming, not coming, no excuse. Players who are showing up here have to be in the same jersey. If not, don't show up. Just
I'm
tell
so
us
sorry
you're
for
not
all the
playing.
confusion.
It's just because we have to abide by the rules and regulations from the ECN.
Everybody has problem. Whatever, just arrange it.
accept that.
You solve your problem.
That
it's
was
not
our
ours.
mistake from our side. We accept that. We are really sorry for
Please
that.
fix it tomorrow. Thank you.
Just make sure tomorrow.
It will be.
Name
It's
is no worries. The
okay.
numbers.
Everybody will
Just
have the same jersey.
Same jersey.
Yeah,
Then it looks
sure.
perfect and looks
It
professional.
doesn't look good then.
Because we have millions of people watching. Thank you.
Cheers, guys. हाँ बस बस ये
वो मैन ऑफ द मैच का ऐलान किया फिर बाद में
आपने सब यूरोप ने देना है आपके नेशनल टीम के ने स्कोर किया है इतना पीछा है
मैंने भी हिसाब लगाया मुझे 6000 रुपए
पूरे दुनिया ने देखा है कसम से पूरी दुनिया ने देखा है अभी हमने
6000 रुपए से लेना है 6000 इन्वेस्टमेंट हुआ है इसके ऊपर
हमने जीतने और हमें जीतने और 2000 मिलना है
10000 लगाया मैंने अब हाथ से मुझे 600 मिला
Na, na miss gekommen. Na miss gekommen. Na miss ICC आएगा.
इशफाक भाई हमारा इधर आराम से मीटिंग चल रहा था आप लोग ने सब इधर आ गए इस टाइम हम बहुत मुश्किल से इकट्ठे होते हैं ये साल में एक बार होता है वो भी आज
Wenn nicht kommt, dann blockiere ich.
हर किसी के पास इसी का ही होगा
Ich habe geschickt.
ठीक है एक जर्सी तो हमें इसलिए तो वो लड़के आगे नहीं किए थे पीछे खड़े थे 3 लड़के थे तीनों के पीछे खड़े
लेकिन ग्राउंड में तो खड़े किए एक स्लिप में खड़ा था
हमने पीछे खड़े
अब बल्ला दे उस सर पर मारो प्लीज
चलो ठीक है जो भी है कल देख लेना
सॉरी है एक्सट्रीमली सॉरी नहीं होगा इंशाल्लाह इशफाक भाई दिल से सॉरी
यार वो बातें कर वो उनको वहां से भी कंप्लेंट आई जिनका पीछे प्रोडक्शन होगा ना वहां से मैसेज आया कि ये टीम कैसे
यही लड़कों को मैं बोल रहा हूँ अभी इनकी बात करें मैं वो आएंगे
वो आना नहीं
हमें दलील करेंगे हमने बोले हम मेरे से बात ही कर रहे थे लेकिन इंशाल्लाह
तो मुझे फिर कहते हो कि तुम्हारे साथ ज्यादती होती है तो मैं तुम्हें हमेशा कहता हूँ तुम्हारे साथ ज्यादती कोई नहीं करता तुम खुद करते हो
बस किया हमने आज तो किया ये बिल्कुल प्राइम एग्जांपल है
खुद करते हो
सॉरी सरकार
कोई नहीं करता
सॉरी
शादान वेल डन यार
फुल डबल ओवर थैंक्स ना मत गोरा दागा शर्ट से रहेगा ना दागा शर्ट ये का सपोर्ट करे दागा
इसमें भी ठीक है
मेरा स्टूल नहीं खेलो
Just make sure
मूंग
all
दुकान
the bottles
we
are
will collect
क्लीन करके
for sure
okay.
किदी बाबा वालू दुकान भाई जब मुश्किल कुछ नहीं
वो इतना टीशू ना वो बलाश में तो सांग वो हाथ बड़ी पड़ती है वाले
ना
ड्रम बंद है
ना यो मिनट रहेगा यो मिनट दुमुंगा लकान की यूनिफॉर्म क्या सर बल सरे دا وی علي سره تاسو لاګر کې علي والا خو ما راوړل چا په غاړه کې پروت
علي را ما
علي ما بیگ را لګل
دا چا دی
هغه مې مستلی دا د علي دی کله دا وګوره دا د علي دی ها ګوره څو دانی کم دي سره راته وایي
3 دانی کم یو 2 3
دانی کم دي
سالور
بل څلورم کبيري په کار
نه موږ د درې کسان موږ یو لس لوبي
شته درې نه فرق
موږ درې لوبي کو درې یو کس درې کسان ته کم دی او واده مو کړو چې سبا ته ورسېږي نه ها